Chapter 153. This was a man's voice. It was very unfamiliar. Even though Xiaolian knew that the other side couldn't hear it, he still couldn't help but lower his voice and say, "Someone is coming. I don't know if they will harm General Pei. We have to quickly find out where they are now." The two people on the other side seemed to be intimidated by the person who came. After a while, Pei Ming said, "May I ask who you are? Since we've come to this point, why don't you show your true face?" The voice said, "Then I'll have to ask you." Ling Wen said, "He must have a grudge against you. He's most likely a female ghost. He's been harmed by you again." Pei Ming said, "You're the one who's lying through your teeth. Which part of this thing looked like a female ghost from head to toe? Besides, he didn't just capture me. Maybe he has a grudge against you?" Ling Wen said, "Forget it, let's not push the blame to each other at this time. Let's get through this together. It's also possible that he has a grudge against both of us at the same time. Do you remember any such people?" Pei Ming said, "I can't remember. There are too many." The man seemed to have walked closer. His voice was a little louder, but strangely he didn't hear the sound of footsteps. Instead he heard a strange dong-dong sound. He said, "Can you guys have some face and stop flirting in front of me?" It seemed that the wording and tone of this sentence had exposed something. After a moment of silence, Ling Wen said, "You are Jingguan Jinjuan?" The voice didn't answer. Pei Ming also seemed to be stunned. She said, "Jingguan Jinjuan? That's not right. Would Jingguan Jinjuan speak so uncultured?" Ling Wen snorted and said, "He's always been like this. In front of others he has a tone. In front of me he has a different tone. Of course you don't think so." On this side, Xiaolian frowned slightly and said, "Jingguan Jinjuan?" This title, he seemed to have some impression of it, but he couldn't be sure. It sounded like a Wen Shun, but among the Wen Shun, there were too many who had the words Wen Jing and Jing in their titles. At this time, Pei Su said in a low voice, "Jingguan Jinjuan." It's Ling Ling when Jinjuan pointed it up. The first generation, the Wen Shun. When he said that, Xiaolian finally remembered. When he ascended for the first time, Ling Wen had only been a minor civil official of the Heavenly Court. At the time, the number 1 rune god of the Heavenly Court was not her, but another rune god. And that Wen Shun seemed to be perfected Lord Jingguan. However, Jing Wen Shun had long since declined, and one could not find a Jing Wen hall within 800 miles. Xiaolian couldn't help but say, "So everyone here is acquainted. Then why couldn't they just talk nicely? Why must you use weapons and tie me up?" However, Hua Chong said, "It's precisely because he's an acquaintance that we had to use knives and guns to tie him up." As soon as he finished speaking, Jingwen spoke again. It seemed that because his identity had been exposed, he had to put on airs. He changed his expression and his words were much more refined than before. However, there was a needle hidden in cotton wool as he said, "Nangong, aren't you very proud of being the number 1 rune god of the Heavenly Court? Why did you ruin your golden rice bowl and come here?" Pei Ming said, "See that? He has a grudge against you. This time it's all because of you." However, Jingwen said, "General Pei, don't think that you can escape just because I'm going to settle the score with Nangong. This slut bullied my Jingwen Hall's incense offerings and secretly sent people to smash my temple to add firewood to the fire. Do you think I don't know who lent her those martial god officials?" Jingwen continued, "Nangong, don't laugh. To think that I had chosen you as a general out of appreciation for talent, and this is how you repay me. You really are ungrateful and disloyal. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. I've waited for this day for far too long." Xiaolian covered his forehead and thought, the 3 malignant tumors are indeed malignant tumors. What they do is more and more unkind than the last. Unexpectedly, Ling Wen said indifferently, "Perfected Lord Jingguan, there's no one else here. You've already scolded me just now, so why are you putting on an act now? Did you really choose me as a general because you cherish talent? Why did you choose me and how did you treat me after choosing me? Others might not know, but don't you know it in your heart?" The more Xiaolian listened, the more curious he became. What's going on with perfected Lord Jingguan and Ling Wen? Little General Pei, do you know about the inner workings? Pei Su also listened seriously and said to him, "Apologize. That, at that time I had yet to ascend so I didn't know much." Xiaolian thought that his apology probably wouldn't be good. At the side, Huacheng said, Gij, there's no need to ask others, just ask me. Xiaolian asked curiously, Sanlang, you also know about this kind of old anecdote from the heavenly court? It turned out that it wasn't his misconception. Huacheng really did have a hand in dealing with the black and white histories of the heavenly court's heavenly officials. He nodded and told Xiaolian as expected. It turned out that Jingwen and Lingwen were both literary gods from Suli country. Jingwen was several hundred years older than Lingwen and had a deep foundation in Suli country. Originally, these two didn't have much interaction. But one year, Suli country worshipped the literary gods. During the worshipping process there was a small competition. A young scholar used Suli country as the topic. There was no limit to the topic. He wrote an essay without signing his name and posted it in the country's largest literary temple. At that time it was called Jingwen Palace. The best piece would be chosen as the champion, and that person would be rewarded. At that time, it just so happened that Jingwen Jinjuan descended to the mortal world to play. On a whim, he transformed into a scholar and participated in this competition. He wrote a magnificent essay that praised the prestige of Suli country. He was confident that he would be able to stand out among the many essays. Imagine if the results were revealed after the competition and the essay won first place, then the truth was revealed. Wouldn't Jingwen Jinjuan's own avatar be passed down to future generations? If things developed this way, then it would have been a very harmonious and happy ending. Who knew that a very awkward accident would occur? After the worshipping ceremony ended, the champion was revealed. The winner wasn't Jingwen Suli Fu, but a treatise called Needlessly. Although this turn of events was awkward, it was still quite interesting to bystanders. Xiaolian asked, has Sanlang seen Needlessly? Huacheng said, I've found it. If Big Brother wants to read it, I'll give you a rough idea another day. Xiaolian hurriedly said, that won't be necessary. However, to be able to defeat Jingwen Jinjuan who had already ascended at that time, it must have been written very well. Huacheng evaluated, it's written well, but it's not very godly. It's just that at that time the situation in Suli country wasn't good, and there were a lot of resentment among the citizens. Seeing this kind of essay, it just so happened to suit their tastes. In addition, the Suli Fu was a disaster and people were already tired of reading it. Comparing the two, Needlessly naturally won. Xiaolian slightly nodded his head and said, there's no first place in literature. This matter isn't that big of a deal, not to mention that the essay didn't even write the same thing. Huacheng said, that's right. In the beginning, Jingwen also thought the same. The citizens of Suli country searched everywhere for the author of Needlessly, but of course, no one claimed it. Who would dare to claim this kind of thing? If someone was greedy and faked it, it would be very easy for them to be exposed. Not long after, because it was noticed by the officers and soldiers, the worshipping ceremony removed the champion essay. Regarding this competition, although Jingwen Jinjuan wasn't very happy and scoffed at it, after a few months he also forgot about it. The bad thing was that after a few months, an astonishing piece of news spread among the literary gods of the heavenly court. The person who had won the first place with Needlessly in the Suli country's literary god ceremony had finally been found. Now he had already been arrested and locked up in prison. And this person was actually a young woman who sold shoes on the side of the street. How could this be? Xiaolian said, sell shoes. Huacheng said, yes. Nangong Jia used to do this in the human world. No wonder he had heard people privately call Lingwen Palace Hall Broken Shoes Palace Hall, more than once or twice. However, Xiaolian didn't think he should get to the bottom of this kind of thing, so he never knew where it came from. Originally, no one would have associated Needless Lily with a shoe-selling girl. However, that young woman would occasionally help people copy letters and write love poems for them to earn some writing fees. One day, a customer found that her handwriting was very similar to the one on the top of the list, and reported it to the authorities. That was how she was caught. After learning of this matter, Jingwen Jinjuan waved his brush and immediately selected this young woman called Nangong Jia. It must be known that at that time, there were very few female priests. It wasn't that there weren't any, but most of them were in charge of flowers and plants, embroidery, singing and dancing, and so on. Even if they were to select a general, no one was willing to select a woman to be a low-level priest. Female literary gods were even rarer. The women in the Divine Hall of Literature were all beautiful young women. Moreover, they weren't in charge of writing. Most of them were soft jade and warm fragrant. They couldn't be considered as priests, and at most could only be regarded as playthings. Jingwen Jinjuan's actions won a good reputation among the literary gods for cherishing talent. Everyone said that this young woman's luck was really too good. She met a noble person like Jingwen Jinjuan, who had a discerning eye and recognized talent. Not only did she escape the calamity of prison, but she also climbed up a branch and became a phoenix. However, at this moment, the protagonists of this story were aggressively confronting each other. On the other side, Jingwen said, "I value you greatly, but when it comes to your mouth, it instead becomes that you have bad intentions." Lingwen had always treated people politely, neither servile nor overbearing. At this time she said mockingly, "Forget it. You also don't go around all day telling others how much you value me. If you really thought highly of me, you wouldn't have asked me to serve tea and water to everyone in your hall every day for dozens of years. You wouldn't have asked me to walk hundreds of miles to pick up a manuscript of a poem, and you wouldn't have asked me to give gifts to other heavenly officials during festivals." Xiaolian thought about it. Seemed to be true. When he first ascended, every time he saw Lingwen, she was always doing odd jobs. It was because she did so many odd jobs that Xiaolian vaguely remembered there was such a person. Jingwen said, "In the end, you are simply blaming me for not being willing to promote you. But why don't you think about why I don't promote you?" Lingwen said, "Why? I also want to know why. Originally, as a mortal, I still had the free time to read and write. Even when I was locked up in prison, I could at least face the wall and meditate. But after I was appointed, there wasn't a moment when I wasn't working like an ox or horse for you, kneeling and doing odd jobs for you. If you want to torture me to death like this, your method isn't bad." Jingwen shouted, "Nangong! Even now, you still refuse to admit your mistake." Lingwen retorted, "What did I do wrong?" Jingwen said, "Then is it still my fault? What I told you to do was what was most suitable for you to do. If you can't even do such a small thing, what right do you have to do more important things? I gave you so many opportunities to cultivate in order to temper your temperament. It was your own lack of ability. How can you blame me for not being willing to promote you? Your aspirations are too high, but you are a woman after all. You can't reach that high. You have to admit this fact." Lingwen laughed, seeming to be angered by him. Lowering her voice, she said, "Good. You say I can't reach that high. Then let me ask you, during your most flourishing period, can your Jingwen Palace Hall reach my Lingwen Palace Hall's knees?" Xiaolian could smell the old resentment and anger in the words of both sides. He thought to himself that he couldn't let them continue talking. As a last resort, he used an extremely crude method. He fiercely punched the ground. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the ground split open with him as the epicenter, forming a 4-zhang-wide crater. Hua Cheng immediately understood what he wanted to do and said, "Gidge." Xiaolian waved his hand to disperse the dust in the air. Coughing a few times, he said, "This is the most direct way. I'll be in charge of testing this side. Sanlang, you and little General Pei, lie on the side." He originally wanted to arrange for Hua Cheng and Pei Su to test in other directions, but right now these two people's conditions weren't as good as his. Naturally, Hua Cheng wouldn't listen to him and obediently lie on the side. Choosing the opposite direction from Xiaolian, he summoned his misfortune and stabbed it into the ground. This stab had the same effect as Xiaolian's punch. The two of them alternated, creating loud noises one after the other as the distance between them grew larger and larger. After punching a few times, Xiaolian attentively listened. Pei Ming and Lingwen didn't have any reaction, as if they hadn't heard the loud rumbling noises he created. As for Jingwen, it seemed that Lingwen had poked his sore spot. He was so angry that he started laughing. With one move, he tore off his originally refined mask and changed back to the sharp tone he used when cursing the adulterous couple. He said, "Nangong Jia, stop acting cocky in front of me. Back then, if I hadn't pointed you out, I'm afraid you would have already given birth to God knows how many children in the human world's prison." These words were a bit lacking in elegance, causing Xiaolian's hand to almost slip. Even Pei Ming couldn't stand listening anymore. He said, "In any case, you're a one shun. Can your mouth not be so vulgar?" Jingwen said, Nangong, look, your goodbye too is protecting you. What kind of reputation do you have, General Pei? How could you have the nerve to say that I'm vulgar? Lingwen said, in your mind, who isn't my Bai Tu? Do you want to settle accounts? Then let's settle them properly. Xiaolian had already leaped quite a distance away. Once again he punched the ground. This time Jingwen, who was on the silver butterfly's side, said in alarm, what's that sound? Xiaolian was delighted. He had found the right direction. Pei Ming and Lingwen also heard it. Pei Ming hesitated and asked, who's fighting up there? Continuing his attack, Xiaolian sprinted several feet forward and threw another thunderous punch. Pei Ming said, even closer. What a strong explosive force. It's coming from above. It's here. Xiaolian didn't punch anymore. He pulled out his maiden heart and slashed down. The sword chi flourished, and the ground suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, he fell into a cold hole in the ground. Xiaolian prayed in his heart that he didn't hit Pei Ming and Lingwen. He waved the dust in the air, stood up, and turned around with his sword in hand. He said, 2. Chapter 154. Seeing an uninvited guest suddenly barge in, Jingwen vigilantly asked, who are you? However, the one questioning him wasn't a person, but rather an extremely rough stone statue of a man. It was naked, but its entire body was wrapped in strips of cloth. It was inexplicably strange. It was also inexplicably comical. No wonder he didn't make any footsteps when he walked. No wonder Pei Ming and Lingwen were intimidated when they saw him. No wonder Pei Ming said that Lingwen was lying through his teeth, because this thing from head to toe really didn't look like a female ghost at all. Pei Ming and Lingwen were both wrapped in scroll-like objects, firmly held in Jingwen's hands. They couldn't move. Xiaolian finally regained his senses. He said, me? Jingwen said, you're the crown prince of Xianlu? Xiaolian was startled and said, ah? You actually recognize me? This is really... However, it wasn't strange. When Xiaolian first ascended, the lineup was huge. He might not recognize every heavenly official in the heavenly court, but every heavenly official in the heavenly court definitely recognized him. Just like now, he simply couldn't remember what Jingwen looked like. Jingwen still remembered him and said, of course. Your Highness, the Crown Prince's path to immortality is full of ups and downs. It's hard for me not to recognize you. Xiaolian was inexplicably moved. He subconsciously said, it's my honor, my honor. But how did you become like this? Jingwen said, how did I become like this? Xiaolian coughed lightly and nodded. He felt that his question was a bit rude. Jingwen took the opportunity to explode and said, it's all thanks to that slut Nangong Jia. After Jingwen Palace declined, my powers became weaker and weaker. She even threw stones at me while I was down and chased me everywhere. I had no choice but to attach myself to this stone statue to survive until now. Lingwen said, compared to you it's not that much, right? At that time you personally ordered me to stay in Jingwen Palace until the third watch. In the blink of an eye, you said that I shamelessly stayed late at night to pester you. Words kill invisibly, so I responded with a knife. I was much more polite. After saying that, he suddenly kicked out and kicked Jingwen's crotch. From Xiaolian's point of view, this move really didn't have much power. After all, the stone statue wasn't made of flesh. At most, it could only break the few strips of cloth on Jingwen's body. Unexpectedly, Jingwen let out a shrill scream, as if he had really been kicked in the groin. He covered his lower body. However, it was too late. The layer of white cloth around his crotch had been kicked off by Lingwen. Xiaolian quickly saw that there was nothing underneath the white cloth. Nothing meant that this was a naked stone statue. However, there was nothing under his crotch that he should have. This stone statue was actually a statue of an eunuch. Xiaolian thought in his heart, so it's a statue of a eunuch. This kind of stone statue was commonly seen in the mausoleums of high officials and nobles. It was a kind of funerary object with extremely heavy yin qi. It was indeed a good choice to possess. However, Jingwen, a male priest who would haggle over every ounce after losing to a woman, ended up in a statue of a castrated slave. It was truly ironic. Lingwen laughed heartily and said, I say, why are you so flustered and exasperated? So that was how it was. I can't reach that high? How high can you reach with your current appearance? I'm looking forward to seeing it. Ha 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 ha. Jingwen's indecent cloth had been torn off and trampled on. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. He grabbed Lingwen's hair and shouted, "Shut up! I don't know how many heavenly officials you slept with to be able to climb to this point today. What is there to be proud of? Quickly apologize to me." Lingwen's hair had practically been pulled off by him, yet he endured the pain and didn't beg for mercy. He even more so didn't apologize. Pei Ming said, "Are you really a Wuxia? You don't have any style or elegance to speak of. Even a shrew cursing on the street is better looking than you." Xiaolian complained incessantly. He was afraid that Jingwen would get agitated and strangle the two people in his hands to death. He couldn't help but say, "Hey, calm down. Jingwen Zhenjuan. Actually, there's no difference whether I have that thing or not. Really?" Jingwen grabbed Lingwen with one hand and covered his lower body with the other. He roared, "You're lying. There's no difference whether I have it or not. Why don't you try if you don't have it?" Xiaolian sincerely said, "Really? Believe me, although I have that thing. But there's no difference from not having that thing. Because I have that." He once again offered himself, speaking from his own experience. Hearing this, Jingwen seemed to calm down a bit. He said, "What do you have?" Xiaolian said, "It's that thing. You understand. Even if I have it, I've never used it. Actually, whether it's a male heavenly official, a female heavenly official, or other heavenly officials, these are all worldly possessions. There's no need to be so attached." Jingwen interrupted him and said, "Since you feel there's no difference, then cut it for me to see." Xiaolian. Jingwen immediately said, "Didn't you say there's no difference? Hypocrite. You clearly can't bear to lose this thing. Don't use that nonsense to persuade me. I'm not a young man who will cry bitterly and repent after eating 2 of your candies. It's fine if you don't cut it, I'll cut his." He was referring to Pei Ming. Pei Ming was stunned. "You motherfucker." This was bad. Although there were many people who wanted to cut off General Pei's thing, Xiaolian didn't want him to succeed here. He hurriedly said, "Jingwen Zhenjuan. Although it was wrong of Lingwen to bully you after you declined, you also bullied her before, so we're even. There's no need to be so ruthless." As he spoke to divert attention, he quietly put down Wuxia and let it slip behind Jingwen like a snake. Jingwen said, "We're even? It's not that simple. You've reminded me. I have something I need to ask this slut. Nangong, did you do anything to the destruction of Suli?" Jingwen was the god of literature that Suli worshipped. Suli was his foundation. If the foundation was destroyed, then it would naturally suffer an impact and even decline. Therefore, Jingwen suspecting Lingwen was very reasonable. After he asked, Lingwen shut her mouth and didn't answer. Jingwen shouted, "Quickly speak. Was it your doing?" "I knew it must be you. It was definitely you. Otherwise it wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly. It's all because of you, you treacherous slut. That idiot general must have been harmed by you." Xiaolian thought to himself, "Lingwen hasn't even answered yet, so why are you answering your own question?" "Wait, what? What general?" On the other side, Lingwen suddenly started laughing. If it weren't for the fact that Jingwen was currently attached to the eunuch statue with an expressionless face, he probably would have long since gnashed his teeth in anger. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lingwen slightly raised her head and softly said, "Do you know what the consequences of calling him an idiot in front of him will be?" Jingwen still didn't understand. In the next moment, the scroll binding Lingwen cracked open. A hand covered in black sleeves stretched out from the shattered fragments and covered the top of his head. Jingwen didn't even have time to say a word before he froze. A crack appeared on his rough face, followed by a second, a third. Within 3 cracks, his entire body was smashed into pieces. Lingwen broke free from the shackles and stood in her original spot. Layers of black energy drifted around her body, and at her feet was a pile of rubble. It turned out that the ancient country mentioned in the legends of the embroidered clothed immortal was the country of Suli, and Bai Jin was also a citizen of Suli. Xiaolian had just finished sorting out his thoughts when he heard Pei Ming, who was still firmly bound by the scrolls, say, "Lingwen? Stop there first." He saw that Lingwen had turned around and was walking towards him step by step, thinking of how Lingwen had said to Pei Ming, "He really doesn't like you." Xiaolian thought to himself, this is bad. Could it be that she's going to kill him to silence him? As Lingwen walked, she slowly comforted him, by Jean, he's already dead. It's all nonsense. There's no such thing. However, the effect didn't seem to be good. Lingwen then said, Old Pei, I have no choice. He heard from Jingwen that you're my boss, so he steeled his heart to kill you. Your Highness the Crown Prince, help me. Without needing her reminder, Xiaolian had already slashed open the scroll binding Pei Ming. Pei Ming leapt up, and the two of them flew out of the hole and returned to the surface. Looking down, they saw Lingwen's fist smashing into the place where Pei Ming had originally been lying. Rubble flew everywhere. The power was astonishing. Compared to the punches Xiaolian had thrown just now to scout the path, this one was even more ruthless. Xiaolian put away Wuxia and wrapped it around his wrist. Pei Ming also loosened his wrist. After being bound for so long, his left hand had slightly reduced the swelling. However, it was probably only reduced from being stung by 1,000,000 wasps to being stung by 500,000 wasps. He said, I'm fucking innocent. Before he finished speaking, Lingwen's figure had already arrived in front of him. The two of them exchanged a palm strike and both retreated several meters. Xiaolian and Pei Ming glanced at each other. In their hearts they knew this was a thorny problem, so they broke into a run. As Xiaolian ran, he turned around and shouted, Lingwen, can you persuade General Bai again? Lingwen madly chased behind them and said, I've persuaded him. But, he doesn't believe me. Pei Ming said, it must be because you lied to him that he got injured. Xiaolian said, Lingwen, can you turn back into a woman? The lethality of a woman's body will be slightly restrained. However, Lingwen said no. Xiaolian said, why not? Lingwen said, he won't let me change back. Pei Ming said, I understand. This brat doesn't dare to stick close to a woman's body. He's a coward. Rumble. A roof smashed down from behind, almost crushing Xiaolian and Pei Ming. Lingwen said, I didn't throw it. Who told you to scold him? You made him even angrier. Both of you are in danger. Xiaolian hurriedly said, what does it have to do with me? I didn't say anything. Lingwen, can you tell him not to count me in? Pei Ming said, count me in. The more people there are, the easier it is. Your Highness the Crown Prince, what about Xiao Pei? What about the half-moon imperial tutor? What about your blood rain flower Tanhua? Xiaolian said, he went in another direction to look for you guys. Don't count on him. We've already run a few dozen kilometers. Let's run first and talk later. He's already absorbed over 1,000 demons. It's not good to fight him head-on. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, the soles of his feet suddenly floated and his entire body was lifted up. It wasn't just him, Pei Ming was the same. Looking closely, the two of them were each caught in a large net and hung in the air. This was truly an unexpected disaster. That net seemed to be made of special materials and couldn't be torn apart with bare hands. At the same time, many green-faced, ferocious fanged demons and ghosts jumped out from the forest in all directions. There were at least 100 or 200 of them. All of them clapped their hands in ecstasy. Caught it! Ha 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 ha, how many have been caught already? This trap is really good. Hurry up and see what they caught. How many heads are there? They had actually been careless in a moment of panic, and had fallen into the trap of these third-rate little demons. Xiaolian subconsciously reached for Maiden Heart to draw the net. Only when he touched empty air did he realize that because the net had suddenly risen, Maiden Heart had slipped out of his hands and fell to the ground. He hadn't been able to bring it up, and Lingwen had already caught up to the bottom of the net. The group of little demons still didn't know what had come. They happily said, another one came. Lingwen raised both of his hands, and a ball of pitch-black willow wisp appeared in each of his palms. He raised his head and said to Xiaolian and Pei Ming, both of you really had no choice. Xiaolian exhaled and said, Lingwen, can I ask what would happen if I were hit by this thing? Lingwen said, last time, I used such a large ball of willow wisp to hit His Highness Qi Ying. He was injured, but fortunately he can still run and jump. It seemed like the damage wasn't that great. Being hit wouldn't be a big deal. Xiaolian and Pei Ming both heaved a sigh of relief and said, fortunately. Just as they finished saying fortunately, The two balls of will-o-wisp in Lingwen's hands suddenly increased tenfold, turning into two blazing flames that shot into the sky. Xielian. Pei Ming. Lingwen said. But I don't know what would happen if I were hit by such a large ball of fire. Pei Ming roared, wait. But I'm really not your fucking lover. Lingwen said, how could I not know? But it's useless if only you and I know. The group of demons and ghosts were stunned by the two balls of will-o-wisp. They hurriedly surrounded them and shouted, good kid. You're very bold. You're about to die, but you still want to steal our heads. Kill him. However, these little ghosts posed no threat to the embroidered-clothed immortal. At most, they would become a new wave of nourishment for the embroidered-clothed immortal. Lingwen tilted her head slightly, the phosphorescence of the will-o-wisp reflected in her eyes. It seemed like she was ready to receive the heads that were delivered to her. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind blew past. Amidst the wails and screams, the group of little ghosts were blown into the sky in an instant. Rather than saying that they were blown into the sky by the wind, it would be more accurate to say that they were grabbed into the sky by a strange, invisible hand. The embroidered-clothed immortal seemed to have sensed something and became vigilant. Lingwen lowered the hand that was holding the will-o-wisp and slowly scanned the surroundings. Xielian did his best to look up, but his line of sight was blocked by the dense foliage. The wretched screams of the group of ghosts had also stopped long ago. Thus he had no idea what was happening above. Pei Ming vigilantly asked, who's coming? After looking for a while, Xielian suddenly said, can't you guys smell it? Pei Ming asked, what? Xielian answered, the fragrance of flowers. Pei Ming suspiciously asked, there's that kind of thing? Xielian closed his eyes. After a moment he said with certainty, there is. It really is the fragrance of flowers. It was a faint, strange and cold fragrance of flowers. He didn't know what it was called or where it came from. It was extremely faint and shallow, as if there was nothing there. Pei Ming frowned and said, I didn't smell the fragrance of flowers, but I did smell. Before he could finish speaking, he felt something drip onto his face. He casually wiped it away, and his pupils shrank. It was blood. 2 drops of will-o-wisp also fell from Lingwen's hand, and the flames immediately weakened. His expression became even more vigilant, and he suddenly raised his head. In that instant, a foul wind and rain of blood descended from the sky. Pei Ming was hanging higher than Xielian, so he was immediately beaten into a bright red drenched chicken by this sudden rain of blood. Only his pair of eyes remained open, black, white and white. The will-o-wisp in Lingwen's hands had long since been completely extinguished. He dodged and hid under a tree, avoiding the same fate as Pei Ming, who was completely defenseless. Xielian suddenly felt the net of binding him break, and his body sank as he fell. He somersaulted in the air and steadily landed on the ground. Coincidentally, the rain of blood was also about to descend. There was no time to dodge anymore, so Xielian raised his sleeves, preparing to block as much as he could. However, after the darkness he heard a low chuckle. The air was suddenly filled with the mysterious and bewitching fragrance of flowers. Xielian slightly raised his head. He didn't feel the rain hitting his face, but rather, he felt something extremely soft brushing against his face. He reached out and caught it. Lowering his head to look, he saw that what quietly fell into his palm was actually a small dark red flower petal. He raised his head again and held his breath. He could only feel disbelief. The rain of blood that filled the sky had actually turned into a rain of flowers. There was no need to guess who it was at all. Xielian closed his fingers and held the flower petal. He blurted out, San Lang. As soon as he turned around, he saw that Lingwen had silently fallen to the ground. And that tall, slender youth with black hair and red clothes, who else could it be but Hua Cheng? Chapter 155. Xielian stepped on the ground covered in broken vermilion flowers. He walked over slowly. When she saw the red stains on Hua Cheng's shoulder, she wanted to brush it off for him, but she suddenly realized that it would be too intimate. She restrained herself and put her hands behind her back. He laughed and said, I didn't know. Apart from bringing blood rain, he could even summon flying petals. Interesting, interesting. Hua Cheng also walked towards him. He casually brushed away the petals on his shoulder. He also smiled and said, This is an improvisation. It was a new move he had just created today. Originally, there was going to be a rain of blood. However, he suddenly remembered that his brother was also here. Can't you blame me? Thus, he reined in his horse at the precipice and turned into a flower. As long as it's interesting. However, Xiaolian didn't get drenched, but Pei Ming was. In the air he said, "Excuse me. Both of you. Can you put me down first?" A few silver butterflies flapped their wings, their phosphorescent wings cutting through the mesh. Only then did Pei Ming manage to escape and land firmly on the ground. Xiaolian lowered his head and saw a silver butterfly resting in the center of the butterfly bone on Ling Wen's back. He asked, "Sanlang, are Ling Wen and embroidered gown immortal all right?" Hua Cheng replied, "Don't worry. I had them hibernate together." Xiaolian asked curiously, "This embroidered clothed immortal was so violent, yet you subdued him so quickly." Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "It's all right. For some reason, it doesn't seem to want to fight me." After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian said, "That's true. When you wore it before, it couldn't do anything to you and even revealed itself." Meanwhile, Pei Ming walked over and said, "Let's talk later. Aren't you going to help him take off his clothes first?" Xiaolian said, "This isn't too convenient, right?" Pei Ming didn't mind. "He's a man now. What's so inconvenient about that?" As she spoke, she started to fight. However, just as he stretched out his hand to Ling Wen's collar, it was as if he was fiercely pricked by something. His expression changed greatly, and he abruptly pulled his hand back. His hand was covered in blood as he said, "These clothes. It actually bites." Only then did Hua Cheng say leisurely, "The immortal in embroidered gown is not willing to let Ling Wen go. She can't take it off." Pei Ming looked at the two bloody hands and said, "If something like this happens again, can you tell me earlier?" Xiaolian warmly said, "General Pei, it's not that he didn't say it earlier, it's that you acted too quickly." Hua Cheng giggled, "That's right." Even though he was crippled, he was still determined. If the three of them wanted to go back the way they came, one of them had to carry Ling Wen, who looked like a man. Pei Ming took the initiative to bear this responsibility. Pei Su and Half Moon were still in the small town. The group gathered near the Wu Yong shrine. Seeing them return, Pei Su strode forward and said, "General, Your Highness, the murals in the shrine have disappeared." Pei Ming carried Ling Wen with one hand and wiped her bloody hair back with the other. "What mural?" Half Moon's eyes widened when he saw that Pei Ming was covered in a purplish-red color. Xiaolian exchanged a few words with Pei Ming before following Pei Su back to Deity's Templar. Sure enough, the original wall had become exactly the same as the other three walls that had been burnt by the fire, as if there had never been any murals. Hua Cheng took his hand off the wall and said, "That mural was created using magic." Xiaolian nodded. Maybe the person who left it behind had his own concerns and didn't dare to let it exist for too long. On the other side, Half Moon hesitated for a long time before asking Pei Ming, Are you all right?" Pei Ming looked at her and threatened, "Ask your snake, it bit me like this, is it all right?" Pei Su opened his mouth, but he wasn't sure if he should say a few words of justice. Half Moon's eyes widened even more. She tried to explain, "But being bitten by a scorpion snake, it won't spread to the whole body." Pei Ming waved her left hand in front of Half Moon's face, proving that she was indeed bitten. Half Moon had no choice but to say, "I'm sorry." Pei Su couldn't stand it anymore. He patted her shoulder and said, "Don't mind, it's not yours. It's the snake's bite." Xiaolian also couldn't stand it anymore. He said helplessly, "General Pei, can you not tease a little girl like this at a time like this?" However, Pei Ming's source of life was here. He used his magic power to wash off the bloodstains on his body. His face was glowing again. He laughed. "Isn't a little girl meant to be teased? Moreover, Half Moon Imperial Tutor is already a few hundred years old. What kind of little girl is she? Are you afraid that she will be embarrassed?" No one wanted to talk to him anymore. Even though Pei Su's sentence was not good, he could move freely. He took over the task of carrying Ling Wen. The group walked past the small town and continued to the next level of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. A day later, they arrived at a small valley. There were towering mountains on both sides of the valley, rock cliffs, and a mountain path in the middle. At this point, Ling Wen finally woke up in a daze. Even though he was awake, he still couldn't move because the silver butterfly was still firmly perched on his back. Lingwen noticed that he was being carried on someone's shoulder, but his expression didn't change. He only asked in confusion, "Why are there so many people? Why are you all here? Isn't this Bronze Cauldron Mountain?" Pei Ming said, "That's a lot. Let me tell you, there will be more people later, some you haven't seen yet. You can gather a few tables to play cards." Xiaolian had the same feeling. He couldn't help but laugh. He paused, then said, "That's right, Lingwen. Qiying chased after you at Puqi Monastery. Where is he now?" Lingwen said, "I don't know. After entering Bronze Cauldron Mountain, there were too many inhuman creatures. Prince Qiying lost him. I also don't know where he is now." Pei Ming sighed to Lingwen. "You actually didn't tell me that you were the one who took away Su Li's last hope. How unkind." Xiaolian then remembered that Pei Ming was also from Su Li. However, he didn't seem to have any feelings for Su Li after all. He was only a general, not the monarch. Moreover, before ascending, he was tricked by the monarch, so there wasn't any sorrow in his words. It was mostly mockery. However, Xiaolian was worried that talking too much about Su Li would anger Embroidered Clothes Immortal, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, "Sanlang, actually I have a question." After entering the canyon, Hua Chong had been observing the mountains on both sides with rapt attention. He said, "Ask." Xiaolian said, "What is the copper cauldron of Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Is it really a big cauldron?" Hua Chong smiled and retracted his gaze, saying, "Of course not. However, Big Brother asked at the right time." He raised his hand and said, "Just in time, we can see it now." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and for a moment, they couldn't help but stop their footsteps. Xiaolian said, "That is Copper Cauldron?" Hua Chong crossed his arms and said, "Correct." In the depths of his pitch-black eyes, there was a mountain far, far away. Far away on the horizon, high above the world, above the peaks of the mountain, it was a deep blue color. The peak of the mountain was surrounded by a sea of clouds and wind, and a layer of snow could be faintly seen, as if it was an ice field that never melted. Hua Chong slowly said, "Copper Cauldron is an active volcano, and also the center of the entire Bronze Cauldron Mountain. When the Ghost King is born, it will awaken." Xiaolian said, "The volcano will erupt?" Hua Chong said, "Yes. Therefore, the Ghost King of the impasse will be accompanied by raging flames, magma, and earth-shattering disasters." Imagining the fiery scene that would make one's eyes red, Xiaolian became slightly absent-minded. Pei Ming said, "It's too far. At this speed, not counting the time spent fighting with the ghosts, it will still take a long time." Xiaolian nodded, saying, "That's why the battles in the past were like difficult childbirth." Hua Chong smiled, saying, "Big Brother's analogy is very clever." After saying that, he suddenly stopped and said, "We're here?" Xiaolian was stunned so fast. Hua Chong said, "We're here. However, it's not Copper Cauldron, it's Wuyong Celestial Temple." Sure enough, in the center of the canyon ahead, a tall and crooked temple appeared. This was the second Wuyong Celestial Temple they encountered. Xiaolian almost couldn't help but want to rub his eyes, asking doubtfully, "Is this temple real?" He couldn't be blamed for this. In fact, almost everyone doubted whether this temple was real or not, because its appearance was simply too abrupt. It should not have appeared here at all. Who had ever seen a temple built on a narrow mountain path in a canyon? What kind of bullshit feng shui was this? Even if they couldn't think it through and had to build it in such a place, they should at least build it on the side. However, this Wuyong Divine Temple was built in the middle of the canyon, like a brainless bully, directly blocking the way through the canyon. Pei Ming said in a low voice, "There must be something wrong with this. Everyone be careful." Lingwen, who was on Pei Su's shoulder, struggled to raise her head, saying, "Everyone, if you don't want to enter it, you can actually fly over the cliff and walk over the walls." Xiaolian said, "No. We have to go in and see if there are any murals." Hua Chong said, "Big Brother, don't worry. If you want to see it, go ahead. It's not a big deal." With that said, everyone inexplicably calmed down, and the group slowly approached. They walked all the way to the front of the temple, but nothing unusual happened. Passing through the gate, he entered the main hall. Sure enough, the walls of this divine hall were also pitch black after being burnt by the fire. With a light poke, a small hard fragment fell off, just like the previous divine hall. Xiaolian had been very vigilant at first, but now that there seemed to be nothing hiding in the dark, he felt slightly relieved. Thus he said, "Let's do it." Not long after, the charred black protective layer on the wall was removed bit by bit, revealing the murals behind. Xiaolian and Huacheng carefully studied it together. The contents of the murals in this temple were completely different from the previous one. They looked from the top level. On the top of the painting, a white-clothed youth was sitting on a jade couch. He had handsome features, and it was Crown Prince Wu Yong. His eyes were closed, and looking at his posture, he seemed to be meditating. However, it was not peaceful. This Crown Prince frowned, and a few drops of cold sweat seemed to flow down his forehead. There were 4 people around him, and their faces were full of worry. They were the 4 guardian deities in the previous mural, and their hair and clothes were exactly the same as the previous mural. Continuing to look down, the protective layer was still slowly falling off, and had not been completely removed. Xiaolian saw a mess of red, and frowned slightly, saying, "Strange." He stretched out his hand and touched the wall gently and said doubtfully, "Is this mural not well preserved?" Although he could not see clearly what was painted, he could see that the lines and colors were blurry and hazy, as if it was shrouded in a layer of light smoke. However, this mural was formed by a spell, so how could it not be well preserved like a real mural? Huacheng was also looking carefully, and he frowned, saying, "Wait a little longer." The 2 of them looked at each other, and when the charred black hard objects disappeared, and the painting was complete, they took a few steps back, and looked at it again side by side. When the whole painting came into view, Xiaolian's breath stopped slightly, and he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Chapter 156. Huacheng said in a deep voice, "No. It's the human world." It was indeed the human world, because what was depicted in the painting was densely packed houses, trees, and people. However, they were all submerged in an endless sea of fire and flowing magma. The blurry red that Xiaolian saw just now was the color of fire. The houses and trees were burning, and the people's bodies were on fire. They were screaming. The distorted face was too lifelike. Xiaolian seemed to be able to hear their screams. At the center of the painting there was a bright red mountain in the painting, which looked like a giant furnace that was burning red. It was very terrifying. And those flames and magma were all spat out from the mouth of this mountain. Xiaolian said, "The meaning of this mural is a volcanic eruption, the destruction of the Wuyong kingdom?" Huacheng said, "Yes. That's not right either." Xiaolian understood. This statement is not accurate, because this is a dream. The tragedy of the human world below should be depicting Prince Wuyong's dream. Prince Wuyong and the 4 protectors' bodies were painted with golden light, indicating that at this time, he had already ascended, and he was being tortured by a nightmare, so the content, lines, and colors of the dream were all illusory, as opposed to real. Some heavenly officials had powerful magical powers and extraordinary talents. After seeing some small signs, they could peek into the future in their dreams. In other words, they could have prophetic dreams. I wonder if the dream of His Highness the Crown Prince, did it come true? Was this how the Wuyong kingdom perished? After pondering for a moment, Xiaolian said, "Someone must want to tell us something. The story of this mural should follow on from the last one, I thought. When we reach the vicinity of the final copper furnace, we will definitely be able to answer many questions." At this moment, Lingwen looked out the window and said, "Everyone, there is something I have to ask. Don't you think it's strange?" Pei Ming said, "What's strange?" Lingwen said, "I don't know if I remembered wrongly, but were these 2 mountain walls so close before?" Everyone looked out the window. Sure enough, when they came in just now, the mountain wall outside was about 10 feet away from the window. However, at this moment it was extremely close, as if it was about to touch them. Just as Xiaolian was about to go over to investigate, he heard a series of strange kala-kala and creak-creak-creak sounds as if earth, wood, and bricks were being squeezed. This time everyone felt it. What's going on? The tiles under his feet were shaking, and the ceiling above his head was also shaking. One by two, gravel fell and dust rustled. Pei Ming said, "The ground moved." As soon as he finished speaking, a few terrifying wrinkles were squeezed out of the wall. Xiaolian said, "It's not an earthquake. It was the mountain walls on both sides that were pressing towards the Wuyong Divine Hall in the middle." With no time to explain, he shouted, "Run!" Without needing him to say anything, Pei Ming had already kicked down a wall and opened up an exit. Everyone broke through the wall and ran forward. However, they were still running inside the Wuyong Divine Hall because this Divine Hall was very deep and long. Aside from the main hall, there were many side halls, small halls, incense rooms, Taoist rooms, and so on. As a result, everyone could only break down walls and kick down doors as they ran. At this time, the martial god style of action was a great help. However, just as they passed through two small halls, a large rock half the height of a person smashed through the roof and suddenly fell at Xiao Yan's feet. This was a large rock that had fallen from the mountain walls on both sides. The rumbling sounds continued as more and more large rocks fell from the sky. The large ones were the size of water tanks, directly smashing through the roof. The small ones were the size of a human head, falling from a high altitude with astonishing power. Fortunately, there was a layer of roof blocking them, and everyone's skills weren't bad, so they were able to dodge in time. Only Hua Chang was the most leisurely. As Xiao Yan ran and dodged, he suddenly heard him say, "Gidge, are you coming?" Turning his head to look, Hua Chang was following closely beside him, steady as if he was flying. Who knew where he had taken out his red umbrella, but he was currently smiling at him from under the umbrella. As for those falling rocks, Hua Chang held the umbrella with one hand and didn't even shake it. Xiao Yan immediately hid under the umbrella and said, "That was close, that was close. Luckily San Lang was here." Hua Chang smiled and considerately tilted the umbrella towards him a little. He said, "Come over here a little." Even though it was untimely, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel moved. He said, "Aren't you tired holding up like this? Do you want me to hold the umbrella for you?" The rest of the people ran and dodged, running like crazy. Seeing how relaxed they were, they couldn't help but say, "Hey, this isn't too fair. Master Hua Chang, can I ask if you have any extra umbrellas? Can I borrow a place to hide for a while?" Hua Chang faked a smile and said, "I don't have any. I can't." In the midst of everyone's protests, Xiao Yan also felt a little embarrassed. He said, "This mountain is really strange." As he said this, he wanted to slip away. However, Hua Chang unobtrusively grabbed him and calmly explained to him, "Brother is right. This mountain is indeed strange, the most strange of all strange. There are 3 big mountains in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, called Old, Sick, and Dead. Although they are no different from ordinary mountains, they can move freely within the range of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Therefore, some people regard them as the landmark of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Rocks fell from above, but everything under the umbrella was harmonious." Xiao Yan said, "So that's how it is." Previously, when Rongguang was disguised as the killer Quick Blade Demon, the mountain that blocked our path, was it one of these 3 mountain monsters? Lingwen bounced up and down on Pei Su's back, still trying hard to communicate. She said, "No wonder this Wuyong shrine was built in the middle of the canyon. I'm afraid the place it chose to stay wasn't this strange. It was those 2 mountain monsters that took the initiative to attack." Xiao Yan said, however, "Old age, sick and dead. Since there is old age, sick and dead, what about life?" Hua Chang said, "Unfortunately, there is no life. At least I haven't seen it before." Xiao Yan said, "Does that mean there's no way to live? That's really cruel." Then Banyu said, "The mountain walls are still closing in. When they first entered the canyon, the mountain path was about a dozen feet wide. The further they went, the narrower it became. When they arrived in front of the Wuyong shrine, the path was less than 10 feet wide. But now, the distance between the 2 sides of the mountain walls was less than 3 feet. The houses and walls were all squeezed until they were wrinkled. This was because the Wuyong shrine used stone beams and other hard building materials to block the 2 sides of the mountain walls. However, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Pei Ming said, "The front and back are blocked. Let's break through the roof and go up. It's not a big deal to face the rain of rocks, just smash the falling rocks." However, Xiao Yan said, "No. Right now, there is still the Wuyong shrine blocking the way. If we go up, if the 2 mountain monsters hit each other in midair, we will be directly killed by them." As they spoke, the 2 sides closed in even faster. Kala, the place where everyone could stand was less than 2 feet wide. Even under such circumstances, Lingwen still couldn't move. She couldn't help but say, "Everyone, can you quickly take some measures? If you can't, can you let me go and let me take the measures myself?" I don't want to be sandwiched to death, thank you. How could it be so easy to think of a solution when the fire was burning their buttocks? When the space continued to shrink until it was only the length of a person, Pei Ming suddenly shouted and leaped into the air. He pressed his hands against the left side of the mountain wall, and his feet against the right side of the mountain wall. His entire body turned into a thorn that was stuck between the two mountains. He said, even if I'm sandwiched to death, I don't fucking want to be sandwiched to death by this thing. I'll hold on first. Hurry up and think of a way. Everyone was shocked by his move. Lingwen barely gave him a thumbs up and said, Old Pei, you're a real man. Pei Ming gritted his teeth and said, You're welcome. There was no need to mention the martial god's strength. The two mountain walls were still closing in on the middle, as though they were forcefully stuck by Pei Ming and had fallen into a stalemate. However, this was the result of Pei Ming using all of his arcane energy. He definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Just as Xiao Lian was thinking of a way to escape, the two mountain monsters had the upper hand and pressed down on Pei Ming's knees. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Pei Su said, General, I will help you. He threw Lingwen, who was on his shoulder, to Half Moon and joined the ranks of the human thorns. However, he was immortal now. Where would he get his divine power? Lingwen with the embroidered clothes immortal could do it, but he was too dangerous. Letting him out would only add fuel to the fire. It was equivalent to falling into a wolf's den and stepping on a poisonous snake. Thus, Half Moon threw Lingwen down and said, I'll help too. However, she was a little girl after all and couldn't compare to the long arms and legs of the two grown men. She was too short and couldn't get stuck on the wall. She could only slap Pei Su's back and transfer her arcane energy to him. Pei Su and Pei Ming slowly straightened their knees. The two of them released their power and their faces were blood red. Their veins were bulging. Hua Cheng, who had the strongest arcane energy in the group, was watching from the side with a red umbrella. He wasn't enthusiastic at all. Suddenly, Xiao Lian punched his palm and said, I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. He had a plan. Xiao Lian said, since we can't go forward or up, then we'll go down. We'll dig a hole and hide. Lingwen immediately said, Good idea. Please start now. Pei Ming clenched her teeth and said, Then, I'll have to trouble you. Hurry up. Xiao Lian said, Okay. He had long since used his heart to crazily dig a hole in the ground, causing sand, stones, and dirt to fly everywhere. On the side, Hua Cheng held an umbrella for him. Not only did he not work, he even advised, Gidge, don't dig anymore. Sit down and rest. Everyone couldn't help but say, Master Hua. Hua Cheng said, Why did you call me? Lingwen collapsed on the ground and said, Master Hua, you and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are also here. If you have any moves, can you help us? After all, no one wants to become a rock with stuffing. There was also a sentence that everyone was too embarrassed to say. If you don't have any moves, can I trouble you to go up and be a meat splinter? Although Xiao Lian was anxious, he instinctively trusted him. As he dug a hole, he said, Sanlang, do you have a plan? Hua Cheng smiled and said, Gidge, just wait. There's no need for you to do anything. It'll be done in a while. Right now their butts were on fire. Although everyone felt that he should have a plan, they still couldn't help but feel that their butts were burning. Lingwen was about to say something when Xiao Lian suddenly said, What's that sound? Amidst the rumbling of the falling boulders, another strange sound appeared and quickly approached. Kacha kacha. Kacha kacha kacha. Extremely fast it got closer and closer. Moreover, Xiao Lian felt that this sound was a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He stopped digging frantically and said, Could this be? Just as he finished speaking, the ground at his feet suddenly caved in, revealing a black hole big enough for two people to crawl into. Inside the hole, the head of a shovel rose up, reflecting a snow-white light. The treasured shovel of a Earth Master. That shovel shone brightly and quickly retreated back into the hole. Hua Cheng said, A bit late, but we made it in time. Let's go. Without another word, Xiao Lian first grabbed Lingwen and threw him in, followed by Half Moon, Pei Su, and Pei Ming. Without the splinter stuck in the middle, the two mountain monsters suddenly sped up. Amidst the creaking sounds, Hua Cheng grabbed Xiao Lian by the waist and said, Let's go. With that, he carried him and jumped into the tunnel. Xiaolian only felt that he was immersed in darkness. Immediately after, a loud crash came from above. The two large mountains had finally completely merged. If they were still up there, they would definitely have been crushed into meat patties. After calming down from the shock, a few small flames ignited in the darkness. Xiaolian looked at the tunnel they were currently in. It was neither wide nor narrow, neat and tidy. It was worthy of being a tunnel dug by a geomaster's treasure shovel. The people who had landed first were all lying on the ground, panting slightly. Hua Cheng let go of his waist, and Xiaolian also unconsciously removed his hand from his shoulder. He looked at the black-clothed man holding the shovel. That black-clothed man was also panting. Holding the shovel, he wiped a few drops of cold sweat. Xiaolian walked a few steps closer and carefully sized him up. This person looked like a clean and tidy youth. He was handsome and his looks were at least 7 out of 10. However, he did not have much of a personality. Presumably, he was the kind of person who did not have much of a presence. Xiaolian walked in front of him. The black-clothed man raised his head and said, "Your Highness, Crown Prince." Without waiting for him to finish, Xiaolian already grabbed his wrist and said, "Where is Wind Master?" The black-clothed man was stunned and said, "Ah? Is this I don't know." Xiaolian exhaled and said solemnly, "Why is Sire Blackwater acting? Your revenge is your own matter. But Wind Master has a friendship with you after all. Furthermore, he has not done anything that goes against the heavens and reason, I hope." At this moment, Lingwen interrupted him and said, "Blackwater? Your Highness, why do you think he is Blackwater? His face looks different." Xiaolian turned back and said doubtfully, "Because he is holding the Geomaster's treasure shovel. Also, don't you know the key to shape-shifting? This face is so ordinary that it can't be pulled out of a pile of shame. It must be a fake face." First of all, there was the method of shape-shifting, and the face of this black-clothed youth perfectly fulfilled the first requirement of an excellent fake skin: ordinary and mediocre. Even if one stared at his face for 2 hours and fell asleep, they would completely forget what he looked like the next day. Wasn't it definitely a fake face? However, after a while the black-clothed youth said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I really look like this." Hua Cheng also walked over and coughed softly. "Brother, this is really not Blackwater." Hua Cheng said, "This is indeed his real face." So this was a real passerby face. Xiaolian covered his forehead and immediately put his palms together. He bowed slightly and apologized. "I'm sorry." He actually took it for granted and said in front of the black-clothed youth that his face was ordinary and couldn't be pulled out of a pile of shame. It couldn't be helped because his face was really too standard of shape-shifting. The black-clothed youth was also extremely embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. It's okay. I'm already used to it." Chapter 157. Hearing this address, Xiaolian was startled. Only then did he notice that the young man's voice was a little familiar. He must have heard it a few times before. He then looked at the young man's wrist. Although the wrist was covered by the sleeve, he could confirm it. Under the sleeve, there must be a black curse hidden there. Pei Ming also stood up. He further confirmed the identity of this black-robed youth. "His Highness Inu? It was true. I didn't expect to see you here. What are you?" Yining scratched the bridge of her nose with her jade-like fingertips and returned the greeting. He said, "Lingwen Jinjuan. General Pei, little General Pei." Suddenly a voice snorted, guiding Jade. "You're the Inu who was utterly defeated by your own junior brother?" The expressions of the few heavenly officials stiffened. The voice continued, "I say, aren't you too useless? Not to mention being demoted." He directly went to work as a thug and compared himself to that Quan Yizhen. "You're really not doing well. And you're his senior brother." This voice came from Rongguang, who was hiding in the jar. Pei Su immediately stuck a talisman on him to shut him up, although he was also one of Jun Wu's subordinates. He was just a servant under the city lord of Hua City, so there was no difference. However, the god priest of the past. Today he was the ghost emissary, and now he was in the same room with so many immortal friends of the past. To make an analogy, it was like a constable becoming a thief and being caught by his old colleague. The atmosphere was filled with an awkward atmosphere. No one knew what to say. so Inu could only silently turn around and continue digging with the Earthmaster shovel. Pei Ming was still concerned about the whereabouts of her friend's younger brother. She said, "Since Hua City Lord was able to obtain the Earthmaster shovel, it means that the two of you are still in contact? I recall that when I asked His Highness the Crown Prince about it, the Crown Prince even defended you, saying that you weren't familiar with the Darkwater Profound Ghost and didn't know his whereabouts. Can I trouble you to inform that Profound Ghost to release him if he didn't kill Qing Xian?" But Huacheng said, "You're wrong. I really don't know where Blackwater is. Where did this shovel come from?" Huacheng said, "I picked it up. Even if he didn't admit it, what could he do? They couldn't do anything to him. Furthermore, everyone needed his help in this situation." Pei Ming could only say, "All right. City Lord Hua's luck is really good, to be able to pick up a treasure so easily." Ling Wan, who was being carried on Pei Su's shoulder, said out of habit, "This treasured spade belongs to the heavenly officials of the heavenly courtyard. Shouldn't City Mistress Hua return it to its rightful owner?" Before he could finish his sentence, he realized that he was no longer serving the heavenly courtyard. No, there was no need for him to help collect the debt. Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. When he was still thinking whether he should ask secretly, he heard Huacheng whisper in a voice that only he could hear, "Heishui" through it. After he stopped pretending to be a geomancer, he left the shovel in the ghost city and ran away. "Before entering Bronze Cauldron Mountain, I thought it might be useful, so I sent someone to retrieve it." Xiaolian said, "So that's how it is. I had thought that I would be able to find out the whereabouts of the Wind Master. This treasured spade is just right for dealing with the mountain monsters. San Lang has truly considered everything thoroughly, and has calculated every possibility." Huacheng said, "It's just that I was chased by the mountain monsters back then, so I learned my lesson." Xiaolian couldn't help but imagine Huacheng's appearance as a newbie when he first entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain. At this moment, a few small silver lights lit up in the darkness. It was the faint phosphorescence of the dead spirit butterflies. Xiaolian held onto a small silver butterfly as he looked up and said, "What exactly is this mountain monster? Why are they attacking us?" Huacheng said, "It's hard to say. When I came, they had already existed for a long time. However, they didn't attack us. They would stop anyone who wanted to enter Bronze Cauldron Mountain. If they couldn't stop them, they would attack." Xiaolian said, "Attack indiscriminately? If that's the case, it's the same as our goal. Right now, the Rainmaster and Prince Qiying are both in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. I hope they won't be in danger." Inu had been diligently digging the earth. When he heard Xiaolian mention Quanesian, his movements seemed to slightly slow down. Xiaolian noticed it and swept his eyes over him. He remembered that when he was wearing a mask, he had met Quanesian once. However, at that time, Inu acted as if he didn't know Quanesian at all. If Quanesian knew that the person standing in front of him was his senior, what would he do? Lingwen reluctantly raised his head and said, "Your Highness Inu, have you seen Prince Qiying? He came to my Lingwen Palace Hall and asked me to help him find you many times." Inu paused for a moment and said, Is that so?" Lingwen said, "Yes. When you first went down, he came almost once a day. Later on, there was no news of him. He only came once every 3 days, once a month, and not long ago, once a year. He always felt that there was a misunderstanding between you and the embroidered gown immortal. He wanted to hear your explanation and help you explain to others. However, there was no news from you. Inu didn't say anything. He just sighed and dug even more fiercely. Xiaolian said in his heart, "He doesn't want to talk anymore." Lingwen was also a smart person. He could hear this, so he kept his mouth shut and left Inu to concentrate on clearing the way. After an unknown amount of time, Inu finally said, "City Master, Your Highness the Crown Prince, we've already advanced 30 li underground. Should we continue digging?" When that Earth Master shovel moved through the earth, it moved like the wind, as if it was cutting tofu. Furthermore, there wasn't any debris piled up. In addition, the group of people had the mentality of escaping, so they walked even faster than if they were walking on the ground. In a short while, they had actually run 30 li. When Xiaolian heard him ask him, he felt it was a bit strange. He warmly said, "You don't have to ask me." Huacheng said, "It's the same no matter who you ask. What does brother think?" Xiaolian thought for a moment and said, when we were attacked by the mountain monsters, we were almost out of the canyon. 30 li should be far enough. There isn't enough air circulation underground. If we stay here any longer, I'm afraid we'll get dizzy. Let's dig upwards. Inu answered yes. He immediately changed his direction and dug upwards diagonally. He even built beautiful dirt steps. Xiaolian thought to himself, this person is really good to be an assistant. His hands and feet are nimble, and he doesn't say a single word of nonsense. Everyone followed behind Inu and walked up a few dozen steps. Suddenly, Xiaolian felt his feet step on a hard protrusion. It didn't seem like a rock, nor did it seem like mud. Lowering his head, he squatted down and used his hands to dig. After a moment, he frowned slightly. When Huacheng saw this, he said, "Brother, don't move." However, it was already too late. When Xiaolian stood up, his left hand was already holding up a skeleton. His right hand was also holding up a skeleton. He said, "Everyone, I have a question. Did we dig into a mass grave?" Meanwhile, Pei Ming also pulled out a thigh bone from the dirt wall at the side. He sighed and said, "Probably." Looking at this bone, it was definitely a stunning beauty with slender legs when she was alive. For her bones to be buried here, it really is a pity. Huacheng said, "It's a pity. It's true that the legs were long, but this is a man's bone." When Pei Ming heard that it wasn't a woman, she threw away the thigh bone with a lack of interest. Huacheng then said, "To be precise, it's the bone of a man who transformed into a ghost. Therefore, there's definitely corpse poison on it." Pei Ming spread out his palms. Sure enough, the places where his hands had gripped the bone started to emit a cyan corpse aura. Lingwen said, "Can't you control your own hands? Can you?" Pei Su said, "Corpse poison, no harm. General, army is a heavenly magistrate. Once it'll be fine." Truthfully speaking, that thigh bone wasn't only slender, it was also quite sturdy. When it was waved around, it gave off a strong gust of wind. Pei Ming still picked it up and wrapped a few strips of cloth around its end. It seemed like he was planning on using it as a weapon. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, how come you're fine holding those two skulls?" Xiaolian gently put down the two skeletons and spread out his hands towards everyone. As it turned out, the palms of his hands were also cyan. However, that cyan color was rapidly fading away. Xiaolian said, "To tell you the truth, the number of times I've been poisoned by corpse poison, if not 1,000, then at least 800. Therefore, right now my resistance is already extremely strong. This level of corpse poison is still fine." Hearing this, everyone felt inexplicably comical and wanted to laugh. However, Huacheng didn't seem very happy. When he walked over, he stomped the two skeletons into pieces. Xiaolian was originally quite at ease, but after hearing these two rough and even fierce crack-crack sounds, he sensitively caught on to Huacheng's unhappy mood. He wanted to ask what was going on, but he inexplicably felt that Xiaolian's unhappiness seemed to be caused by him. Thus he was too stunned to ask. After a short while, he heard Huacheng calmly say, "Why did it take so long to dig? The distance between this tunnel and the surface should be at most 20 feet. Even if digging diagonally upwards would take a bit longer, it shouldn't take this long to dig." Inu gloomily said, "I also find it strange. Wait, we're here, we've dug through." Just as Huacheng finished asking, the front end of the Earthmaster's shovel dug through. After digging through, Inu dug out a large hole with the shovel a few times. Taking the lead, he jumped out and said, "We're out." Everyone climbed out. However, when their feet stepped onto the surface, they all felt strange. Pei Ming said, "We've returned to the surface? It can't be. What place is this?" The place they came out from was definitely not the surface. That was because the light was extremely dim. Lingwen said, "Just now when we left the canyon it was still daytime. There's no reason for the sky to darken so quickly." Several dead spirit butterflies flew out with a faint phosphorescent glow and circled around. Everyone could finally see where they were now. This was a huge cave. It was spacious, and the dome was extremely high and wide, like the ink-colored night sky. In all directions there were countless small caves, and each cave led in a different direction. Xiaolian curiously asked, "Was this place artificially dug? Or was it naturally formed?" Huacheng crossed his arms and glanced at it before saying, "It was naturally formed. Although he still answered all of Xiaolian's questions, Xiaolian kept thinking about the small bit of abnormality he had felt just now. Hua Chong then said, "The digging point we chose just now just happened to be pressed against this mountain. We dug into this mountain." Xiaolian nodded and said, "So that's how it was. Then let's hurry and find an exit." Peisu said, "But which way do we go?" This was truly a difficult problem. Other than those small holes that a person couldn't fit through, there were still 7 or 8 holes that a person could pass through. Xiaolian crossed his arms and pondered. Peisu said, "Split, can we move?" "As fast as we can." Xiaolian put down his arms and said, "No, moving separately is a big taboo. If there's something hiding in the dark, it'll be too easy to destroy them one by one. It's better to find the right path slowly than to split up." Pei Ming held the new weapon made from the thigh bone in her hand. She seemed to be addicted to waving it around as she said, "Then let's move together. We'll take this path first." Thus, everyone chose a path and moved together. Hua Chong and Xiaolian took the lead. After walking silently for a while, Xiaolian probed in a small voice, "San Lang?" Hua Cheng's expression had already warmed up. He said, "Brother, do you want to ask something?" Xiaolian couldn't really ask him if he was a little angry just now, so he casually said, "Nothing. It's just that this cave is as winding as intestines. I feel a little dizzy walking." When Hua Chong heard this, he immediately said, "Then do you want to rest for a bit?" He wasn't joking at all. Xiaolian hurriedly said, "No need, no need." Behind him, Pei Ming said, "I didn't hear wrong, right? Your Highness, you feel dizzy walking?" Xiaolian also felt that his words were a little embarrassing. He pretended not to hear Pei Ming's words and solemnly said, "Everyone, you must follow closely behind. It's easy to get into trouble at the corners of this cave." As he said this, he turned around and was stunned. He grabbed Hua Chong and said, "San Lang." Hua Chong said, "What?" As he turned around, he also frowned. There was actually no one behind them. Just a moment ago, Pei Ming was still mocking him not far behind. But now, in the dark cave, only the two of them were left. Hua Chong immediately put his arm around Xiaolian's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Brother, stay by my side. Don't wander around." Xiaolian also held his breath and became alert. He asked, "Is there something hidden in the mountain?" Hua Chong said, "There isn't. But there isn't anything scary." Chapter 158. Xiaolian softly said, "No matter what, it's impossible for him to appear behind us without making a single movement. He's done such a big thing." Even if Xiaolian didn't believe in his own insight, he still believed in Hua Chong. What's more, he really believed in his own intuition when it came to danger. Hua Chong said, "Let's go back. Let's take a look." The two walked side by side. They returned the same way they came. After walking for a while in the tunnel, they stopped. It wasn't that they wanted to stop, but they had nowhere else to go. They were forced to stop. The tunnel they came from, although it was twisted and twisted, there was only one path. However, they still hadn't returned. Yet a cold stone wall had appeared out of thin air. Both of their expressions didn't change. Xiaolian asked, "Is this an illusion or real?" A silver butterfly leisurely flew forward. He bumped into the uneven stone wall, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. It bounced back. Hua Chong said, "It's real." Xiaolian nodded and said, "Then it'll be very troublesome. Ghosts hit the wall. Common ones. There were two kinds of methods. The first was to make you see illusions. That is, you thought there was a stone wall here, but in reality there wasn't. It was just an illusion. This kind was also very easy to break. You could directly go up and touch it. Otherwise, you could slap yourself in the face and pour a bucket of cold water over yourself. Then you could go up and touch it again. The second kind was to make your memory of the road, sense of direction, and other senses become confused. This kind was slightly more powerful. For example, at a fork in the road, you thought you chose the left, but in reality, your mind was absent-minded and you went right. There was also the so-called ghost turning in circles, but it was just a small trick. When a person took a step with their left foot and right foot, there was already a subtle deviation in the distance between their steps. Non-human things would confuse your mind and expand this deviation. Unknowingly, when you walked down the road, you thought it was a straight line, but in reality it was a big circle. After circling back, you would feel strange. Why did I return here again? But for the two of them, these two kinds of methods were insignificant. This icy cold stone wall was actually the third type. It really existed. Xiao was just thinking about whether or not to violently break through this stone wall to see what was going on behind it, when he heard Huacheng say, "Brother, give me your hand." Xiao question mark. Although he was puzzled, he still obediently gave his hand to Huacheng. Huacheng gently grasped his hand and placed it in his palm. His other hand covered it as if he was putting something on it. Xiao also held his breath for a moment. A moment later, he raised his hand and asked curiously, "This is?" A thin red line appeared on the third finger of his left hand. It was Huacheng who had personally tied it for him. Moreover, this red line continued to extend and connected with the red line on Huacheng's finger. Huacheng raised his own hand and showed him the same little butterfly-shaped red knot on both of their hands. He smiled and said, "We've tied them together." Hearing this, Xiao felt his face heat up. He didn't know if he was too sensitive, but he quickly rubbed his face twice, as if he was afraid that Huacheng would notice that his heart was beating much faster than usual. He smiled and asked, "Is this some kind of spell?" "Yes." Huacheng's expression turned serious. He put down his hand and said, "Although we won't take the initiative to separate, it's just in case. This thread would not break, nor would it be short. As long as the thread doesn't break, we know that the person on the other end is fine. Unless the person is gone, we can definitely follow this thread to find the person on the other end of the red line." Xiao asked, "Gone? What do you mean?" Huacheng said, "Dead or vanishing into thin air." Xiao was about to speak when he suddenly heard a faint tremor coming from the distance. He listened attentively for a moment before saying, "Who's punching?" This strength and frequency made it seem as if someone was smashing the mountain with one punch after another. Xiao said, "This kind of strength definitely isn't from an ordinary person. It must be a martial god. Could it be General Pei?" Huacheng said, "It's coming from the front." This front naturally referred to the place where they originally planned to go. However, because Pei Ming and the others disappeared halfway, they had no choice but to turn back. However, Pei Ming and the others had disappeared behind them. How could they suddenly run to the front? And if it wasn't Pei Ming, who could it be? The two of them looked at each other and walked side by side to see what was going on. Halfway through, the sound of fists hitting the mountain suddenly disappeared. They didn't know if it was intentional or if it was due to exhaustion. However, since they were already here, how could they give up halfway? Thus, Xiao and Huacheng continued walking towards the place where the sound came from. Several silver butterflies fluttered in front of the dark blue tunnel, illuminating the path ahead. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something strange on the stone wall to the side. "What's that? A red line?" Looking at it from afar, he really couldn't tell what it was. However, it was very strange. It looked like a red line, but it was much thicker than a red line. Furthermore, it was constantly twisting, making it look more like a long red worm. Xiaoyan slowly walked to the side of the stone wall. After carefully looking at it, he said, "Isn't this a half-moon scorpion snake?" Sure enough, it was the lower body of a purplish-red scorpion snake. It was exposed outside the wall and was constantly twisting. Its upper body seemed to be buried in the stone wall. Xiaoyan said, "Did it drill into a hole and can't climb out?" Huacheng said, "I'm afraid not. This scorpion snake's entire body was suspended in midair. Snakes didn't know how to climb walls, so how could it swim to such a high place before drilling into a hole? Moreover, there were many holes on this stone wall. Even if it wanted to drill into a hole, why did it have to drill into such a small one? This hole was also very strange. It seemed to perfectly fit the shape of the snake's body, which was why it was stuck." Xiaoyan wanted to grab that snake and pull it out to take a look. However, that snake was extremely vigilant. It madly swung its scorpion tail, randomly stabbing and almost stabbing Xiaoyan. Thus Huacheng flicked it. Although it seemed like a casual flick, that snake seemed to be scared stiff and didn't dare to move. Xiaoyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly closed his mouth and said, "Did you hear that?" Huacheng also said, "I heard it." The two of them looked forward at the same time. In the darkness, a low breathing sound could be heard. It was very steady and very gentle. The two dead spirit butterflies played with each other as they flew towards the source of the breathing sound. The higher they flew, the higher the silver light also rose. Gradually it reflected a pair of hands. This was a pair of human hands. A man's hands. The back of the hands were blood-stained and riddled with scars. They drooped as if they were dead. Further up, it reflected a messy human head. The human head also drooped as if it were dead. However, it didn't have a lower body. Yes, the person hanging high up on the stone wall didn't have a lower body. Only his upper body was revealed. It was as if he had grown out of the stone wall out of thin air. In the past, Xiaolian had seen some nobles. When they hunted a rare prey, they would chop off the head of the prey and use a medicinal solution to prevent it from rotting. Then, they would hang it on the wall of their own mansion for people to view. The scene before him made him involuntarily think of the tiger, deer, wolf, and other beasts' heads that were lined up on the wall. However, this person was clearly still breathing. He was still alive. Xiaolian walked a step closer and said, "What is this thing? The original body of the mountain monster?" However, there wasn't any response from his side. Xiaolian suddenly felt a chill crawl up his scalp. He abruptly turned his head around. Sure enough, Hua Cheng had disappeared. Xiaolian said, "San Lang?" Naturally, no one answered. However, the person hanging on the wall mumbled a few words. It seemed like he was about to wake up and was talking in his sleep. Right now, Xiaolian had absolutely no interest in caring about him. He circled around in place twice before suddenly remembering the red thread that Hua Cheng had tied on his hand. Sure enough, that red thread was still there. It hadn't been broken. Thus, Xiaolian felt slightly relieved. He held onto this red thread, pulling it as he walked. As he walked, that line reached its end. The other end of this red thread was unexpectedly connected to a stone wall. Xiaolian was in disbelief. He pulled it a few more times, but there was still an unending stream of longer red threads being pulled out from the stone wall. This practically made him wonder if Hua Cheng was currently inside this stone wall. Once he thought of this possibility, Xiaolian didn't say anything else. He raised his heart and was about to break this wall. Who knew that before the tip of his sword could touch the stone wall, his vision suddenly went black. The stone wall in front of him seemed to have suddenly opened up a huge mouth. With a howl, it swallowed his entire body alive. The blackness in front of him didn't pass quickly. Instead, as Xiaolian was swallowed, it became an unending darkness. From all directions there was gravel and dirt pressing down on him. It was incomparably suffocating. Furthermore, the gravel and dirt were constantly moving. It felt as if he had been swallowed into the stomach of a giant demonic beast. Aside from him, this demonic beast had also eaten many other random things. In order to digest him, it was as if he had sunk into quicksand. The more he tried, the deeper he sank. Xiaolian was just about to break the wall and retreat when he remembered that Hua Cheng might also be inside. Instead of retreating, he advanced. As he waved his arms to break the sand and dirt, he pulled on the red thread and forced his way forward. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out in front of him and accurately grabbed onto his wrist. Xiaolian said, "Who?" He opened his mouth and ate a mouthful of dirt. He painfully spat it out. That hand grabbed him and pulled him into an embrace. A familiar voice rang out from above, "Gidge, it's me." When he heard this voice, Xiaolian's entire body relaxed. He hugged the other person tightly and blurted out, "That's great. The red thread didn't break. I really found you." Hua Cheng also hugged him tightly and said with certainty, "It didn't break. I also found you." As it turned out, the two of them had encountered the same strange thing. Xiaolian was observing the half-human hanging on the wall, while Hua Cheng was carefully observing his surroundings to guard against anything hiding in the darkness. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Xiaolian, who had been standing beside him, would disappear. Moreover, a stone wall had mysteriously appeared. Hua Cheng held onto the red thread and walked as he searched. When he discovered that the end of the red thread was connected to the wall, he simply went in to look for Xiaolian. In fact, in the beginning, there should have only been an extra wall between them. However, both of them thought that the other was inside the wall, so they coincidentally went in together. Xiaolian repeated countless times in his heart that Hua Cheng really thought of everything in advance. He said, "Fortunately, you connected a red thread. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if we could find you." No wonder General Pei and the others disappeared so suddenly. Turns out they weren't ambushed. Instead, they were swallowed by the mountain monsters. Huacheng said, "That's right. The location you chose was unfortunate. My shovel just happened to dig into the mountain monster's stomach." Xiaolian couldn't help but lightly cough. Yes, at this moment, they must be in the stomach of one of the 3 old, sick and dead mountain monsters. At that time, Inu asked Xiaolian if he wanted to dig upwards. The location he chose was coincidentally the mountain monster's resting place. Xiaolian gladly agreed. The sand and soil from all directions pressed down on the two's living space, making it more and more stuffy. Xiaolian felt that they shouldn't stay here for long. He said, "How do we get out now?" Huacheng said, "It's been dug through and isn't very happy. It's currently digesting us. It's slightly troublesome. But don't worry, brother, we'll get out." He then joked, "This is probably the feeling of dying in the same cave." Xiaolian was slightly stunned when he heard this. The corner of his mouth actually curled up slightly. However, he quickly suppressed it and said, "The half-human outside was probably swallowed by the mountain monster. The sound of fists hitting the mountain that we heard earlier was probably from him trying to escape and randomly smashing the stone walls. He was the same as the scorpion. He wasn't completely swallowed and was only half swallowed. So the effect was extremely terrifying." Huacheng said, "But he wasn't one of the people who came with us this time." Xiaolian suddenly remembered that messy hair and said, "Wait, I know who that is. I'm afraid that's Qiying." Huacheng seemed to think for a moment before remembering and said, "Oh, the one with curly hair. It should be him." Xiaolian said, "I don't know if he's all right. Did he faint? Just now I saw that he wasn't responding." Huacheng said, "He's fine. He fell asleep." Xiaolian asked, "How did you know?" Huacheng said, "I left a few silver butterflies outside and just sent them over. My right eye can now see the situation outside." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a soft "n," as if he had seen something strange. Xiaolian asked, "What's going on outside?" Huacheng didn't say anything. He slightly lowered his head and gently lifted Xiaolian's chin, pressing their foreheads against each other. Xiaolian suddenly opened his eyes, closed them and opened them again. He said, "This really is magical." His right eye unexpectedly saw a different scene from the one in front of him. Although it was pitch black, he could still make out a rough outline. This silver butterfly that was monitoring the outside world seemed to be hiding in a pile of weeds. Below the scene, a shadow was slowly approaching. Xiaolian said in a low voice, "Someone's coming. I don't know who it is. Where did you hide your silver butterfly? Won't it be discovered?" Huacheng said, "It's in his hair. It's hidden in the light, so it won't be discovered." That shadow finally walked close enough. When it raised its face, its complexion was pale. Chapter 159. It was indeed Inu. He was still holding the Earthmaster shovel, with this divine artifact in hand. Even if he was swallowed by the mountain monster, he could also quickly dig out a way to escape. Therefore, it was not strange for him to appear here. After all, the sound of Quan Yizhen pounding the wall just now could be considered earth-shattering. Because the scene that his left and right eyes saw was different, it was extremely uncomfortable. Xiaolian blinked lightly. He discovered that even if he closed his eyes, his right eye could still see the scene outside, so he simply closed his eyes. At this moment, his gaze suddenly shook slightly. Then, he suddenly swung left and right. It seemed that Quan Yizhen had finally woken up and shook his head. Seeing him raise his head, Inu's movements were extremely fast. He raised his hand and covered his face with the ghost mask. However, Quan Yizhen had no time to pay attention to him, because as soon as he woke up, his entire body shrank back fiercely. The mountain monster sucked a large part of Quan Yizhen's body. While his hands were still outside, Quan Yizhen continued to pound the wall and at the same time, tried his best to pull himself out. However, this mountain monster was probably 1,000 years old. His demonic power was profound. He opened his mouth wide and sucked again. Quan Yizhen sank deeper and deeper until the sound of pounding the wall disappeared. It seemed that both his hands were dragged into the stone wall. At this moment, the mountain monster stopped moving. However, Quan Yizhen only left his head exposed outside. He seemed to have only noticed that there was a person standing below and asked without hesitation, "Who are you?" Inu did not answer. Through the mask he shot out 2 gazes. That gaze was hair-raising. Xiaolian could not help but think. This doesn't look like a gaze that wants to reminisce about the past? Quan Yizhen continued to say without hesitation, "Is that a shovel in your hand? Help me dig open the wall, I want to come out." His words had always been like this. Innocent, matter-of-fact, fearless like a child. He did not even ask who the other party was and asked him to help. He did not even consider whether the strange shadow that appeared in this kind of situation and atmosphere would come to take his dog head. Hearing his words, Inu's hand that was holding the Earthmaster shovel gradually tightened. In a flash he grabbed the shiny shovel and slowly walked towards Quan Yizhen. Step by step he looked like a murderer who was about to commit a big crime. Xiaolian felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Wait, why do I feel like he's going to cut off Qiying's head with a shovel? But Huacheng said, who knows? Xiaolian. Huacheng continued, however, we can't let him kill Quan Yizhen for the time being. Right now, the mountain troll could only swallow him raw as it wasn't easy to digest. However, if Quan Yi really died and only his corpse was left, it would be much easier to digest. The mountain troll ate a god official and its magic power increased greatly. If we want to go out, I'm afraid it will be more troublesome. Xiaolian hurriedly said, wait. Sanlang, let's put aside whether it's good or not. Inu is your subordinate. Based on your understanding of him, do you think he would kill Qiying? What kind of hatred do they have? Qiying was so eager to find Inu. Since they were martial brothers of the same sect, after so many years, it was impossible for him not to see this person clearly. He thought it was because Quan Yizhen felt that Inu was worth it. Moreover, with Quan Yizhen's temperament, there was no way he would do something that would make people want to kill him. Huacheng said no. However, sometimes whether or not you want to kill someone isn't necessarily decided by 1 or 2 deep grudges. It could also come from some small things. Even small things that you yourself aren't aware of. Xiaolian asked, what small things? Just as he finished speaking, the scene he saw in his right eye changed. What he saw wasn't the red-clothed figure in Huacheng's heart, nor was it the scene of a man confronting a beast outside the stone wall. Instead, it was a main street. Xiaolian was just about to ask what it was when he heard a clamor coming from the front. He saw a group of Taoists gathered on the road. They seemed to be surrounding someone and angrily cursing. After taking a closer look, he discovered that there was a child squatting in the middle of this group of Taoists. His hair was curly and his face was covered in blood. If an ordinary child was surrounded and cursed like this, they would have long since been scared to tears. However, this child was only around 10 years old. Not only was he not afraid, he even seemed to be very excited. He looked left and right and clenched his fists, looking eager to give it a try. At this moment, a young Taoist pushed through the crowd and walked over. He said, forget it, don't scold him anymore. He should know that he was wrong. Xiaolian let out a soft sound. This young Taoist had bright eyes, a radiant face, and a perfectly straight back. It was actually Inu. However, he didn't know if it was because the current Inu was a real youth or because he was in high spirits, but he didn't have the kind of dullness that would come with the passage of time. Compared to the faint impression that was left in Xiaolian's mind when he first saw him, anyone who saw him would praise him as a good youth. They were practically 2 completely different people. Xiaolian thought to himself this time, he's not that ordinary after all. Huacheng laughed out loud. Who isn't a youth? Only then did Xiaolian realize that he had accidentally said it out loud. He said, Sanlang's right, I can even see this kind of thing. Huacheng said, it's not my right eye that sees it. Something else that sees it. I'm just borrowing it to take a look. Xiaolian said, wonderful method. Wonderful method. Huacheng said, it's simple. If you want to pick a subordinate, you can't do anything without turning the other person's background inside out. I'm pretty good at this. In the future, if there's a need, feel free to find me if you want to dig out someone's background. At this time, in the image that their right eye saw, another handsome Taoist who was about the same age as Inu angrily said, he knows his mistake, my ass. Look at his appearance, does it look like he knows his mistake? This little demon doesn't understand anything at all. Let's properly do our morning exercises, yet we were smashed by him with rocks and mud. We have to teach him a good lesson. Inyu stopped him and said, "Forget it, Jianyu. He's already been beaten to this state. Next time he definitely won't dare to do it again. You guys should have vented your anger already. What's there to teach him? If you teach him again, he'll die. Look at how this child is dressed. There must be no one at home, no one to teach him. Don't worry about him, go back and calm down." As Jianyu turned around, he angrily said, "I'm telling you, there's something wrong with this stinking brat's brain. He's not normal. Look at how he's still laughing after getting beaten up. He even wants to get beaten up again." As Inyu pushed them away, he said, "AI, you already said there's something wrong with his brain, why bother arguing with him?" It could be seen that at this time, Inyu's words carried a lot of weight among his fellow disciples. Although everyone was indignant, they still went back. Inyu looked at the child sitting on the ground and squatted down. Before he could open his mouth to speak, the child grabbed another handful of mud and threw it at his face. The expression on his face was still excited. Inyu was speechless for a moment. He wiped the mud off his face and said, "You little brat, why are you so mischievous? Why did you hit the Taoist priests of our monastery?" The child jumped up and assumed a fighting stance, saying, "Come and fight." Inyu stood up and said, "This stance was taught by us." "Who taught you?" The child only shouted, "Come and fight." He bounced up and down on the spot like a silly little monkey. At the same time, he continuously grabbed the mud and stones on the ground and threw them at his opponent. His technique was actually very accurate. Inyu was a few years older than him, so he couldn't fight with a child due to his status. However, he was beaten up by the child and said as he ran, "This technique was also taught by us. Did you secretly learn it from the top of the wall every day?" "Don't hit me," I said, "don't hit me." "I didn't hit you. Do you really like fighting that much?" Unexpectedly, after he said this, Quan Yizhen suddenly stopped and nodded. He rubbed his muddy hands and said, "I like it." He actually said it very seriously. Xiaolian and Inyu were stunned. It went without saying who this child was. Xiaolian couldn't help but sigh. Qiying is really a martial arts fanatic. A natural martial god. Although at this time everyone else thought that Quan Yizhen was a child with a mental problem, Xiaolian felt very close to him. Because towards something, one must first be crazy before they could become a god. Just from this point alone, those who could understand this kind of craziness could be considered to have a bit of potential and be a bit interesting. As for those who couldn't understand, they could only laugh at people who were crazy and stupid. From this moment on, it could already be determined that there was no hope on this path. Inyu was stunned for a moment, then he laughed again. However, he didn't laugh for long. In the next moment, his face was once again plastered with mud. He hurriedly said, "Hey, I said don't hit me. Listen to me. Then, do you want to become my disciple and learn how to fight?" Hearing this, Quan Yizhen's movements stopped. He grabbed the mud in his hand and didn't know whether it flew out or not. But Xiaolian didn't see whether he threw it out or not. Because at this moment, Inyu outside the stone wall nailed the Earthmaster shovel to the wall with a dang sound. He didn't really shovel off Quan Yizhen's head, but the sharp metal brushed past Quan Yizhen's face. It was extremely dangerous. The silver butterfly hidden in Quan Yizhen's hair was very stable. Although it wasn't startled by this sudden attack and flew away, the scene Xiaolian saw with his right eye changed. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Don't." Hua Chang seemed to have already expected this and said, "Look, I indeed have this inclination. However, my killing intent isn't heavy at the moment." Quan Yizhen only revealed his head and said, "You want to kill me?" Inyu didn't say anything. Quan Yizhen seemed very puzzled and asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Xiaolian also asked, "Did he do something wrong?" Hua Chang said, "It's hard to say. Gich, take a look yourself." After he finished speaking, a Taoist room with white walls and black tiles appeared in front of Xiaolian's right eye. Inyu looked a few years older than before. He was currently leaning over the writing desk in the Taoist room and writing at a very fast speed. Beside him was a large circle of fellow disciples who were complaining. "Senior brother Inyu, Quan Yizhen's table manners are too unsightly. Every time he eats he spills it all over the place. Furthermore, his appetite is 3 times bigger than other people's. He's just like a starving ghost. He monopolizes the rice bucket by himself, making it so that other people can't eat well. Senior brother Inu, I can't live with him anymore. I want to change rooms. He's always so angry when he wakes up. Every day I worry that he'll kick me and break my ribs. I can't afford to provoke him. I can't afford to provoke him. Senior brother Inu, I don't want to be in the same group as him. This brat never cooperates with others and doesn't care about others. He only cares about fighting randomly to show off. I'd rather be in the same group as the worst junior brother than be in the same group as him. Inu felt dizzy from listening to all this. He said, okay. Then how about this? I'll investigate first. After the investigation, I'll think about how to deal with it. You guys can go back first. The one who slammed the table the most fiercely complaining was naturally Jianyu. He was obviously dissatisfied with this result and said, Inu, you really shouldn't have let Master take that brat as a disciple. He's really troublesome. You see, he's been here for so long. When hasn't his atmosphere been foul? When hasn't he caused destruction? Everyone was aggressive. Inu said a few words to mediate. Actually, this isn't that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. Our peace has been ruined. If we don't cultivate in peace, how are we supposed to cultivate? That's right. Why haven't there been so many problems before? Inu could only say Asian, he doesn't have any bad intentions. It's just that he really doesn't understand the ways of the world and doesn't know how to get along with others. Jianyu said, not knowing the ways of the world isn't a death exemption medallion. If he doesn't understand, can't he learn? Since he's living in this world full of people, he has to learn how to get along with others. He's already a teenager. How can he still act like a child? He's already a father when he's a teenager. Let's not say that Master is biased. How many years has this brat been here? First, he gets all the good things. The best training room is given to him. The best medicinal pills are also given to him. He doesn't even have to do morning and evening classes. He doesn't even have to memorize scriptures. If Master catches him, he'll just say a few words to him out of courtesy. He won't even be scolded. Based on what? Senior apprentice brother Inu, you're the eldest disciple. Fear like this, everyone can forget about it. But who does he think he is? He doesn't have any upbringing or morals. What's so great about having good aptitude? Which one of us will submit to him? This was faintly trying to sow discord. Everyone clamored one after another. When Inu heard this, his complexion suddenly turned ugly. He gripped his brush tightly. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel that things were far from good. It was very easy for people with average tolerance to take this kind of bait. But what if it was a narrow-minded person? He wouldn't even need to take the bait. He would jump up on his own. However, unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, Inu put down his brush. He frowned and said solemnly, fellow junior apprentice brothers, I feel that what you're saying is wrong. Everyone stared blankly. Inu said, I'll say something unpleasant. No matter what Tao he cultivates, as long as his aptitude is good, he's really amazing. Besides, his aptitude is good and he's willing to cultivate. If you really feel that Master is biased, then we should work harder to catch up to him and surpass him. The training room and medicinal pill room will naturally be open to everyone. If everyone has the time to be angry at him, it's more important to cultivate diligently, isn't that right? When he said this, everyone felt a little embarrassed. But they still said, Senior apprentice brother is magnanimous. He won't argue with him. Just this kind of bearing is already miles ahead of him. Jianyu said, Inu, you're speaking up for him today. Be careful or you'll be disgusted by him in the future. In short, neither side was very happy with this complaint. After everyone left, Inu closed the door. Just as he was about to close the window, he suddenly discovered someone squatting on the window. He jumped in fright and said, Who is it? Quan Yizhen drooped his head and squatted on the window lattice. When Inu saw that it was him, he said, When did you come? He pulled him a few times but to no avail. He said, Yizhen, if you want to squat, go somewhere else. I'm going to close the window. Chapter 160. Inu gave a dry laugh. Did you hear that? Quan Yizhen nodded. Inu had a conflicted expression. He scratched the bridge of his nose and said, All right. A normal person could tell that these words were forced, But Kuan Yizhen seemed to have only heard the literal meaning and said, "Oh." Yin saw that he believed it and smiled. In the end he said, "Actually, there's no need to care. You didn't do anything wrong, really. This is also good." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. The reason why the senior and junior brothers didn't like Kuan Yizhen, it wasn't because he ate a lot, it wasn't because he was angry when he woke up, it wasn't because he always ignored others and only cared about being in the limelight. In the end, the only thing they really couldn't stand was the latter part. He came the latest but he got the most. Kuan Yizhen nodded and said, "I think so too." Yin patted his shoulder and said, "Go train. This is the most important thing. Don't think too much about anything else." Kuan Yizhen jumped out of the window. He looked in the direction. As expected, he went to train. Yin closed the window and picked up the scriptures from the desk and started to work hard. After 2 matches, Xiaolian praised Sanlang. "This subordinate of yours is really a very rare person. His temperament is quite good." But after saying that, he remembered that Yin had almost used the shovel to cut off Kuan Yizhen's head. He hurriedly asked, "Is everything all right outside?" Hua Cheng showed him the outside world. Yin calmed down and pulled out the shovel. He seemed to be thinking about what to do with Kuan Yizhen's head. Xiaolian was slightly relieved and said, "I guess their problem should have happened after they ascended?" Hua Cheng said, "Correct." After saying that, a gorgeous hall appeared in front of Xiaolian. Yin sat upright in the center of the main hall. Jian Yu and Kuan Yizhen stood on his left and right side. They were all heavenly officials from the heavenly court. Xiaolian even saw many familiar faces, such as the masculine Ling Wen, the lukewarm Pei Su, and the flawless Lang Qianqiu. They were all dressed in formal attire, and the attendant heavenly officials behind them were holding large red gift boxes in their hands. It was obvious that this was the Jade Attraction Palace in the Immortal Capital. Today was the opening ceremony of Yin Palace. It was also the auspicious day when his immortal residence in the Celestial Capital was completed. Xiaolian was slightly surprised. It was not difficult to see the human world in Flower City. The human world was his territory. As long as he was willing to cast his net in the sea of people, he could use the eyes of passers-by, wandering spirits, birds, and beasts. However, the Immortal Capital was the territory of the Heaven Realm, so how could they see it? Hua Cheng seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said, "Brother, look at the corner near the palace door." Xiaolian looked over. The range of the corner was not small. Because the temple was not small, there were at least a few dozen figures going in and out of the corner near the door. Hua Cheng said again, "Guess which one is Black Water?" Only then did Xiaolian remember that He Xian had always been hiding in the heavenly court. He must have been the one who sold the information about the Immortal Capital to Hua Cheng. He could not help but focus and distinguish. After a while, he found a suitable one and said, "The one wearing black clothes?" Hua Cheng said, "This guess is too conservative. No, guess again." Xiaolian said again, "The one who doesn't like to smile?" Hua Cheng said, "That's not right either." After guessing a few times in a row, someone reported, "Lord Windmaster has arrived." Xiaolian immediately looked toward the entrance of the palace. He saw Shi Qingxian swaggering his Windmaster fan and walking in with a beaming face. He threw the gift box in his hand to the side and cupped his hands. "Congratulations on establishing the Jade Attraction Palace." I'm late. Drink as punishment, huh?" Yin, who was sitting on the seat, smiled and said, "Not at all, I'm not late. Lord Windmaster, please." Hua Cheng finally revealed the answer to the mystery and said, "It's this, Xiaolian." "Lord Windmaster is Black Water?" This was too mysterious. Hua Cheng said with a smile, "Brother, you've misunderstood. It's not this, it's the one behind him." Xiaolian took a closer look and saw that at the side of the palace door behind Shi Qingxian, there was a low-level god official who was in charge of receiving the gift boxes from the guests. He did not look handsome, but he was brimming with enthusiasm and a smile. Shi Qingxian walked into the palace proudly and casually threw a small pearl behind him as a reward. The god official's eyes lit up and he caught it with both hands. He even thanked Lord Windmaster repeatedly, looking like a lackey. Xiaolian could not help but say, "This is Black Water? The Black Water with such a bright smile?" Hua Cheng said, "It's him. It's just a fake smile." This person has at least 50 clones in the immortal capital, and each of them has a different identity. He can monitor more than 80 heavenly heavens god official and more than 300 middle heavens god official at the same time. Otherwise, just the identity of a geomaster is far from enough. Xiaolian could not help but sigh in admiration at Blackwater's acting skills, his ability to hide chess pieces, and his exuberant energy. He said, "Then what about the 50 clones now?" Hua Cheng said. Junwu is pulling out the nails one by one. Just as he said that, an ear-piercing voice suddenly came from outside. "Your Highness Inu, you better give us an explanation today. What exactly is going on with your junior brother?" The smiles on the god officials' faces immediately disappeared, and they looked outside at the same time. It seemed like someone wanted to barge in but was stopped. He was still shouting outside the palace, "Your junior brother Quanesian is fighting with a god official with a higher status in the heavenly heavens. Are you still going to do something about it?" Inu's smile disappeared, and he lowered his voice to ask the two people behind him, "What's going on? Isian, did you fight with him again?" Quanesian said, "I did." Jianyu glared angrily and gritted his teeth. "It's you again, you stinking brat." When something like this happened, Shi Qingxian was always the first to speak. He inserted his horsetail whisk into his collar and said, "What's going on? Today is his ceremony to set up the palace. Can't you talk about it later?" It was someone else's big day, and they came here to cause trouble. It wasn't that they didn't have any eyesight, but they were purely looking for trouble. The person outside the palace said, so today is the big day of your ceremony. We really didn't know about this. But he didn't pick a day to beat us up, so do we have to pick a day to settle the score with him? Quanesian is from your Inu palace. He was personally appointed by His Highness Inu. So who else should we look for if not him? They could be sure now they were here to find trouble. Lingwen frowned slightly and said, "Why do you have to do this?" Inu could only stand up and said, "I understand. But now is not a good time. How about we talk about it later?" The person outside the palace chuckled and said, "I only hope that your Inu palace won't cover for him." They didn't even know what happened, but they already put on the hat of covering for him. It was simply overbearing. Shi Qingxian seemed to want to say something again. But Quanesian suddenly jumped down from behind Inu and said, "Are you guys leaving or not?" The troublemaker clearly knew that he didn't dare to fight back. And he said fearlessly, "If we don't leave, do you still want to fight?" So many immortal attendants are watching. Who knew that Quanesian really couldn't be measured with common sense. He didn't say anything else, he raised his fist and flew out. There was a scream outside the palace, and all the god officials in the palace were stunned. After a while, Lingwen said, "Someone hold him back. He's going to be beaten to death." Inu was also stunned for a moment. Then he hurriedly went out and said, "Stop." And those troublemakers said loudly, "Your Inu palace is really too amazing. Good. Senior and junior brothers ganged up to bully others. At night, in the side hall of Inu palace, Inu was pacing back and forth on the spot. Jianyu flew into a rage and said, "Today's ceremony was completely ruined by this stinking brat." Xiaolian could completely understand why Jianyu was so angry. Even though Xiaolian didn't care much about the ceremony, many other god officials did. It was a ceremony for a god official to officially become a part of the celestial heavens. Today's matter, to use an inappropriate analogy, was like an emperor's ascension ceremony being disrupted by someone who wouldn't be furious. Inu sighed and said, "Forget it. It must be someone else who provoked him first. Plus, he didn't cause trouble today, he just deliberately chose today to come. What can we do?" Jianyu said, "There are so many people in the celestial heavens, why didn't others provoke others but him?" Inu said, He's never the kind of person who doesn't fight back after being beaten. It's not that others don't provoke others, it's that others can tolerate it, but he can't." Jianyu said, "This is immortal capital, not the human world. Can't he just swallow his anger and keep a low profile? If he hadn't provoked earlier and behaved himself, others wouldn't have had the chance to act up today. This is great, I've lost a lot of face. So many god officials are watching. If this gets out, who cares who made the first move? They'll only say that Inu Palace is unreasonable, fighting in public. Who's going to tell you who's at fault and who's at fault? Do you think he's reasonable? No. As long as something happens, as long as someone makes a move, you're unreasonable. He doesn't know shit. He'll only cause trouble for us. After a series of outbursts, Jianyu stormed out of the side hall. Meanwhile, Inyu sat on the spot, deeply worried. After a while, she turned around and saw a black shadow squatting on the window frame. Inyu was shocked by this familiar scene again and said, "Why are you squatting here again? When did you come? What kind of habit is this?" Quan Yizhen didn't answer and said, "They scolded me first." Inyu wanted to say something but hesitated and said, "Yizhen, don't take what Jianyu said to heart." Quan Yizhen said stubbornly, "They scolded me first. I didn't know them at all, and they said I was a low-level god official, scolded me for no reason, laughed at me, and told me to get lost and not block the way. I asked them to apologize but they refused, so I beat them. They only shut up when they were beaten, or else I wouldn't have beaten them." Although it was still harmonious now, in the early days, some god officials of the celestial heavens and lower celestial heavens with higher status and seniority would indeed push aside and bully the low-level god officials with the lowest seniority. At that time, this kind of thing wasn't rare. Inyu sighed. Quan Yizhen said, "Are low-level god officials inferior?" Inyu said no. "Isn't it?" It was very obvious that even he didn't believe this sentence. Quan Yizhen also sensed it, and after a long time he said frankly, "I don't like this place." Inyu didn't say anything. Quan Yizhen said, "They find me annoying, but I find them even more annoying. In the past I had 16 hours to cultivate, but now I have to use more than half of it to talk and listen to people talk nonsense, and to visit and be visited. Some people scolded me for no reason, hit me, don't apologize, and don't even allow me to beat them. This isn't some celestial realm at all. I don't like this place." Inyu sighed and said, "I don't like this place either." Quan Yizhen said, "Then let's go back." Inyu shook his head and said, "Although I don't like this place, I still want to stay here." Quan Yizhen was puzzled and said, "Since you don't like it, why do you want to stay here?" Inyu couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't explain to him that the celestial capital was the ultimate destination that many people yearned for, and he also couldn't understand how difficult it was for someone his age to ascend. He said, "This because ascending is really difficult. Since it's so difficult, and since I'm already here, I still want to do better." Quan Yizhen disapproved and said, "Ascending isn't that big of a deal. It's fine if you don't fly." Inyu was a little angry but also a little amused. He said, "What do you mean it's not that big of a deal? Why don't you try it?" Seeing this, Xiaolian said, "People really shouldn't joke around." Huacheng said, "That's right. In less than half a year, when Quan Yizhen ascends, he won't find it funny anymore." Xiaolian said, "Can I watch it at that time?" Huacheng said, "Yes. Wait a moment." The scene changed. This time it was still the celestial capital, but the scene was a banquet under the moon. Xiaolian watched for a moment and said, "Mid-autumn banquet?" Huacheng said, "That's right." Xiaolian asked, "Where is the black water hidden this time?" Huacheng said, "Look who's eating." At the banquet, all the heavenly officials were busy toasting, exchanging greetings, and playing games. Only one person's face was almost buried in the large bowl in front of him. This time Xian actually didn't hide. Instead, he sat in the corner with the identity of a geomaster. However, no one really paid attention to him. Inyu and Jianyu sat next to the geomaster. They were both at the edge. Inyu didn't eat, nor did she talk to anyone. Beside her, Jianyu said in a low voice, "Thank the heavens that stinky brat with a mental illness didn't come." When Inyu heard this, she said in a low voice, "He's already ascended for so long. If you keep talking about him like this, it won't be good if others hear it. It's better to pay attention." Jianyu said, "That's the truth. Am I wrong? So what if he ascended? Even if he was a few hundred years older, his brain still wouldn't work." As they were talking, a group of newly arrived heavenly officials sat down nearby. They seemed to be new faces. After a cursory greeting, one of the heavenly officials casually asked Inyu, "This is?" Another heavenly official also casually answered, "This is the martial god who guards the west." When he heard this, the heavenly official who asked the question suddenly became incomparably enthusiastic. He stood up and toasted, saying, "Oh, I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about your distinguished name." Inyu hurriedly also stood up and said with a smile, "It's nothing. That heavenly official said, "Hey, don't be modest. I've really heard a lot about you. I've long heard that His Highness Qi from the West is young and promising. It's only been a few years since he ascended, but he's already won the hearts of his believers. In this year's Mid-Autumn Festival Lantern Competition, he even entered the top 10. Right now he's dominating the West. His position is unshakable. His future is boundless. His future is boundless. Now that I've met you, you're slightly older than I thought. But you're still very young, worthy of being called young and promising." Hearing this, Inyu's smile froze on her face. She didn't know whether to accept this glass of wine or not. It suddenly became extremely awkward. And the other party continued to warmly try to get closer to him, even calling him brother. "To tell you the truth, it's very rare for me to see someone I like. But Brother Quan, I really hit it off at first sight. My territory is also in the West. In the future, if Brother Quan needs any help, as long as you don't mind, just let me know. Everyone should take care of each other." Haha. He laughed heartily, and those who knew Inyu also laughed heartily. Xiao Yan could practically travel through time and space to directly feel that overwhelming and suffocating awkwardness. Jianyu's face turned green from anger, but Inyu was still calm. Although her hands trembled a little, she still managed to steady herself and said, "I'm sorry." Chapter 161. There was a commotion on the other side. The priest said in surprise, "Eh? Aren't you His Highness Qi?" Only then did the others laugh and say, "You got the wrong brother. Have you forgotten? There are two martial gods guarding the West. One is Inyu, the other is Qi. They are from the same sect. The one in front of you is His Highness Inyu, ha." The priest hurriedly said, Oh, I got the wrong person. I'm sorry. Ha, I'm ignorant. I heard that Qi is more." Before he finished, Inyu had already closed his eyes as if he was tired of talking. He gave up on communicating. Someone sensed that something was wrong. He elbowed the priest, and only then did he realize how harsh his words were. He laughed and immediately said, Cough, I won't accompany you. I'll go down first." Inyu, no, His Highness Inyu. We'll talk again when we have time. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Haha. As he said that he was going down, he held his wine cup and rushed in the direction where Quan Yizhen was coming. There was already a large group of priests there. They were all fighting to greet Quan Yizhen. They surrounded him and couldn't see the people inside. It seemed that Quan Yizhen had just ascended not long ago, and had already formed his own hall. It was the time when he was popular and he wasn't as despised as he was later. Although the two of them were both Western martial gods, this lineup greatly overshadowed Inyu. Everyone rushed over there, causing He-Xian to be the only one sitting there drinking soup. It was cold and cheerless. He didn't know whether to sit or stand. After a while he suddenly said, "Let's go back." No one noticed when the two of them left the table. Jianyu was infuriated. This bunch of idiots with red heads and white heads. What kind of priest are they? When this kid first arrived in the celestial heavens, one or two of them hated him to death and complained to you. Now that this kid has ascended, there are more lamps and they praise him so much that they start bragging. Their faces change faster than flipping a book. What unshakable status, young and promising. I think his believers are all crazy like him. Only crazy people will believe this kind of crazy person. At this moment, Shi Qingxian walked over with a cup of wine. Inyu said softly, "Stop talking, let's go." Seeing that someone had arrived, Jianyu finally shut his mouth. Shi Qingxian asked curiously, "Inyu, you're going back just like that? Didn't Qing just arrive? I heard from him that you two haven't seen each other for a long time. He even asked me what you've been up to recently. Aren't you going to catch up with him?" Inyu forced a smile and said, "No, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first." Shi Qingxian did not think too much about it. When he saw the Earthmaster behind him, he laughed and said, "Then have a good rest. Let's gather next time. Brother Ming, I told you not to sit here. Let's go to my side." When Shi Qingxian walked over and couldn't be bothered to look over here, Jianyu lowered her voice and continued, "Catch up my ass. This brat won't be complacent for long. Sooner or later, he'll suffer a crushing defeat. I'll wait for that day." He kept on cursing, and Inyu was also very annoyed. She said, "Forget it, don't be so resentful." Jianyu said, Forget it. You keep saying forget it, how can I forget it? If it weren't for you helping him clean up after him when he first came up, he would have been kicked out long ago. I really can't stand it anymore. I feel bad for you. The two of them had already returned to the Inu Palace quickly. Compared to the extraordinary bustle at the beginning of the establishment of the palace, it looked like it was deserted now. There were not many low-level divine officials waiting on them. After closing the door, Inu's voice became a little louder. He said, "Don't say any more. I don't want to hear it. It's very normal for an ascended divine official to set up a palace on his own. He didn't do anything. Since you get annoyed mentioning him, then why do you always take the initiative to mention him?" Jianyu said, "Don't blame me for being talkative. Someone has to remind you about this. Inu, the entire west side, the territory is only so big, and there are only so many believers. He snatched so many by himself. That wolf demon last time was forcefully snatched by him. You look at now, your territory is shrinking and shrinking. How much is left? How can you still have a foothold?" Inu said, "How is it considered snatching? He didn't use a knife to force people to believe him and worship him. Everyone is willing. And that wolf demon." He sighed and said, "Frankly, I really can't deal with that. It's useless to look for me to pray to, so he naturally looked for him." Jianyu said bitterly, I'm afraid that if you continue like this, you won't have any room to turn things around. Damn, even these low-level divine officials are so snobbish. One by one, they find an excuse to resign from our palace and slip away to other divine officials. Not a single one of them is good. Inu sighed again and sat on the praying mat. He said, "What fight? Why do you care about these things? Those who want to leave will leave, and those who want to stay will naturally stay. I ascended not to fight with anyone for power or territory. Why do you have to take things so hard? As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Just look at a ready-made example. Feng Xian and Mu Qing, who were both in the south, had been fighting to the death for so many years. If they weren't in the same territory, it would be slightly better. But as the saying goes, enemies don't meet unless they're enemies. Wherever you ascended and made a name for yourself, that was your territory." Old friends who had disagreements when they were humans often huddled together after ascending. Above the heavens and below the earth, as a human and as a god, it was this awkward. It was impossible for Quan Yizhen to give up on the west and go to other territories. As the two of them were arguing, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Jianyu said, "Who is it?" The person outside the door said, "It's me." Jianyu said angrily to Inu silently, "This brat, why did he come here?" Inu gestured for him to go to the back. He calmed himself down and went forward to open the door. As expected, the person standing at the door was Quan Yizhen. He was much taller than before. He was about the same height as when Xielian first met him. He was no longer squatting by the window. Inu said calmly, "It's Yizhen. Didn't you attend the mid-autumn banquet? Why are you here?" Quan Yizhen was led into the palace. The moment he opened his mouth, he said without rhyme or reason, "It's my birthday." It turned out that the Mid-Autumn Festival was actually Quan Yizhen's birthday, and he came here to ask for a birthday gift. Xielian also heard that in the past, Inu would always give a gift for Quan Yizhen's birthday as his senior. This year, probably because of all sorts of awkwardness, he didn't give it. According to what Shi Qingxian said at the Mid-Autumn banquet, Inu had probably been avoiding him for a period of time. Those who were a little more sensitive would be aware that Quan Yizhen didn't meet him and didn't give him a gift. No matter what, he wouldn't take the initiative to ask for it. Quan Yizhen, on the other hand, didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Xielian had never seen such a tragic and awkward situation. If he didn't have to touch Hua Cheng's forehead, he really wanted to slap his own head and cover his eyes. Inu laughed dryly and said, "All right, today is your birthday again. But recently His Highness is a little busy, so..." When Quan Yizhen heard that, he widened his eyes and said, "You didn't." Inu seemed to feel that something was wrong. He changed his words and said, "No, I didn't forget. It's at the back. Wait for a moment." Quan Yizhen sat down on the spot and placed his hands on his legs. He nodded repeatedly and looked very expectant. Inu escaped to the side hall. Jianyu sat there with a sullen face. Inu definitely didn't prepare anything. After he went in, he rummaged through the cabinets but didn't find anything suitable. He could only say to Jianyu, "Quickly help me find something that can replace the present." Jianyu grabbed a piece of cloth from the side and threw it on the ground. He stepped on it and said, "Give it to him." Jianyu said, "Jianyu." Jianyu said, "I feel that giving him this is too good for him. He still has the face to come and ask for a gift." Jianyu said helplessly, "He doesn't understand at all. He gave it to him in the past but not this year. It's too deliberate. Anything is fine. It's just a token of appreciation. How about this, go look for that Vajra exorcism bracelet you got last time. Even though it's not suitable, it's better than nothing." He urged Jianyu a few times before Jianyu left angrily. Jianyu returned to the main hall and sat in front of Quan Yizhen. He said, "Wait a moment, the things are a little messy. I'll let Jianyu go look for them." "Oh right, what have you been doing recently? You should be living quite smoothly, right? I heard that the number of believers praying in your hall has increased by 5 times in the past few months. Congratulations." Quan Yizhen said, "I don't know what believers are. I only do things to beat myself up, but they inexplicably squeeze into the hall. Strange. Recently I beat up a wolf demon." Yinyu's smile inevitably became a little dry. He couldn't bite it off, but Quan Yizhen easily bit it off. This was like a beloved woman whom you begged for but couldn't get anything out of her. Yet she cried and threw herself into his hands. Yet he didn't even bother to look at her. "Let me tell you, that woman is only average in looks and there's nothing special about her. It really doesn't feel good." Quan Yizhen spoke for a while and suddenly said, "I saw you at the Mid-Autumn banquet just now. I wanted to say something, but I didn't expect you to come back so soon." Hearing that he finally wasn't in high spirits as he recounted the recent battle situation, Yinyu heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Oh, I had some matters to attend to, so I came back first." Quan Yizhen nodded and said, "Someone told me that it's because they got the wrong person." Hearing that, Yinyu's complexion immediately changed. Quan Yizhen, however, was completely unaware of it. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Too funny, so stupid." Xiaolian already couldn't bear to watch anymore. He buried his face in Hua Cheng's chest and said, This is simply too tragic to look at." Of course he believed that Quan Yizhen really thought it was funny that other people got the wrong person. He really didn't understand at all. To Yinyu, this was something that wasn't funny at all. However, this didn't prevent him from feeling that he would suffocate if the two of them continued talking awkwardly. Fortunately, before he suffocated, Jinyu finally came out with the gift box. He handed the gift box to Yinyu and went back in without saying a word. Yinyu also seemed to have been redeemed as he handed the gift box to Quan Yizhen. He had a very happy expression as he jumped up on the spot to catch the box. Yinyu's smile revealed his exhaustion as he said, "Take it back and look at it later." Quan Yizhen nodded and said, "All right. I'm going back. I'm going on patrol next month. Senior brother, if you have time, let's go together." Yinyu already couldn't bear listening to him anymore, and casually said a few perfunctory words. After sending him off, Jinyu couldn't bear it anymore. He slammed the door and loudly cursed, "You're going too far." I think he must have been smashed upside down by his mother 118 times the moment he was born, right? Otherwise, he must have deliberately come to disgust you. What do you mean you don't understand believers? Inexplicable? What do you mean going on patrol? Are you deliberately showing off? Your heart is black to the core. This time he let loose a torrent of curses. And you didn't even try to stop him. He walked to the back of the palace hall and didn't come out again. Xiaolian instinctively felt that there was a problem with the gift box that Quan Yizhen took away. He said, "Could it be that the embroidered gown immortal was inside?" Hua Cheng said, "You guessed correctly." Xiaolian said, "Then the blame for the embroidered gown immortal incident should be on Jianyu's shoulders. Why was Yinyu's punishment so heavy later on?" Hua Cheng said, "Gij will know in 3 days." He said 3 days and 3 days passed. Suddenly, a few rays of sunlight shone into the cold and cheerless Yinyu palace. He saw Yinyu slowly walk into the side palace hall. He seemed to be looking for something as he rummaged through cabinets and cabinets. Unexpectedly, as he rummaged through the cabinets and cabinets, he suddenly fished out a dazzling gold bracelet that was covered in incantations. At first he didn't pay much attention to it and set it aside. But a moment later he suddenly grabbed it and said, Jianyu? Jianyu came in from outside and asked, What's the matter? Holding the bracelet, Inyu doubtfully asked, Why is this Vajra subduing demon bracelet here? Didn't you give it to him? Didn't I tell you to put it in a gift box? Jianyu snorted and said, Give it to him? He's not even worthy of you spitting on him. Inyu found this funny and also good. He said, You couldn't possibly have really given him that cloth to wipe his feet with, right? Why would you want to offend him? Jianyu smiled slyly and said, No. What I gave him was a good thing. His tone was a little strange. Inyu slightly frowned and asked, What did you give him? Jianyu said, The clothes you grabbed last time. Inyu's expression changed instantly. He didn't find it funny anymore and said, What? I said I couldn't find it anywhere. That clothes can control people's minds and it can suck blood. He was about to rush out when Jianyu grabbed him and said, Hey, why are you in such a hurry? That clothes can control people's minds, but you're the one who gave him the clothes. No one else can control him. Also, it can suck blood from mortals, but I don't believe it can do anything to a heavenly judge. Look, it's been 3 days. Is he all right? Inyu thought about it and paced back and forth in the side hall. Jianyu said again, Besides, isn't this kid quite capable? He's young and promising. Let's see how capable he is this time. In the end, Inyu still threw up his hands and said, No. I don't know how dangerous that thing is. If something happens, it's over. How can you be so reckless? Sigh. He ignored Jianyu's shouts and ran out, knocking down many heavenly judges along the way. He first rushed to the Qiying Hall, but he wasn't there. He grabbed people and asked, I have an urgent matter to discuss with Qiying. Where is he? Someone said, Qiying? His Highness Qiying is having a meeting at the Divine Martial Hall. The top-ranked martial gods of the celestial heavens are all there. Inyu ran away before he finished listening. Only then did he realize that he couldn't enter the Supreme Martial Hall. Firstly, the one who was called for this meeting was the martial god of the upper heaven, not him. Secondly, even if he went in, he couldn't talk about it in front of everyone, so he could only wait outside the hall. Xiaolian glanced through the window. Indeed, a few familiar faces like Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and Pei Ming were all in the hall, listening attentively. Inyu saw that Quan Yizhen was inside. She was wearing a set of shiny armor that looked quite impressive. He didn't seem to be abnormal, but Ling Wen, who was standing beside Junwu, was a little abnormal. He was distracted and kept making mistakes. Junwu had no choice but to ask, Ling Wen? Ling Wen? After shouting a few times, Ling Wen suddenly came back to his senses and said, What? What's wrong? Junwu smiled and said, What's wrong with you today? You keep staring at Qiying. Could it be that you think his new armor isn't bad like me? The martial gods in the hall also laughed. Ling Wen said he was ashamed and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead without a trace. However, the hand that was holding the brush seemed to be trembling slightly. If Xiaolian was at the scene at that time, he would probably laugh as well. But now, he was very clear that Ling Wen must have felt her hair stand on end, and her heart tremble when she saw Quan Yizhen wearing the blood-stained clothes that he personally made a few hundred years ago. Inyu paced back and forth outside the hall, sometimes squatting, sometimes standing up. He was suffering. He endured until the meeting was over. Quan Yizhen was the first to walk out. He saw him outside and greeted, Senior Martial Brother, why are you here? Inyu hurriedly stood up and casually said a few words. He immediately said, Your armor. Quan Yizhen said, Very good. Just now, the monarch and Ling Wen both praised it. Thank you, Senior Martial Brother. Inyu forced himself to calm down and said, It's not bad. But the person who made this armor said there's a problem with it. He wants you to bring it back to him and repair it. If he directly ordered Quan Yizhen to take off this armor, he would be able to sense that he was being controlled by an evil being. It wouldn't look good if this matter was exposed. Therefore, he couldn't let him sense anything strange, so he could only make this tactful request. Quan Yizhen asked curiously, What's the problem? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. After all, it would be very awkward to ask for the gift that he had given away. While Inyu was thinking hard about how to deal with it, Quan Yizhen said again, By the way, Senior Martial Brother, we can go on patrol together next month. Inu instantly raised his head and said in a daze, "What?" He almost forgot about the embroidered celestial dress. He hesitated and said, "I don't have a quota for the patrol, right?" Kuan Yizhen looked rather happy and told him, "There is. I mentioned you just now, and the monarch said he could consider it." In a split second, Xielian could almost see a burst of hot blood rushing straight to Inu's face. The anger and grievance that had accumulated for many years finally exploded at this moment. Inu directly scolded and said, "Are you crazy?" This was the first time Kuan Yizhen saw Inu so angry. He blinked his eyes and revealed a puzzled expression. At the side, a few heavenly officials who were passing by secretly glanced over. Inu hugged his head and said, "Did I say I wanted to go? What does a martial god going on patrol have to do with me? I didn't ask you, so why did you mention me to the monarch?" Bystanders might not know why Inu lost control of himself like this, but Xielian was very clear about it. This was because, for a martial god with an extremely high self-esteem, this was really a great humiliation. A martial god going on patrol was a kind of ceremony that only the top-notch martial gods of the heavenly court could participate in. During the process of going on patrol, the chosen martial gods would use their own power to drive away demons and ghosts. Not only could they spread their fame and increase the number of believers, but they also had the opportunity to exchange pointers with the martial gods who went on patrol with them, improving their strength and getting closer to each other. In short, it was a grand event, but it had a higher requirement for the martial god's family background and strength. For example, the martial god had to have at least 4,000 temples or be ranked in the top 10. With Inu's background, he definitely didn't have the qualifications to go on patrol. Even if he could go and obtain practical benefits, how could the people in the heavenly court who knew his position not gossip? The thick-skinned people didn't care. Countless heavenly officials wanted to go and rub their heads against each other. However, Inu was obviously not a thick-skinned person. He clearly knew that he didn't have the qualifications, so how could he be willing to rely on others to help him? Moreover, this person was Kuan Yizhen, who hadn't been chased down to the mortal world because of him. Kuan Yizhen couldn't understand at all. He probably thought it was a good thing, so he mentioned it and didn't think he needed to care about other things. However, because Inu looked really angry for the first time, his face showed an expression of wanting to say something but not daring to. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Senior Marshal Brother, why are you angry? Did I do something wrong?" It was this sentence again. Xielian really wanted to beg him to stop talking. Meanwhile, the veins on Inu's forehead bulged. He was already on the verge of collapse. He grabbed his hair and said, "Enough. I've had enough. I'm going crazy. I'm going to fucking drive you crazy." He pointed at the Divine Martial Palace and said, "Kuan Yizhen, don't talk to me anymore. Immediately withdraw the proposal. Don't give me more trouble. Now hurry up." After he finished shouting, Kuan Yizhen immediately turned around and ran back into the Divine Martial Palace. Inu was startled. Only now did he remember that he was still wearing the embroidered gown immortal. This action wasn't because he knew he was wrong and wanted to remedy it, but because his mind was being controlled by the embroidered gown immortal. Inside the Divine Martial Palace, the few martial gods who hadn't left looked strangely at Kuan Yizhen, who had rushed in. Inu stood outside the palace, his whole body slightly trembling. He shouted again, "Stop!" When Kuan Yizhen was about to reach Junwu, he suddenly came to a sudden stop and really stopped. After a while, he asked curiously, "What happened to me just now?" Junwu also frowned and said, "Qing, don't move. Come here and let me take a look. Just now I saw your eyes were lax and evil aura appeared. It seemed like you were hit by some kind of demonic technique." Kuan Yizhen scratched his head in bewilderment and said, "Okay." He was about to walk forward. As a last resort, Inu could only say, "Come back. Go." As soon as he shouted the order, Kuan Yizhen immediately turned around and rushed out of the palace, rushing towards Inu. Perhaps it was because he was muddle-headed from anger, or because he was so anxious that he almost went crazy. His steps were terrible. Inu also ran in a muddle-headed manner, looking like he was fleeing from punishment. Junwu couldn't pretend that he didn't see it, so he stood up and said, "Arrest him." All the martial god officials replied in unison, "Yes." Inu was almost in despair and completely lost his footing. He covered his face and shouted, "Go." Quickly go. Take off your clothes. Quan Yizhen's eyes were blank. He quickly ran while taking off his armor. Who knew that a group of martial god officials would surround him halfway and attack him? Seeing that someone interrupted him from carrying out his order, Quan Yizhen's eyes revealed an ominous glint. He randomly punched out and turned the bodies of more than 10 martial god officials into target practice, creating a row of holes in them. Ah! Going to the celestial heavens, killing people in the celestial heavens. Oh! Amidst the rising and falling screams and the sky filled with blood, Inu was already dumbfounded with a deathly pale face. The only one whose face was even paler than his was probably Lingwen. Chapter 162. How could the martial god officials who came to intercept block Quan Yizhen's fist? They died on the spot. Seeing the severity of the situation, Feng Xian, Pei Su, and Lang Qianqiu leaped in front of Quan Yizhen, ready to attack. Inu said, "Ignore him. Don't touch him. He won't kill anymore." As long as they didn't stop Quan Yizhen from completing his orders, he wouldn't hurt anyone. However, Quan Yizhen had already killed more than 10 martial god officials. Who would dare to let him do what he wanted? Naturally, they wouldn't believe Inu's words. If it was someone with strong reflexes and didn't panic in the face of danger, they would have immediately shouted an order like, "Get down and surrender, don't move." However, things happened too quickly. In a few moments, Inu had no time to react. Furthermore, he had probably never experienced such a situation before. In addition, he was flustered. His decision was a complete mess. One wrong step. One wrong step. Just as he was in a mess, Mu Qing suddenly appeared behind Inu and said, "Still want to run?" Inu discovered that he was also running away aimlessly. He hurriedly halted his steps and tried to explain, "I am not." Mu Qing did not allow him to explain and instead grabbed him by the wrist. Xiaolian heard a crisp crack sound and Inu's face slightly twitched. As a martial god, he was restrained by a more powerful martial god. It was a double blow to his body and soul. Pei Ming, who was watching from the back, said from afar, "Why does it seem like his strength suddenly increased?" He was talking about Quan Yizhen. That was only natural. Quan Yizhen was originally very good at fighting, and he had the protection of the embroidered clothes immortal. His fighting ability had at least doubled. The other martial gods fighting him alone was actually 1 against 2. It wasn't fair, but because they didn't know the profoundness, they were too embarrassed to attack him together. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing? As they fought, Quan Yizhen ran to the main street of immortal capital covered in blood. Suddenly, he saw a temple by the side of the road and went in. Everyone shouted. He entered Inu Palace. Inu's order was for him to go, but he didn't say where he was going. Thus he just walked casually. The other martial gods also followed him in. Because the others were clear-headed, they showed some mercy to Quan Yizhen. However, Quan Yizhen didn't care and wanted to fight with his life on the line. As such, the martial gods were also angry. Feng Xian shouted, "This brat is very strange, let's beat him to the ground first." Everyone already had this intention. Once he shouted, they didn't hold back anymore and started beating him up. Sword chi, palm wind, fists, and legs flew about chaotically, and half of the slightly old jade summoning hall instantly collapsed with a rumble. Inu, who was being restrained by Mu Qing, saw with her own eyes that her palace was collapsing amidst the chaotic battle. She immediately widened her eyes and yelled, "Stop fighting!" This shout meant that the other martial gods wouldn't stop, but Quan Yizhen listened to him and stopped. Now the sabers, swords, fists, and kicks all landed heavily on his body. It was another tragedy. Lang Qianqiu did not have enough time to retract his heavy sword, and in a flash it chopped into Quan Yizhen's shoulder. Feng Lang's Feng Quan of yelled Yuan Lang. Xen Quan Lang said Quan to stop. Yu Qian Lang Quan of Lang of. Feng yelled Feng Quan Feng of. Quan Yizhen was lying on the ground as if he was tied up. Mu Qing tied a mortal binding rope on Inu's hand and let him go. Inu unknowingly sat on the ground and stared blankly at the messy Inu palace. After looking around, his gaze fell back on Quan Yizhen. Quan Yizhen's vitality was actually very tenacious. Just now, he was beaten to a pulp by a few martial gods, But after lying down for a while, he suddenly sat up straight and asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong?" The martial gods were angered to death by him and said in unison, "You're out of luck." Lingwen had been following closely behind and watching. She finally managed to catch her breath with great difficulty. Her face was pale, but she could still manage to dispatch people. She pressed 2 fingers against her temple and said through the spirit communication formation, "Doctor, help." Quan Yizhen was still confused. He turned around and saw Yin sitting on the ground. He got up and wanted to help him up. Looking at this completely ignorant face, with his temple in the background that had been smashed into smithereens, Yin was speechless, but his face slightly twisted. Quan Yizhen didn't know what was going on and asked, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Yin seemed to have lost his mind and suddenly laughed. Then he said with red eyes, "Quan Yizhen, why don't you go and die? Can't you just go and die?" Hearing this sentence, Xie Lian, like many of the heavenly officials present, instantly widened his eyes. Quan Yizhen didn't hesitate and immediately carried out the order. He picked up a sword on the ground and grabbed his hair with one hand while holding the sword with the other, aiming it at his throat. The martial god's first reaction was that he was going to launch a sneak attack. They instantly retreated a few dozen meters, but they didn't expect that he was going to kill himself. It was too late to go and grab the sword now, so they all started shouting. Yin also quivered, but he still couldn't react in time and turned his head around. Just as blood was about to splatter on the spot, Junwu suddenly appeared behind him. Crack, 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 crack. In an instant, Quan Yizhen's 4 limbs were dislocated. Junwu then chopped at the back of his neck. Only then did Quan Yizhen completely lose consciousness and fall back to the ground. His whole body was already unrecognizable and turned into a pool of blood paste. At this point, everyone, including Xie Lian, heaved a sigh of relief. However, Junwu didn't. He turned around and said to Yin with an extremely serious expression, "Now that things have come to this, I think you should have an explanation." Yin had just buried his head in his hands. Hearing this, he subconsciously raised his head and said, "I don't know. It wasn't me. It was." At this point, he shuddered again as if he had just realized what he had just said. He actually told Quan Yizhen to go and die in front of so many people. And Quan Yizhen really did it. It was impossible that no one could see the clues. Mu Qing said, "Monarch, Qi Ying's reaction just now was definitely due to some evil technique. He must have something on him that made him listen to Yinyu's orders. I just don't know what it is." Lingwen naturally knew what it was, but she didn't dare to say a word. She was already doing her best to arrange people at the scene. Lang Qianqiu couldn't believe it. There's such a thing in this world? At this time, a figure pushed through the crowd and rushed in. It was Jianyu. He had obviously gone out to look around before coming back. He still didn't know what had happened. He said, "What are you all doing? This? What happened to our Yinyu palace? How did it become like this? Who smashed it?" Junwu slowly walked to Yinyu's side and said, "What did you use to control him?" Although his tone wasn't strict, there was an inexplicable pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. Looking down from above like this made people feel even more fearful. It wasn't that Xie Lian hadn't gotten into trouble before, but he had never seen Junwu like this. It seemed that Junwu had been especially merciful to him back then. Yinyu's mind was already in a mess. In Xie Lian's opinion, his mind wasn't firm enough and his ability to react on the spot wasn't strong enough. He was even more speechless now. Seeing that he didn't answer, Junwu said, "Forget it. Even if you don't say it, I know. It's that armor, right? It's over. It's over. It's all over." Yinyu sat on the ground and hugged his head again. The surroundings were filled with an overwhelming wave of voices. This really shocked me. I've never seen such an unimaginable thing in the heavenly court for hundreds of years. A heavenly official controlled another heavenly official's mind and made him go on a killing spree. After killing more than 10 heavenly officials, he still wants him to die. What a vicious heart. In the crowd, Jianyu's face turned pale when he heard such a big thing had happened. But he gritted his teeth and rushed out. He knelt on the ground and said, "Emperor, that armor was given to Quan Yizhen by me. It has nothing to do with Yinyu." Only then did Yinyu come back to his senses. He said hoarsely, "Jianyu." Jianyu braced himself and said loudly, I originally just wanted to teach that kid a lesson. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Kuan Yizhen was unconscious at the side, lying in a large pool of blood. The medicine masters and heavenly officials who had rushed over had already surrounded him. Jianyu said, I've always hated that kid. But Yinyu has always been very polite to him. Many people can testify to this. He doesn't know anything about this armor. However, at this point it was already too late. No one would believe that this had nothing to do with Yinyu. Someone said, you're a low-level heavenly official of Yinyu's palace. You hate Kuan Yizhen so much that you wanted to harm him. It's easy to imagine how good the master heavenly official you serve will be. Someone even sneered, he doesn't know? If he doesn't know, why would he tell him to die? Don't tell me he was just joking. If one were to say that Yinyu's previous reactions were pardonable and flustered, then his final words of go to hell really couldn't be excused no matter how one looked at it. Xiaolian recalled that Lingwen told him that Yinyu was joking. It could be considered as covering up for Yinyu. But Jianyu was in disbelief. He said, what? Don't talk nonsense. Why would Yinyu say such a thing? He has always been polite to that kid. Why would he tell him to die? Yinyu, you didn't say that, right? You didn't say that, right? You won't say that. However, Yinyu didn't answer him. He closed his eyes. Seeing that Jianyu refused to admit, the others were speechless. We heard it with our own ears. Can you still deny it? Jianyu said anxiously. There must be a misunderstanding. There are many things you don't know. No matter what the misunderstanding is, even if it's a big misunderstanding, you can't want to kill your own junior brother, right? Hearing that, Yinyu and Jianyu were speechless. Hence, the heavenly officials continued to discuss. I heard that ever since Kuan Yizhen went out and established his own hall, Yinyu's people ignored him. Every time Kuan Yizhen came, they would say he wasn't in the hall. First, I thought it was strange. Turns out they didn't like him for a long time. Speaking of which, a few days ago at the Mid-Autumn banquet, didn't someone admit his mistake? At that time, I saw their expressions were quite ugly. These were all facts and couldn't be refuted. But the conclusion was, I know that it was quite embarrassing. But it wasn't to the extent of harming him. That's right. He's too narrow-minded. Jianyu's eyes were bloodshot. He said loudly, I said it had nothing to do with His Highness. I did it alone. I've already admitted it. What else can you say? However, it was already too late to clear his name. In the eyes of others, this could only prove that Yinyu had a vicious and loyal subordinate. Moreover, one sentence was enough to block all excuses. The one who told Kuan Yizhen to die was not someone else. Seeing that the commotion was getting worse, Junwu said in a low voice, take them away. Lingwen, stay here and watch over Qiying. Lingwen bowed and complied. Junwu left Yinyu's palace with his hands behind his back. A few martial divine officials pulled Yinyu up. Yinyu said distractedly, forget it, Jianyu. Don't say any more. Jianyu was also pulled up and tied with the immortal binding rope. He said, it's fine if you let it go before, but you can't let it go this time. Forget it, you're finished. You'll be demoted. You'll definitely be demoted. Yinyu sighed and said, forget it. If I'm demoted, so be it. There's no point in me staying in this place. Jianyu said hatefully. You shouldn't have scolded him at all. You shouldn't have said that last sentence. That sentence beat you until you can't turn over a new leaf. You never scolded him normally. Why did you have to tell him to die at this time? That's all you said. Yinyu seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His eyes turned gray and misty. He seemed a little confused himself. He shook his head and said, I don't know why either. At that time I won't explain anymore. After staggering for a few steps under the escort, Jianyu suddenly exclaimed, why? Everyone looked at him. Jianyu said, it's not like you're not as hard-working as him. You're 10,000 times better than him. Kuan Yizhen is nothing. So what if I hate him? Why is he like that and you like this now? Why isn't he the one being demoted? He gnashed his teeth in hatred. His hatred was genuine, so much so that tears rolled down his cheeks. However, there were many things in this world that couldn't be solved with hard work. Perhaps he understood it in his heart. But he just couldn't accept it. No matter what, he couldn't swallow this anger. Hearing him shout, Inu couldn't move anymore. He buried his face in his hands and sat paralyzed in front of Inu's palace. He roared, "Enough. I said don't say any more. Let me go." He covered his ears and shouted himself hoarse, "Don't remind me over and over again. Can you stop talking? I beg you to stop talking." Xiaolian couldn't bear to watch anymore. He said, "Forget it." Thus Huacheng removed the image. The two of them slightly separated their foreheads. After holding on for so long, Xiaolian felt his forehead was a little numb. It was also a little itchy and warm. He wanted to rub it, but he couldn't move his hand. Huacheng seemed to have noticed his slight discomfort. He raised his hand to rub it, then put it down naturally. Outside the stone wall, Inu, who was wearing a ghost mask, paced back and forth. After a while, he said coldly to Quanisian, "Do you want to come out?" He deliberately changed his voice. Quanisian nodded and said, "Yes." Inu said, "Okay. Look here." After he finished speaking, he smashed the shovel down on Quanisian's head with lightning speed. Bang! A heavy sound rang out. Quanisian immediately stopped talking and his head drooped down. Xiaolian was shocked. No way. He was smashed to death just like that? He really died? Huacheng laughed and said, "Brother, don't worry. He didn't die. He just fainted." Inu smashed the shovel down and let out a breath. In the end, he seemed to have decided to dig Quanisian out from the wall. Thus, he picked up the shovel and started digging. Xiaolian understood. If he directly rescued Quanisian, Inu might not be able to defeat him. He might even have to expose his identity. That would be really troublesome. The relationship between these two martial brothers was really troublesome. It was hard to say who was more troublesome than the other. It was better to pretend they didn't know each other. Xiaolian said, "Sanlang, should we also think of a way to get out?" Huacheng seemed to be quite satisfied staying inside. He said, "Ichem, we're going out now?" Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What else? Do you want to live inside?" Huacheng said, "If it's with brother, it's not impossible." "All right. I'm just joking." He straightened his face and reached out to cover Xiaolian's ears. Xiaolian asked, "What are you doing?" Huacheng smiled and said, "I'm too lazy to walk out step by step. I'll just blow it up." Xiaolian was just thinking about whether or not he would blow up the people who were also swallowed by the mountain monster when his expression suddenly changed. He said, "Wait." Huacheng's expression was the same as his. He put down his hands. The two of them listened attentively. After a while, Xiaolian whispered, "Did you hear that?" Huacheng also said in a low voice, "I heard it." Inu was on this side of the wall. He used the shovel to dig a hole. On the other side of the wall, there was another person who was currently talking. They didn't use the silver butterfly to monitor the situation. This was because this person was very, very close to the wall. He was practically leaning against it as he spoke. Xiaolian held his breath and quietly listened. He heard some buzzing, intermittent and vague words such as Eton, Heavenly Court, and Martial God. His heart slightly moved. He and Huacheng looked at each other and tried their best to get closer to the source of the voice. That voice belonged to a man. It seemed like he was talking to someone because every few sentences he would pause for a while. However, Xiaolian didn't hear the voice of the person he was talking to. Perhaps it was because the other party was quite far away. After quietly moving, the voice became a bit clearer. Although it was still vague, Xiaolian could hear a more complete sentence. That person said, "His Highness the Crown Prince has also come. I don't want to reach this step and I believe you don't either. However, he can no longer be saved." Xiaolian thought to himself, "Me? How can I not be saved? Wait, this voice. This voice was very familiar. He must have heard it somewhere before." Moreover, he had heard it for a very, very long time. It wasn't just once or twice. However, because it had been a very, very long time, he couldn't match the voice with the person. Just as he was thinking hard, that person said, "Let him end here." All of a sudden, Xiaolian remembered who the owner of this voice was. His lips moved as he silently said, "State Preceptor." Chapter 163. Xiaolian's heart started to beat wildly. Even his fingertips were slightly trembling. However, he calmed himself down. He didn't make a sound. He only slightly raised his head and whispered into Hua Cheng's ear. "Don't move, Sanlang. The voice outside is very similar to my master's. Don't get discovered yet." Although it sounded very similar, he couldn't be certain, because it wasn't like there weren't people with similar voices in this world. Furthermore, he and the state preceptor hadn't seen each other for hundreds of years. It wasn't impossible for him to be shaken. For now, he didn't need to act blindly without thinking. Perhaps he would be able to pry out more secrets by observing the situation. Hua Cheng also slightly lowered his head. He hugged his waist. He whispered, "Okay. You don't move either." The two of them were pressed against each other by the rocks and soil in all directions. Their ears rubbed against each other. His ears were slightly warm. Although it wasn't the right time, Xiaolian's mind quickly flashed a sentence. The feeling of dying in the same hole isn't bad either. At this time, that voice spoke again. What about the two of them? Where did they run off to? The two of them? Xiaolian instinctively thought that the person was talking about him and Hua Cheng. He was slightly startled and wanted to listen carefully to see who the person was talking to was. However, the strange thing was that the state preceptor, let's call him state preceptor for now. After he asked his question, there was no reply. It was really strange. At this distance, Xiaolian and Hua Cheng could hear the state preceptor's question. Logically speaking, his voice wasn't very loud. He didn't shout at the top of his lungs, so the other party shouldn't be far from him. If he replied, they would more or less be able to hear a little. However, the truth was that they couldn't hear anything at all. The state preceptor continued, "It's been hard on them. However, we don't need to care about those small weeds. They won't be able to do anything. Right now we have more important things to do." Only then did Xiaolian understand that the two of them wasn't referring to him and Hua Cheng, but the two accomplices of the state preceptor. The situation became more and more strange. The state preceptor's tone clearly indicated that he had received a reply. However, it sounded like he was talking to himself or the air. This strange scene appeared in Xiaolian's mind, and he immediately shook it off. He thought to himself that there was another possibility. The state preceptor could hear that person's voice, but others couldn't. The cloud of suspicion in his heart grew thicker and thicker, and he held his breath and listened with rapt attention. The moment the state preceptor opened his mouth, each sentence was worth pondering over. He then said, "There are only so many people in the mountain. In short, bring them to the copper furnace first. I'll think of a way to deal with them one by one. The faster the better. You must arrive within 2 days. The copper furnace." Furthermore, it was within 2 days. Bronze Cauldron Mountain couldn't be used. How could he arrive in 2 days? Bring a group of people here. Get rid of? What kind of get rid of? After a pause, the voice continued, "Call the two of them over. We'll go to the copper furnace together." If they wanted to deal with the crown prince, they couldn't afford to lose even one of them. Right now, His Highness is still in a state where he hasn't completely awakened. Once he wakes up, it's hard to imagine what he'll do this time. Xiaolian was stunned. Was he talking about him? At this moment, the mountain rumbled. Xiaolian felt the earth and rocks around him trembling slightly. Outside, the imperial advisor asked, "What's wrong?" He asked Hua Cheng in the stone wall, "What's wrong?" Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "There's a change over there." The two people's foreheads touched each other again. The scene of Yin Yu and Quan Yizhen's cave appeared in front of Xiaolian's right eye. Moreover, it should be a slightly earlier scene. Yin Yu finally dug Quan Yizhen out from the stone wall. Panting, he dragged him down and let out a sigh. Unexpectedly, the fainted Quan Yizhen suddenly jumped up and took off the mask on his face. Just now, Quan Yizhen was actually pretending to be unconscious. Thinking about it, he was extremely familiar with Yin Yu's habit of pacing back and forth while thinking, the tone of his voice, and the strength he used to hit people. Perhaps when Yin Yu's shovel slammed down, he already knew who it was. Xiaolian never expected that with Quan Yizhen's temperament, there would also be a day where he would deceive others. Although this was only a very ordinary little trick, when used on Quan Yizhen, it could be said to be unprecedented. Thus no one was prepared. Under the mask, Inyu's extremely shocked and pale face was astonished. He was clearly stunned. Kuan Yizhen, on the other hand, was extremely excited. With a head full of blood, he jumped up and shouted, "Senior apprentice brother." The corner of Inyu's mouth twisted as if he saw something extremely terrifying. Suddenly, he held his head with both hands and said, "I'm not." After shouting loudly, he broke into a run. As he ran, he bombarded the people blocking his way behind him and said, "Don't follow me! Don't follow me!" Kuan Yizhen also broke into a run and chased after him. He completely ignored the bombardment and only shouted with joy, "Senior apprentice brother. It's me." Inyu couldn't help but roar and burst out with vulgarities, "Motherfucker! You're the scary one. I told you not to follow me." Along the way, he smashed into the mountain with a rumbling sound. On the other side, the state preceptor doubtfully asked, "What's going on over there? Why is it so noisy?" Still, no one answered him. However, the state preceptor seemed to have gotten the answer and said, "So that's how it is. Children nowadays are really so noisy. I'll leave first, I still have to prepare. Later, when you reach the vicinity of the copper furnace, we'll meet up again." He was actually going to leave just like that. Hearing this, Huacheng covered Xiaolian's ears again. Xiaolian closed his eyes. In a flash, his whole body shook violently. The stone wall that he had been crouching for a long time finally exploded. The two of them jumped out together and landed lightly on the ground. They breathed in fresh air again. However, there was only an empty cave outside. There was no state preceptor, nor was there that mysterious second person. He had already disappeared without a trace. Xiaolian and Huacheng looked at each other. They weren't in a hurry to chase after him. Before they separated, a black-clothed person rushed into the cave opposite them. It was Inyu. He waved the Earth Preceptor's spade and rushed towards the two of them. He said, "City Lord. Your Highness the Crown Prince." Behind him, Kuan Yizhen, who was already badly beaten, also rushed in. Huacheng didn't even raise his head and waved his hand. Kuan Yizhen immediately raised his hand to block. However, the move that Huacheng used wasn't something that could be blocked with a fist. With a bang, a burst of red smoke exploded around Kuan Yizhen's body. After the smoke slowly dispersed, only a round red tumbler was left in the original place, spinning around. The roly-poly widened its eyes, looking very innocent. It was the same move that Huacheng used on Lang Qianqiu last time. Only then did Inyu stop running. He wiped his cold sweat and walked over, saying, "Thank you, City Lord." Huacheng said, "You don't have to be this scared, right?" Inyu had a lingering fear in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, now that I see this Prince Qiying, I just want to run as far away as possible." When Xiaolian heard this, he found it funny and sympathetic at the same time. It seemed like Inyu really had a very serious shadow over Kuan Yizhen's personality. That tumbler was still on the ground. It was swaying left and right with its eyes wide open. No one paid attention to it. Xiaolian felt pity for it. Just as he was about to pick it up, he suddenly felt the ground tremble violently. His body swayed left and right along with it. It was almost more crooked than the tumbler. He hurriedly steadied himself and said, "What happened? The ground moved?" Even though Xiaolian didn't need support, Huacheng still supported him and said to Inyu, "Go out and take a look." Inyu recovered very quickly and said, "Yes." After responding, he picked up the Earthmaster shovel. Not long after, he quickly and nimbly opened a hole in the stone wall. The sunlight outside shone in. Inyu glanced at it and revealed a startled expression. Xiaolian said, "Your Highness Inyu, is the ground moving or is this mountain about to collapse?" Inyu said, "Neither. It's this mountain monster. It's running." "It's running?" Xiaolian and Huacheng looked at each other and rushed forward. When they looked outside the mountain monster, they couldn't help but be speechless. It really was running. Outside the mountain, the scenery was rapidly retreating. It was almost as if they were quickly becoming colorful lines. From the looks of it, it was as if they were riding on a speeding carriage or sitting on the shoulder of a wildly running giant. Hills, rivers, plains, and forests were all flattened by this mountain monster's feet. They were crushed by it and made way for it. The howling wind surged in from outside the hole. The hair and clothes of the three people fluttered in the wind. Inu said, if we keep running like this, I'm afraid we'll reach the copper furnace in 2 days. 2 days? Xiaolian's mind suddenly became clear. So that's how it was. No wonder. No wonder he couldn't hear the voice of the other person. No wonder the state preceptor asked the other person to bring them to Bronze Furnace Mountain within 2 days. Because at that time, the state preceptor wasn't talking to a person, but rather to this mountain monster. Hua Cheng must have understood and said, just nice, we can borrow its wind. We don't need to walk slowly anymore. He said we'll meet at the copper furnace. When we get there, we'll know what he wants to do. Xiaolian's expression was solemn. Hua Cheng noticed this and said, brother, what's wrong? Xiaolian said, what do you mean by not completely awakening? That voice had just said, right now. His Highness is still in a state where he hasn't completely awakened. If we wait until he wakes up, it's hard to imagine what he will do this time. Xiaolian frowned and said, if that person really was my master, then His Highness the Crown Prince, he mentioned was me. What did that sentence mean? Hua Cheng said, brother, don't think too much about it. First, that person might not be your master. Second, His Highness the Crown Prince, he mentioned might not necessarily be you. Don't forget, Crown Prince Wuyong is also the Crown Prince. Xiaolian said, but what if it is? I have some baseless guesses. Help me listen to them and see if they make sense. Hua Cheng said, all right. Brother, tell me. Xiaolian said, Mount Bronze Cauldron has 3 great mountains, old age, sickness, and death. Only there is no life. If that person just now was really my master, and the one he was talking to was a mountain monster, and he could communicate with mountain monsters, then the 2 of them he mentioned could very well be the other 2 mountain monsters. Hua Cheng said, I agree with this point. Anything else? Xiaolian said, also, I'm thinking, do these 3 mountain monsters all have human consciousness? In fact, they were even formed from humans. Why is there no life mountain? Because life hasn't taken human form yet. Life is still a person, and this person is the state preceptor. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. His heart beat wildly, and he continued, Mount Bronze Cauldron used to be the territory of Wuyong. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. There are a total of 4. Crown Prince Wuyong's guardian deities also have 4. And the state preceptor Xian Lu, who taught me since I was young, also happens to have a total of 4. 1 main, 3 secondary. Normally, would a country have as many as 4 state preceptors? In the past, I didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and even thought it was a convention. Only later did I discover that there wasn't such a convention. Do you think this is a coincidence? Or is there some connection between them? However, Hua Cheng said, coincidences aren't strange. Aren't 4 famous figures also 4? There aren't enough for great pests for 4, and they still have to forcefully pull one to make up the numbers. Xiaolian said, but I don't know why, but I have a strong feeling. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. The 4 guardian deities of Wuyong. The 4 state preceptors of Xianlu, perhaps they are all the same 4 people. Following his own train of thought, he said, if my 4 masters are really Crown Prince Wuyong's 4 guardian deities, then why did they come to be our Xian Li's state preceptor? Why did they come to teach me? Why did the state preceptor tell me the story of Crown Prince Wuyong? Why did he say he wanted me to become someone like Crown Prince Wuyong? Could it be that there's something about my body that even I don't know about? What do you mean I haven't woken up yet? Could it be that I'm actually... Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Hua Cheng grasped his shoulder and firmly said, no. I can guarantee that you are you and not anyone else. Believe me. Don't let your imagination run wild. Only then did Xiaolian wake up from his reverie. He said, you're right. I'm indeed letting my imagination run wild. Other than his parents, the state preceptor was the person he was most familiar with. Although the state preceptor often disliked him for being disobedient, and also often had misgivings about not being close to him due to his identity, on the whole, he was a good master. Suddenly discovering that you might not understand a person you thought you were very familiar with was indeed very easy to cause people to sink into bewilderment. Furthermore, there was another point: it was too similar. Up until now, although the experiences of Crown Prince Wuyong displayed on the murals in the Wuyong Shrine weren't complete, it had already faintly given Xiaolian an almost terrifying feeling of reincarnation. Hua Cheng slowed down his tone and said, however, brother, think carefully first. Your master, what is his background? Xiao Yan carefully thought about it and said, I'm not sure. Really, he couldn't remember where his master came from at all. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiao Yan said, the state preceptor was already the state preceptor before I was born. I only know that he's called Mei Nianqing, but needless to say, this is definitely a fake name. In the past, I also thought, if the state preceptor was so powerful, why didn't he ascend? But if that person just now was him, then he must have lived in this world longer than me. If he really wants to deal with us. However, Hua Cheng said indifferently, it's fine. I've lived a little longer, that's all. No matter what he is, soldiers come with arms, water comes with an earth weir. Remember, you have me for everything. I will always stand by your side. Xiao Yan was slightly startled. Yin Yu's presence was originally very low, plus he tactfully didn't say anything, so he had almost forgotten about it. At this time he said, City Lord, do we need to go find the others? They had come out, but who knew where Pei Ming and the others had been swallowed and digested by this mountain monster? Xiao Yan hurriedly said, find them. We'll go find them together. Your Highness, Yin Yu, please wait. Yin Yu said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, there's no need to call me Your Highness. I've long since stopped being a heavenly official of the heavenly court. Xiao Yan smiled and said, then you can also call me by my name. There's no need to be so polite. I've also long since stopped being Your Highness the Crown Prince. Yin Yu glanced at Hua Cheng behind him and hurriedly said, this. I don't dare, I don't dare, I don't dare. Chapter 164. Xiao Yan's first reaction was to raise her heart and strike down. Fortunately, he was used to it. Before he made his move, he glanced at them. He stopped abruptly. General Pei? This person stood up. It was Pei Ming. He brushed the dust off his shoulders and looked at them in a calm and elegant manner. Your Highness Crown Prince and His Excellency Ghost King seem to be having a good time here. Xiao Yan replied, it's all right. Fortunately. General Pei, are you all right? I think I heard a crack just now. Pei Ming said, oh. Don't worry. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but it wasn't my bones that made the cracking sound. It's this. He held up something. It was that unfortunate man's thigh bone. They were no longer in the shape of bones. He said, fortunately, with the help of this brother, I was able to dig a way out of this mountain monster's body. Although it was a man's bone, but he can be considered a good man with an iron backbone. As soon as he finished speaking, not far away, a second figure descended from the sky. He fell heavily to the ground. This time it was Pei Su. Actually, there were two of them. He was protecting Half Moon in the crook of his arm, and Half Moon was protecting the two black jars that contained GMO and Rongguang. Both of them were covered in dust. But it didn't seem to be a big deal. Soon, Pei Su got up and spat out a few mouthfuls of dirt. General. Crown Prince's Palace. Your Majesty. Pei Ming said. It looks like the mountain monster found our taste bad and vomited after eating it. Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan glanced at each other. Not necessarily. Maybe someone just told it to spit it out. Pei Ming walked a few steps and felt an unusual vibration. She frowned and said, what's going on with this mountain? Why are you shaking so badly? Xiao Yan replied, because it's currently carrying us towards the copper furnace. Pei Ming walked to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. She said, so fast. Very good, it'll save us some energy. However, there was still one person missing. Xiao Yan asked, what about Ling Wan? Hua Cheng seemed to look with his right eye and said, the silver butterfly on his back was swallowed by the mountain monster. He disappeared. In other words, Ling Wan and the embroidered gown immortal could now move freely. Xiao Yan said, hurry up and find him. Thus, the group of people ran around the body of the mountain monster. Hua Cheng released nearly 100 dead spirit butterflies to search the area. Finally, he led everyone to another cave entrance. This hole was forcefully created by someone, and its edges were extremely irregular. The scenery outside was rapidly retreating, and the howling wind poured into the mountain, making ghostly wails and wolf howls. Presumably, after Ling Wan was spat out by the mountain monster, he opened a hole here and ran away. Xiaolian looked down from the edge of the cave and frowned. What should we do? The destructive power of the embroidered gown immortal is too strong. We can't just leave him like this. Huacheng said, don't worry. In any case, he's going to go to the bronze cauldron in the end. It's just a different route to the same destination. Now that everyone had gathered, Xiaolian briefly explained what he had just heard, omitting some of the details. After the speech, everyone sat on the ground in a daze. After all, there weren't any monsters to fight, and they didn't have to hurry on their own. Inevitably, they felt a bit empty and bored, because Inu said he didn't know how to communicate with Quan Yizhen. Seeing him gave him a headache. Xiaolian also felt that letting Quan Yizhen out now wasn't a wise choice, so he temporarily let him maintain his tumbler form. Pei Ming was so bored that he played with the roly-poly toy. Xiaolian saw that the roly-poly toy was swaying left and right as if it was a child being beaten. He felt a little pity for it and coughed lightly. General Pei stopped playing. Pei Ming was the first to agree. However, when Xiaolian felt sleepy, he leaned against the mountain wall to take a nap. Then he started playing again. No one cared about him. Inu kept guarding the cave entrance, calculating how far they had walked. He looked at them from afar, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, he didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, extreme joy turned to sorrow. As Pei Ming was playing, Pei Su, who was at the side, suddenly fell with a dong sound. This was his descendant, so Pei Ming immediately lost the mood to play. He grabbed Pei Su and said, "Little Pei? What happened to you?" Inu took the opportunity to quietly walk over and pick up the tumbler, placing it next to Xiaolian. Huacheng said, "Why are you so noisy? You won't die. Can't you see that His Highness is sleeping?" As expected, Xiaolian was woken up. In a daze, he found himself leaning on someone's shoulder. Huacheng's voice was next to his ear. "Brother, you're awake?" Xiaolian rubbed his eyes. Beside him, Quan Yizhen's tumbler swayed back and forth. He casually put it away and said, "I fell asleep leaning on you? I'm sorry. What happened?" Huacheng's expression was calm as he said, "It's nothing. If you're tired, you can sleep again. We'll arrive soon." Xiaolian saw Pei Ming grabbing Pei Su's collar and shaking him. He was slightly startled and woke up. Thinking that something had happened again, he hurried over to help. After looking, he said, "Oh, General Pei doesn't need to worry. Little General Pei is just hungry and tired." Pei Su was, after all, a human. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a long time, and he didn't have Xiaolian's rich experience in enduring hunger. Finally, he couldn't hold on and collapsed. Pei Ming felt that Xiaolian's understatement was very problematic. "What do you mean by hungry and tired? Can't hold on for a while?" That couldn't be helped. He wasn't boasting, but Xiaolian could eat for 3 days with one meal. Even if he suffered 10 beatings, he could immediately get up and go collect trash as if nothing had happened. Which heavenly official had more experience in this area than him? Xiaolian said, "This cough. Does anyone have anything to eat?" No one answered. Only Banyu took out something and said, "I'm sorry, I only have this." When Pei Ming saw that it was the jar containing the luan, she immediately said, "Why are you still holding this thing? Who do you want to kill? We're about to lose it." Huacheng turned to Xiaolian and said, "You see, I said it'll be fine. It's better to sleep again." The mountain monster had carried them for half a day. Xiaolian saw that the sky outside had already darkened. He asked, "How far have we walked? How long until we reach the copper furnace?" Inu answered, "We've already run nearly 800 miles. This was a lot faster than walking." Xiaolian also stood up and walked to the side of the cave. First, he was just casually looking around. Who knew that as his eyes swept over, he would suddenly see something? The hair on his back immediately stood up and he asked, "What is that?" In the dark of the night, looking down from the top of the mountain monster, on the ground below, there was shockingly a huge human face. This human face's eyes were curved and the corners of its mouth were raised, as if it was blooming a strange smile at him. Xiaolian couldn't help but take a step back. Huacheng caught him from behind. His mind slightly calmed down, and when he looked again carefully, he discovered that the human face was actually a pattern formed by mountains, rivers, and ravines. It was nothing more than a visual illusion. However, this illusion was vivid and lifelike. Looking at it, one couldn't help but be astonished. Xiaolian asked, "What's that groove that looks like an eye and a mouth?" Hua Chong said from behind him, "That's the Wu Yong people call the Mother River. It originates from a high mountain and is a river formed by melting snow. Of course, it's completely dried up now. Since we're here, it means we're already very close to the copper furnace." Xiaolian then asked, "What about that nose bridge?" Hua Chong said, "That's a bustling city on the banks of the Wu Yong River. Do you want to go down and take a look?" Xiaolian tilted his head and asked, "Is there anything good to see down there?" Hua Chong said, "That city also has a Wu Yong shrine. I'm guessing that brother might want to go take a look." If there was a shrine, then there was a possibility of murals. Xiaolian immediately said, "Let's go down." He couldn't wait to find out more about Crown Prince Wu Yong. Pei Ming also said, "Let's go down. We need to find some food and water for little Pei. But how do we go down?" The sword broke again. Hua Chong waved his hand, and a few silver butterflies appeared beside each person. They flashed with phosphorescence as they perched on their shoulders, backs, heads, and cuffs. When other people saw such small silver butterflies, they couldn't help but wonder whether or not they could carry them. However, Xiaolian didn't ask a single question and threw out Wuxia to tie everyone together. This way they wouldn't get separated in midair. The guiding jade opened the hole even wider, big enough to allow 5 or 6 people to enter and exit at the same time. After preparations were completed, the party arrived at the edge of the hole. Xiaolian said, "Everyone get ready." Pei Ming said, "Wait." Xiaolian turned his head and said, "General Pei, is there anything else?" Pei Ming said, "What are the two of you holding?" Following his gaze, Xiaolian looked down and saw his own hand. Only then did he discover that the red threads between his and Hua Cheng's fingers were still connected. Xiaolian coughed lightly and said, This is a magical artifact used for communication." Pei Ming said, "Oh, won't it be inconvenient to move? After all, it's a thread. If it gets tangled somewhere, there might be an accident." It made sense for him to remind her like that. How could Xiaolian not know that as a martial god, the thing he hated the most when he made a move was to be tangled and tangled? However, for some subtle reason, Xiaolian didn't want this thread to break. Seeing his slightly focused expression, as if he was conflicted, Hua Chong glanced at him and smiled. "That makes sense. This will indeed make it inconvenient to move." After he finished speaking, Xiaolian saw the red threads between their fingers disappear. Hua Chong said, "It's much more convenient now." Xiaolian stared at the area where the red threads disappeared and was slightly startled. The red threads were only connected for a short while before disappearing. Although it wasn't a big deal, no, it should be said that this was basically a sesame seed-sized matter, he still felt a little disappointed. Afraid that someone would see through him, Xiaolian hurriedly smiled and said, "Let's go." Prepared to jump. The mountain monster was still fiercely charging forward, completely unaware that these grasshopper-sized people had quietly landed on its body. Surrounded by a flock of dead spirit butterflies, the group of people floated down to the ground, completely unharmed. The place where they landed was the nose bridge of the huge smiling human face. After getting up, Xiaolian felt very strange. He looked around and said, "Sanlang, is Wuyong Shrine in the city here?" Hua Cheng said, "Yes." Xiaolian doubtfully said, "But there's nothing here?" Seriously. He thought that after landing on the ground, he would see the scenery of a small town like the first shrine. He would be able to see streets, shops, residences, ancient wells, shrines, and so on. However, what he saw in front of him was a flat, empty space. It didn't seem like a city had existed before. Pei Ming carried Pei Su and stepped on a large rock. "Where is the bustling city?" Hua Cheng said, "It's under your feet." "What?" Everyone gathered around. The rock under Pei Ming's feet was that rock. Xiaolian said, "Could it be some kind of mechanism?" Hua Cheng placed his hand on the hilt of his scimitar and slowly walked over. He said, Come, stand over here." Everyone followed his instructions. They watched as he pulled out the scimitar Misfortune. The tip of the scimitar pointed downwards, and with lightning speed, it hacked into the ground next to the rock. The ground where the tip of the scimitar stabbed first cracked open into a layer of spiderweb-like cracks. Following that, the cracks rapidly spread out, growing larger and deeper. Finally, that piece of ground collapsed with a loud bang, revealing a cold black hole. Hua Cheng took the lead and jumped down. Xiaolian didn't expect him to suddenly rush to the side of the hole and say, "San Lang?" After a short while, Hua Cheng's voice came from below. It even carried a hollow echo. "There's nothing down there. You can all come down." It turned out that he had gone down to scout ahead. Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and immediately jumped down. Hua Cheng held Xiaolian's hand and pulled him up. Xiaolian said, "It's so dark." As soon as he finished speaking, a few silver butterflies lit up in the darkness. Carrying phosphorescent stars, they fluttered away. There were also a few ghostly flames that instantly illuminated the depths of the cave. What appeared in front of everyone was a long street. 1,000 years ago, this should have been a bustling street with densely packed shops and tall houses. The large rock that Pei Ming had stepped on just now was the roof of a house. The others also jumped down one by one. Xiaolian looked up and said, "So that's how it is. Was this city buried? Earthquake? Landslide? Or?" Hua Cheng said, "Volcanic ash." Xiaolian suddenly turned his head. Hua Cheng said, "Volcanic ash as thick as 2 feet, burying the entire city underground. What you see now is the part that the demons and ghosts who came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain dug up. Most of it is still buried deep in the volcanic ash." Xiaolian immediately thought of the mural on the second temple. The bright red color seemed to appear in front of his eyes again. The apocalyptic scene in Prince Wu Yong's dream had actually come true. Pei Ming put Pei Su on the side of the road and said, "Let's not care about that for now. Do you have water? Let him drink 2 mouthfuls first." Hua Cheng said, "The surface river has dried up. However, I remember that there's underground water in the depths of this city. Let's see if we're lucky." Thus, Pei Ming, Ban Yu and Yin Yu went to find water. Just as Xiaolian was deep in thought, Hua Cheng walked over and said, "Brother, look at your hand." Xiaolian subconsciously did as he was told. When he raised his hand, he discovered that although the red line between the two of them had disappeared, the dark red knot that Hua Cheng had personally tied on his third finger was still there. It was as bright as ever, like a small red butterfly resting on the back of his hand. Hua Cheng had clearly said that if the red line between the two of them was broken, the knot would disappear. Xiaolian couldn't help but say, "This is." Seeing his surprise, Hua Cheng smiled and said, "The previous one was just a small smokescreen. Although the red line is hidden and the distance is not limited, we don't have to worry about being tied up. However, it is not broken." He raised his hand and showed Xiaolian the same knot. As long as the knot is still there, it means that the person on the other side of the red line is safe and sound. The closer we get to Bronze Cauldron, the more dangerous it is. We still don't know what's waiting for us. So after thinking about it, I still can't remove the red line. What do you think, brother? Knowing that the red line was still there, Xiaolian couldn't help but smile. However, he immediately suppressed it and said seriously, "Oh, right. This way we can know at any time whether the other party is still safe or not. It's a very good and practical spell." Hua Cheng also smiled. However, he immediately restrained his smile and said, "However, Your Highness, there's something I must say. I also hope you can listen to it." Seeing Hua Cheng's expression suddenly turn solemn, Xiaolian also became serious and said, "What is it? Speak." Hua Cheng looked straight into his eyes and said, "I know that you won't die and you aren't afraid of death. However, no matter how strong you are, don't think that you won't get hurt." Xiaolian was stunned. Hua Cheng continued, "Not dying doesn't mean you won't get hurt. It also doesn't mean you won't feel pain. If you see anything strange or dangerous, don't touch it. Look for me first and let me handle it." Xiaolian suddenly remembered that when he used his hands to pick up the 2 skulls that were covered in corpse poison, Hua Cheng's expression suddenly became very ugly. Could it be that at that time Hua Cheng was angry because of this? If it wasn't because of anything else, was it because he saw something dangerous and picked it up without a care? If that was really the case, then he really didn't know what to say. After a long time, Xiaolian finally said, "All right, I won't do it again." Hearing his sincere answer, Hua Cheng seemed to be satisfied. He nodded slightly and turned around to walk forward. Xiaolian said, "San Lang, wait." Hua Cheng stopped and turned around. Xiaolian squeezed for a long time before he finally said in a low voice, You two. If you see something dangerous, I won't touch it. You also shouldn't touch it. Neither of us should touch it, okay? Hearing this, the corner of Hua Cheng's mouth slowly rose. After Xiaolian said this, he was a bit nervous and unconsciously smiled. He saw Hua Cheng walk a step closer and was about to say something when he suddenly heard Pei Ming say from nearby, "What is this thing?" Ban Yu said, "It seems to be a person." Pei Ming said, "It really is. But how can a person become like this?" Chapter 165. Pei Ming and the others entered the courtyard of a family. They probably wanted to see if there was a well. Xiaolian stepped into the courtyard. He casually said, "The houses on this street are all so tall and imposing." Hua Cheng said, "The copper furnace is located in the center of the Wuyong country, near the imperial city. This place is very close to the copper furnace, which means that it's very close to the imperial city 2,000 years ago. Naturally, it's a rich place because most of the people living here are officials and nobles. Rich families." There was indeed a well. However, the scene beside the well was very terrifying. 7 or 8 people were all lying by the well. It was as if someone who was about to die of thirst had moved to this place. They were still dead. When he walked closer, Xiaolian was stunned. He said, "This, rather than people, doesn't it look more like stone statues?" Of course, these weren't living people, but they weren't corpses either. They were not skeletons either, but rather the most crude grayish-white stone statues. Xiaolian was just about to go up and touch them. Hua Cheng glanced at him from the side. He immediately remembered that the two of them had just agreed not to touch dangerous and strange things. He forced himself to hold back. Then he thought about it again. Who would make so many frightening stone statues for no reason? They should indeed be people, but for some reason they became like this. The door of this family was wide open. He looked into the house to the side and saw 2 people lying on the ground inside. Their postures were twisted and they were tightly hugging each other. Although their faces were blurry and their expressions couldn't be seen clearly, just from their movements, he could feel the extreme fear of these 2 people. Between the 2 of them was tightly hugging something. At first glance it looked like a bundle. Upon closer inspection, Xiaolian suddenly understood. That should be a baby. Things were very clear. Xiaolian said, "Those outside are the servants of this family. The ones inside are the master's family of 3. Hua Cheng said, "Yes." After the volcano erupted, the flowing water of the Wuyong River turned into surging magma. The residents living in the highlands weren't burned to death by the magma and fire, but they couldn't escape the ubiquitous volcanic ash in the air and suffocated to death. The overwhelming volcanic ash instantly enveloped their entire bodies, forming a layer of hard shell on the surface. It preserved the moment before people died, turning them into stone statues. The moment their lives ended, the husband and wife hugged their lover and child in horror, becoming one with each other. Of course, the ancient well had dried up long ago. Pei Ming wasn't interested in studying the dead man's model. She went out to fight Pei Su and continued to search for water. Suddenly, Xiaolian noticed something strange. He entered the house and squatted down beside the petrified statue of the family of 3. Hua Cheng also came in and asked, "What do you want to see?" Xiaolian frowned slightly and said, "I just feel that their movements are a little strange. These 2 adults are holding each other tightly with one hand, but the other hand was placed in front of his chest, as if he was tightly grasping something." Hua Cheng said, "Do you want to see what they are holding in their hands?" Just as Xiaolian nodded his head, Hua Cheng slapped the petrified statue. Xiaolian hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, isn't this a bit too?" However, Hua Cheng's movements were faster than his. In an instant, the family of 3 turned into a pile of grayish-white fragments. Hua Cheng said calmly, "You don't have to worry too much. He's already dead, and there's nothing left of him." There was nothing in that pile of debris. These stone statues were actually hollow. That made sense. Although the volcanic ash on the surface formed a hard protective shell, the corpses that were wrapped inside would eventually rot and decompose. After they finished rotting, all that was left was this layer of ash on the surface. What was once alive would eventually pass away, but what had never possessed life would instead exist eternally. Within the volcanic ash fragments, there were still some clothing that hadn't completely rotted and the jewelry on the owner's body, such as rings, earrings, necklaces, and so on. Xiaolian felt that it wasn't very likely that this couple had grabbed these gold and silver jewelry before they died. Just as he was picking and choosing, Hua Chong picked up something from the ground and handed it to him. Xiaolian asked, "What is this?" Hua Chong said, "This is what they were tightly grasping in their hands." It was a pendant, and on it hung a shiny piece of gold and a bone-like ornament. There were patterns on the piece of gold. Xiaolian gently wiped off the ash on it, and after looking at it attentively for a moment, he said, "Mars guards the heart?" What was engraved on this piece of gold was actually a diagram of the heavens. Gold as the sky and agate as the stars. This was precisely the so-called Mars guards the heart diagram. In other words, it was the heavenly diagram of the Mars star staying in the heart for a long time. The Mars star had always been viewed by people as a star of war and death, and the Mars guard the heart diagram was even more of an inauspicious omen. This was especially true for rulers, emperors, and other rulers. Why would such a diagram of the heavens be engraved on an ornament? No, this shouldn't be an ornament. Xiaolian searched through the empty shell fragments for a while, and found another 2 identical pendants. There were a total of 3 of them, and even one belonged to the baby in the couple's arms. Normally, why would they prepare 3 sets of the same ornament? Xiaolian said, "This shouldn't be a protective talisman, right? Only a protective talisman would give people the urge to tightly grasp it before they died. In their fear, they would crazily pray for it with their last hope." Hua Chong said, "Exactly. I've also excavated a portion of this city, and found this protective talisman inside quite a few stone statues." Xiaolian muttered to himself, "The Wu Yong people believe in their crown prince, so this should be the crown prince's protective talisman. But why draw this? What's the relationship between the crown prince and the Mars guard the heart?" Hua Chong said, "Because on the day he was born, the heavenly diagram was that the Mars guard the heart. Thus, the Wu Yong people used this heavenly diagram to refer to him." Xiaolian asked curiously, "How did San Lang know about this?" Hua Chong flipped the gold piece over and smiled. "It's written here." Sure enough, a row of words was engraved on the back. Hua Chong pointed it out to him and said, "This line of words means Mars guard the heart, the saint is born." In our eyes now, the Mars guard the heart is an inauspicious omen, but 2,000 years ago, it might not have been so. Xiaolian stroked the line of words, but his heart slowly sank, because on the day he was born, the heavenly diagram was also that of the Mars guard the heart. Wasn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Xiaolian stood up and said, "Let's go to the temple." The 2 of them walked side by side down the long street. Pei Ming and the others didn't find anything in this area, so they also followed. There were many remnants of carriages and horses on the street. Some were properly resting by the roadside, while others were completely overturned on the ground. They also saw a few scattered petrified people lying on the ground in various postures. Most of the people had hidden in their homes to take refuge. These were either homeless beggars or passers-by who couldn't return home in time. The roars and struggles of the moment before death were all preserved. Everyone walked through this dazzling crowd. Hua Chong pointed out to Xiaolian which were the residences of wealthy merchants, and which were places for feasts and merrymaking. Xiaolian couldn't help but ask, "San Lang, the Wu Yong country has been destroyed for more than 2,000 years. Before that, there were no descendants left in this world. How did you learn these words?" He couldn't just learn them out of thin air. No matter what, there had to be a way. Hua Chong said it wasn't too difficult. Brother can see that there are some Wu Yong words that are very similar to the current words. Xiaolian said, "Yes, the 2 words Wu Yong are very similar to the current form." Hua Chong said, "Yes. That's why these 2 words were one of the earliest Wu Yong words I learned. There are also some like this mixed in with the sentences so we can infer more new words before and after. There are also some that have the same form but have different meanings, but they are very few." Xiaolian nodded. Hua Chong continued, "Then, there are those characters that appear more frequently. For example, these 2. He pointed to 2 buildings on the side of the street and said, "You can clearly see what this place is. The front of the words on the signboard are different, but the back is the same. With this, you can roughly determine the meaning of the last 2 words." If it's not a restaurant, then it's a restaurant. There are still many ways that brother wants to hear. When I have time, I'll tell you one by one. So that's how it is. There were actually people in this world who didn't need any help and relied on their own strength to figure out something. Xiaolian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. The Wuyong Temple was still the tallest and most imposing building in the city. The group of people arrived in front of the temple, but before they could enter, Pei Ming suddenly said, "What's that sound?" Squeak, 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 squeak. The sound came from afar and dispersed far away. Xiaolian said, "A rat?" Hua Cheng said, "It's not an ordinary rat. However, if there's a rat, it means there's water nearby." After entering the temple this time, there were actually no scorch marks left on the walls. When they raised their heads, they could see large expanses of brightly colored murals. However, this time there wasn't just one mural but 3 on the left, center, and right. There was one mural on each of the 3 walls. Everyone arrived in front of the first mural and raised their heads to look. They saw Prince Wuyong sitting in the clouds, his entire body shining with a golden light. However, his expression was grim. His left hand was holding a ball of light, and within the halo was a small mountain spitting out flames. His right hand's 5 fingers were closed together, and his palm was facing forward, as if he was waving his hand. Below them was a palace, and inside the palace stood a dozen or so people. Their clothes and accessories were all incomparably gorgeous, and each person's movements were different. Some opened their arms, some wore armor and drew their bows, and some had excited expressions as they pointed into the distance. The details of the painting were complex, and the content was extremely broad. Xiaolian looked at it for a while before turning his head and saying, "I'll tell you what I understand the meaning of this painting." The ball of light in Prince Wuyong's left hand has the scene of a small volcano erupting. This means that he told his dream to the people below him. As for the gesture of his right hand, it's clearly a negative gesture. He should be rejecting something. Pei Ming asked, "Then what exactly is he rejecting?" Xiaolian said, "That depends on the actions of the group of people below. This palace is located in the mortal world, and it's magnificent and majestic. It should be the imperial palace. This group of people should be the nobles of Wuyong country. The one with his arms open, looking at the gesture, is expanding." Expanding what? That depends on what he's holding in his hand. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that he was holding a map in his hand. Pei Ming couldn't be more familiar with this. She said, "Expanding the territory." Xiaolian said yes. As for these generals, they were all dressed in military attire, as if they were ready to go into battle. There are also people beside them giving them directions. Look, their movements are very clear, as if they're saying, "Go there, attack there." In this way, the meaning of this painting is easy to understand. In summary, it's Prince Wuyong told his prophecy to the ministers in the imperial palace. Once the volcano erupts, the consequences will be incomparably serious. It will be a disaster for the Wuyong country. The country's territory won't be enough because the volcano is located in the center, and the important cities will definitely disappear. So how should we solve this? Hua Cheng said, "If our own territory isn't enough, we'll go and occupy other people's territory." Xiaolian said, "That's right." So, the ministers proposed to expand the territory and attack the neighboring countries. However, Prince Wuyong didn't agree to do so. So, his right hand made a gesture of rejection. After understanding the first mural, everyone came to the front of the second mural. The color of this mural was much darker than the other 2, perhaps because it depicted the scene of slaughter on the battlefield. On the battlefield below, blood flowed like a river as the soldiers of both sides fought fiercely. Xiaolian could tell which side was the Wuyong country's soldier because their armor was the same as the generals in the previous mural. The Wuyong soldiers looked extremely fierce, trampling the enemy's heads under their feet and lifting the corpses on their halberds. They killed until the flesh of their arms and thighs flew everywhere. It was bloody and cruel. There were also soldiers who laughed sinisterly as they stretched out their hands towards the huddled children and women. It was enough to show the horror of war. Dark clouds covered the battlefield, but there was a sliver of white light within the dark clouds. Prince Wuyong stuck half his body out from the clouds and looked down at the scene below. He seemed to be somewhat angry, and he stretched out his hand, releasing many rays of golden light. Wherever the golden light went, the Wuyong soldiers would be collected. The meaning of this mural was a little easier to understand than the previous one. Xiaolian looked for a while, then softly said, "It seems that the generals and ministers did not listen to His Highness the Crown Prince's advice and still sent troops to attack the neighboring country. The soldiers killed too many people and bullied the old, weak women and children of other countries. When the Crown Prince found out about this, he was very angry and once again intervened to stop the Wuyong soldiers' atrocities. When Pei Ming heard this, she softly said, "It's touching. But to be honest, if a country must be plunged into misery and suffering, there's nothing wrong with choosing to protect one's own country. The officers and soldiers charge and break through enemy lines. If they don't get hacked to death on the battlefield, they might first be angered to death by His Highness the Crown Prince. I don't want to fight for this kind of monarch." Xiaolian laughed a few times and said a little helplessly, "What General Pei said, makes sense." Hua Cheng slightly sneered. Pei Ming said, "So, the volcano is about to erupt. What does His Highness the Crown Prince plan to do? He can't just let his own people wait for death." Xiaolian said, "Let's look at the third mural. It should be able to be solved." Everyone finally arrived in front of the last mural. This mural formed a strong contrast with the colors of the previous one. Once again it became extremely bright and was sprinkled with holy light. However, when Xiaolian saw it for the first time, his heart trembled and his eyes widened. When Pei Ming saw it, she said, "Heavens, is this the idea that Prince Wuyong came up with? He's really got guts. I admire him." On the third mural, the bottom part was the Wuyong country. The Wuyong River meandered across the land, and the Crown Prince and the 4 guardian deities were also on the mural. However, this wasn't the main point. The most eye-catching part of the whole mural was a bridge at the center. A gigantic bridge shining with white light was supported by the combined efforts of Prince Wuyong and his 4 guardian deities. The people on the ground were currently rushing towards the bridge with faces full of smiles. Chapter 166. Xiaolian couldn't help but be stunned. Pei Ming said, "That works too." Hua Cheng said, "Why not?" The few of them looked at him. Hua Cheng said, "Isn't it just to send mortals to the sky? He just needs to temporarily send the Wuyong people near the imperial city to the sky. When the volcano erupts after the dust settles, why not put them back?" Pei Ming said, "Don't make it sound so easy. It's not like you don't know that summoning generals also consumes magic power. How many people does he need to summon?" Summoning generals was actually using one's own magic power to raise the mortals that were summoned for one's own use. Otherwise, if there were no restrictions, wouldn't the heavenly officials try their best to summon people to the sky? The emperor might as well summon all the civil and military officials in the court. The general might as well summon his entire army. Hua Cheng said, "Judging from the ruins left behind, the entire Wuyong country has about 100,000 people. There are only a few tens of thousands near the imperial city." Xiaolian said in a low voice, "Although it's difficult, but we can barely fight, it might not work." Pei Ming said, "Even if there are tens of thousands of people, no heavenly official has ever dared to summon so many. If that's the case, it's hard to say if his courage is praiseworthy or extremely stupid. It can be said that there is no one who can surpass him in the future." Xiaolian looked at the bridge on the mural, unable to take his eyes off it. The faces of the white-robed crown prince and the 4 heavenly protectors were in his eyes. The more he looked, the more it looked like his own and the 4 imperial tutors' faces. He thought of the appearance of Ing Hua guarding the heart. This story that seemed to be repeating itself made him impatient to know what would happen next. However, he felt like he already knew. He didn't dare to look at the mural again. He turned his head and said, "Did you find water?" Half Moon dragged Pei Su and said, "That brother went to look for it." She was talking about the guiding jade. Xiaolian looked at Pei Su, who had his eyes closed. After a moment of silence, he said, "I think we should go to the copper furnace next. General Pei should stay here." Pei Su was in human form after all, and there were many inconveniences. Moreover, they didn't know what was waiting for them ahead. Pei Ming squatted down and looked at Pei Su. "All right, I agree. However, Your Highness, please do not tell him the reason when you are in front of him." This child will understand. I'll talk to him about this. Xiaolian said, General Pei, don't worry. I know about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it before he woke up. After all, Pei Su was once a young martial god of the heavenly court with a bright future ahead of him. If he was to be placed here because he couldn't keep up with the team, he would definitely feel bad. However, if one did something wrong, he would have to accept the punishment. This was the taste of exile, so he could only endure it. The few of them stayed in the shrine and discussed for a while. Xiaolian curiously asked, Where's the guiding jade? Why hasn't he returned after so long? Haven't you found any water? Hua Cheng, on the other hand, was staring at the few dead spirit butterflies resting on his fingertips. Those silver butterflies had just been put to great use, and now they had returned to him and were accumulating energy. He raised his head slightly and said, It won't take that long. Xiaolian became vigilant. Standing up, he said, I'll go take a look. General Pei will stay here and watch, and San Lang will come with me? Of course she would be with him. Thus Xiaolian left Wuxia behind and had it form a protective circle. The two of them left the shrine and walked deeper into the underground city. Along the way there were quite a few houses and messy things. Xiaolian picked up a jar that looked quite pleasing to the eye. Hua Cheng seemed to find it funny and asked, Why did you pick this up? Xiaolian said, In a moment, if we find water, we can bring some back for little General Pei. After all, he was used to collecting junk. He couldn't help but pat the jar in his hand and said, Speaking of which, this is a 1,000-year-old antique. Hua Cheng laughed out loud and said, If you like this kind of thing, you can come to my place later. I also have a few. You can take a look and see if there's anything you like. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the two of them could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. Not long after, Xiaolian said, It's here. Sure enough, there was an underground river underneath. Xiaolian placed the jar he picked up into the water and vigorously washed it. The 1,000-year-old dirt and grime had already condensed into a thick shell. It couldn't be washed off, but brushing off the dust on the surface was enough to make do with it. He filled the jar with water and lowered his head. Just as he was about to drink a mouthful, Hua Cheng, who had been carefully observing the surroundings, turned his head and saw him. He said, Don't drink. Xiaolian had already moved his face closer to the jar. When he heard him stop him, he doubtfully asked, What? At this moment, a voice suddenly said, It's so hot. There were only the two of them present, so where did this third voice come from? Xiaolian subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice. Unexpectedly, that voice was coming from the jar in his hand. He suddenly lowered his head and saw a pair of extremely small scarlet dots hiding in the water, staring at him. No matter how he looked at it, it was still a pair of eyes. Could it be that there was someone hiding inside? The moment he locked eyes with this pair of eyes, that thing fiercely rushed towards Xiaolian's face. With a splashing sound, Xiaolian's eyes and hands were quick. He immediately threw the jar several meters away, causing it to crash into the wall. Clang! With a sound, the 1,000-year-old antique was smashed open, and the thing hidden inside fell to the ground, instantly scuttling into the darkness. In his haste, Xiaolian didn't see it clearly. He only felt that it was a large lump of black stuff. He asked, What is that? Hua Cheng blocked in front of him. Xiaolian gloomily said, There wasn't this thing in the jar from before, right? And why did it say so hot? Shouldn't it be very cold in that water? Hua Cheng replied, No, it specially swam in from the water. There are often groups of things swimming in this underground river, so don't tell Big Brother to drink this water. Xiaolian thought to himself, Then I'll let little General Pei drink as he pleases. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back and shouted, Who is it? In that instant he heard someone cough in the distance. That definitely wasn't an illusion, so he immediately went on full alert. Not long after, a wave of whispers spread out like a tide. Around the two of them, pairs of red dots lit up one after another, surrounding them in the center. Hua Cheng said, Don't worry. It's not a person. Xiaolian thought to himself, There's no need to worry if it's not a person. Listening carefully to those whispers, he could distinguish what those people were saying. Cough, cough, cough. It's so hot, so hot. It's scalding me to death. Woo, I'm going to suffocate to death. Is there anyone here? I can't move, I can't move. Although these voices were soft, they were clear and painful. They were like tiny ants that continuously drilled into people's ears. Xiao was just about to place his hand on her heart when he suddenly heard a mournful voice cry out, Your Highness the Crown Prince, where's His Highness the Crown Prince? Save me, ah. Hearing the last sentence, Xiao felt his blood run cold. For a moment he felt as if this voice was calling out to him. Then with a wave of Hua Cheng's hand, thousands of dead spirit butterflies suddenly spread out and pounced towards those pair of red glowing eyes. The silver light of the silver butterflies illuminated the countless things that were whispering in the darkness. As expected, they weren't people. They were actually rats. Hua Cheng pulled him along and said, I said before, there are a lot of rats here. Let's go. As Xiao walked, he asked in astonishment, Are those rats? Why do I think they look more like cats? Indeed, those rats were all larger than kittens. Their entire bodies were covered in pitch-black fur that resembled steel needles. In the darkness, their small red eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Many of them climbed up the walls and stared at them. Their mouths even spoke the human language. It was extremely strange. After the silver butterflies pounced on them, they began to fight at close quarters. Red and silver lights crisscrossed and flashed chaotically. Although they couldn't see the battle clearly, they knew it was extremely fierce and cruel. Xiao said, The guiding jade couldn't have been dragged somewhere by them, right? Hua Cheng said, It shouldn't be that useless. It should have been held back by something else. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Xiao slightly relaxed. However, the second half of the sentence made him worried again. He said, It's fine if the rats are this big, but why are there so many of them? What did they eat to grow so big? Hua Cheng said, It's simple. Naturally, it's the dead. These are all corpse-eating rats. It turned out that when this city was covered in volcanic ash, humans, cows, horses, sheep, and other large livestock had nowhere to hide. However, the rats had burrowed deep underground. Relying on the air and stored food in the depths of the cave, they were able to survive. After the dust settled, they once again burrowed out of the cave and ran around the city that had already turned into hell, looking for food. However, everything was destroyed. It was either buried in magma or covered in volcanic ash. The rats gnawed on a lot of things, and even after a long time they couldn't find any food. Until one day they smelled a rotting smell. The rotting smell came from those human-shaped petrified statues. Some of the corpses were wrapped in volcanic ash shells. The shells were relatively thin, so they began to rot. A strange smell wafted out, and corpse water flowed out. Thus, the hungry rats circled around the petrified statues. They bit a small hole in the surface of the stone statues and drilled in through this hole to eat the corpses inside. The lowliest things were often the easiest to survive. The corpses of the dead were wrapped in fossils. Their fear, anger, unwillingness, and other strong emotions were also wrapped in the fossils. The rats ate the corpses and ate these emotions as well. They began to speak the human language, saying what they wanted to say but couldn't say at the moment before they died. Xiao suddenly said, So that's why they said those words. I was wondering why they said those words. Unexpectedly, Hua Cheng suddenly said, What did you say? Xiao was startled and said, What did I say? Hua Cheng stared at him and said, What did they say? What did you hear? Xiao said strangely, Didn't you hear San Lang? It's so hot, suffocating, I can't move, save me, and so on. However, before Hua Cheng could reply, he came to his senses. That's not right. Those corpse-eating rats were repeating the ravings of the Wu Yong people before they died. Naturally, it was the Wu Yong language. Chapter 167. Hua Cheng learned the Wu Yong language based on his own deduction ability. He could decipher the meaning of the words. But because there were no survivors who read the words to him, he couldn't match the sounds with the words. That was why he could not understand the mutterings of the rats. But Xiao, who had never been to Mount Bronze Furnace, understood. What did this mean? Hua Cheng knew what he was thinking with one look. He immediately said, Brother, don't be nervous. I'll repeat those words again. Listen to them. Xiao said. Okay. Hua Cheng had a good memory. As soon as he left the place where the rats gathered, He immediately repeated it clearly. Xiaolian stared at his lips. He heard a string of strange sounds that were neither fast nor slow. This string of strange words was spoken with an ancient charm. It came out of Hua Cheng's mouth. The voice was deep and beautiful. It was very pleasant to listen to. After a moment, Xiaolian said, I don't understand. This was very strange. He could understand the human language of the rats. But right now Hua Cheng was repeating it exactly, but he couldn't understand it. But the moment he understood, it couldn't have been an illusion. Hua Cheng continued, just now when you heard those sounds you understood it instantly and naturally, right? Xiaolian said yes. At that time my mind didn't go through the process of translation. That was why he didn't realize it was another language. Hua Cheng crossed his arms and thought for a moment. I understand. Xiaolian asked, what do you understand? Hua Cheng said, what you understood wasn't the Wuyong language, but the emotions of the dead. Xiaolian seemed to understand. Hua Cheng continued, that is to say, a long time ago, someone heard the voices of the dead, understood them and remembered them. Then, unknowingly, they implanted this memory into you, and used this emotion to infect you. Because that person understood the Wuyong language, he had already understood it. So you don't need to understand the Wuyong language at all. These voices have always been hidden in the depths of your mind. The moment you hear them, you can be directly brought into that emotion. Xiaolian felt that this was possible, so he said, but the problem is, who passed these memories and emotions to me? And when did you pass it on to me? Pausing for a moment, he muttered, Imperial Preceptor? However, Hua Cheng said, not yet. Brother, you are already assuming that your master is from Wuyong. But have you ever thought of a problem? If that's the case, then why didn't they use the Wuyong language to communicate in the mountain monster's stomach? This wasn't hard to explain. Xiaolian explained, because the Wuyong kingdom was destroyed 2,000 years ago. In other words, in the last 2,000 years, if they really had been active in the world, they would have used the language of their descendants. When we communicate, we will naturally use the language we are more familiar with. Hua Cheng hugged his shoulder and said in a more serious tone, brother, don't always lead yourself in that direction. Only then did Xiaolian turn around and say, good. Then, San Lang, what are the requirements to transfer certain memories and emotions to someone else? Hua Cheng said, 2 conditions. First, you must have absolute trust in this person and not put up any defenses. Furthermore, if necessary, you must be willing to be guided by this person. After thinking for a moment, Xiaolian had a candidate in mind. Hua Cheng continued, second, you have no power to resist this person. You will be completely suppressed by the other party, and you will have a deep fear of the other party. Brother, think about it carefully. In these past few years, among the people you know, who fits these 2 conditions? Xiaolian thought for a moment and hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, there are 3. Hua Cheng said, okay, which 3? Xiaolian said, the first is the Imperial Preceptor. Although he deeply loved his parents and didn't put up any defenses, deep in his heart, he didn't walk the same path as his father. Therefore, he couldn't say he was willing to be guided by his father. However, the Imperial Preceptor who introduced him and taught him everything met this condition. This was within his expectations. Hua Cheng said, then the second one? Xiaolian said, Junwu. He greatly admired Junwu. Needless to say, he also met the first condition. Hua Cheng's expression didn't seem to agree, but he didn't make any comments. He asked, what about the last one? Xiaolian said, the third one doesn't meet the first condition. Instead, it meets the second. Hua Cheng understood. He said in a low voice, by Wuxia? Xiaolian closed his eyes and nodded. He rubbed his forehead with one hand and said, I won't hide it from you. Although in everyone's eyes, I don't seem to have ever revealed this. Even when facing Feng Xian and Mu Qing, I didn't say anything disheartening, but in reality deep in his heart he deeply feared this thing. For a period of time, he even reached the point where he would tremble incessantly when he heard this name. However, Xiaolian never dared to let anyone see a trace of it. That was because he was the only hope to resist by Wuxia. If even he was afraid, wouldn't others be even more desperate? If that happened, then everything would be completely destroyed. Of course, everything was much better now. Hua Cheng hugged his shoulder even tighter and said, it's fine. Being afraid of something isn't shameful. Xiaolian smiled and said, "It's just that I'm not brave enough." However, Huacheng said, "If there's no such thing as fear, then there's no such thing as courage. You don't have to be so harsh on yourself." Hearing this, Xiaolian was slightly startled. Huacheng then said, "So, there are only these 3 people?" Xiaolian nodded. In other words, the person who instilled him with the memories and emotions of the Wu Yong people during the volcanic eruption was one of these 3. Huacheng looked pensive and slightly frowned. Xiaolian was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "More than that." Huacheng turned his head and said, "What?" Xiaolian took a light breath and said, "Actually, it's not just these 3 people. There's a 4th person. This person fulfills the first condition. However, he definitely has nothing to do with the memories and emotions of the deceased." Hearing this, Huacheng completely turned around and said, "Oh? How can you be so sure? Your Highness also has a deep friendship with this person for many years?" Xiaolian thought that many years didn't count, but deep friendship, he thought it counted. However, he was embarrassed to say this, so he vaguely said, "In any case, he's probably the person I trust the most. I trust him more than my master and Jun Wu." Huacheng said, "How does this count?" Xiaolian coughed lightly and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm ashamed to say this. That's because if I commit some monstrous mistake or make some earth-shattering mess, the first person I'll think of will definitely be him. Moreover, it's a different kind of trust that I have for my master and the emperor." Before he could finish speaking, he noticed that Huacheng's expression was a little strange. He stopped talking and hesitated for a moment. "San Lang?" Only then did Huacheng return to his senses. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "Oh, nothing. I was thinking about something else just now. Does your Highness really trust this person that much?" Although he usually raised his eyebrows in satisfaction or teasing, this raised eyebrow wasn't very natural. Xiaolian nodded and said, "Yes." "Is there a problem?" Huacheng slightly lowered his head and adjusted the silver wristband on his cuffs. Pretending to be careless, he said, "There's no big problem. However, my personal opinion, brother, it's best if you don't trust others so easily." Hearing him say this, Xiaolian wasn't sure if Huacheng understood who he was talking about. However, he didn't dare to reveal it further. He just said, "Oh." After pausing for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "San Lang, aren't you going to ask who this person is?" Huacheng said, "Me? Since brother said that you trust him and firmly believe that he has nothing to do with this matter, then there's no need to ask." Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Immediately after, Huacheng said, "However, if brother is willing to tell me, San Lang is willing to listen." Although his words sounded appropriate, if Xiaolian followed along and told him now, it would be a little awkward. It would be as if Xiaolian was asking him who he trusted the most. Xiaolian couldn't tell if it was just polite words or if it really didn't matter. Just at this moment, the necrotic butterflies that had just torn flesh and blood from the corpse-eating rats flew back. After experiencing a fierce battle, the silver butterflies were flying a little low, as if they were slightly tired. Xiaolian hurriedly went forward and reached out to catch an especially slender little silver butterfly. He said, "You've worked hard." As soon as he reached out, the butterflies slowed down in the air. In the next moment, as if they smelled something delicious, they crazily pounced towards him. Xiaolian held the little silver butterfly in his hands and was almost stunned. Huacheng coughed lightly. The butterflies froze again and obediently flew towards him. They landed on the silver bracer on his arm and fused with the silver butterfly engravings on it. The 2 of them continued to search for the guiding jade. After walking for a while, Huacheng suddenly said, "It can't be Feng Xian, right?" Xiaolian had already started thinking about other things. Hearing this, he was startled and said, "Ah? What?" Huacheng said, "The person that brother was talking about." Xiaolian immediately waved his hand and said, "Of course not." Huacheng's eyebrows twitched. He said, "It can't be Mu Qing either." A drop of cold sweat dripped down Xiaolian's forehead. He waved his hands even faster and said, "That's even more impossible." However, why did San Lang suddenly ask about it now? Huacheng smiled and said, "I thought about it and suddenly felt that the 4th person was the most suspicious. So, just in case, can I ask brother to tell me who your most trusted friend of many years is? Xiaolian looked at the smile on his face and had an intuition that this smile was very fake. Just as he took a deep breath and was about to speak, the faint silver light on the bodies of the scouting silver butterflies suddenly disappeared. Their surroundings fell into darkness. Hua Cheng quickly took Xiaolian's hand and flashed to the side of the street. Xiaolian sensed that something was wrong and said in a low voice, "Sanlang, is there something coming?" Although he suddenly fell into darkness and couldn't see, he still followed Hua Cheng's footsteps and accurately flipped into a house to hide. Hua Cheng's voice sounded in his ear, "It's coming." In the darkness, an extremely strange sound suddenly rang out. Thump, thump, thump. Although it was still very far away, each sound was extremely heavy. With each sound, the sound came closer by a large distance. The speed was astonishing. Xiaolian felt that this sound was inexplicably familiar. He had definitely heard it somewhere before. When the sound was not far away, he looked out. As expected, on the main street of the underground city, a girl wearing a wedding dress appeared. Although the girl was wearing a wedding dress, her clothes were tattered and looked mournful and gloomy. Although she had a long face and a proud and beautiful face, there was not a trace of life in it. On top of her head was a faint green ghost fire, which made her pale face look even greener. She was holding a child in her arms. His face was also deathly pale, but he was still much more alive than her. It was obviously a living person. Hua Cheng said, "I meet an old friend again." Chapter 168. They actually came to Mount Bronze Cauldron. Xiaolian said, "Guzi is here. Is Qi Rong here too?" Hua Cheng said, "Look at the green light on top of her head. There's no doubt about it." Guzi seemed to be a little afraid of Xianji, and didn't dare to move in her arms. But maybe it was because Xianji's cold body was really uncomfortable, so he quietly twisted twice. Xianji said, "Don't move." As soon as she opened her mouth, the muscles on her face became more and more distorted under the illumination of the green willow, the wisp. Willow, the wisp was also one of the symbols of ghosts. This taste was really terrible. Xiaolian felt that any female ghost with normal taste and who cared about her image would refuse to put such a green willow, the wisp, on her head. Needless to say, Qi Rong must have asked her to wear it. The green fire and the red dress formed a very visually impactful scene. This was even more frustrating than the sect leader forcing the disciples to wear the incomparably ugly school uniform. Guzi said with tears in his eyes, "Sister, I drank that water. My stomach feels a little uncomfortable." Water? Xiaolian couldn't help but sweat. That underground water was something that corpse-eating rats swam in groups. Although it wasn't to the extent of being poisoned, children's resistance was weak. If they drank it, they might have diarrhea. Xianji didn't seem to be the type to like children. She didn't have much patience with him. She said, "Bear with it. We're already on our way back." Their backs melted into the darkness in front of them. Without saying another word, Xiaolian and Hua Cheng quietly followed. Not long after, they followed Xianji. After a few turns, they turned into another street. At the end of the street, there was an exceptionally gorgeous house with voices coming from inside. This must be their destination. Xiaolian and Hua Cheng hid in the dark and rushed to the roof of the house. They looked down through the cracks. Sure enough, Qi Rong was sitting in the middle of the hall of the mansion. He moved more than 10 stone people over and had their heads facing him. Because these stone people were all lying on the ground, it looked like they were prostrating themselves on the ground. As he enjoyed the worship, he happily gnawed on a bloody arm. There were 5 or 6 farmers sitting in the corner. One of them had his head lowered as if he didn't exist. It was Inu. He was indeed intercepted by Qi Rong. Although none of them were bound by ropes, there was a green willow, the wisp, hovering above their heads. Upon closer inspection, those balls of willow wisps were different from the ones on Xianji's head for ornamental purposes. They actually had facial features, and their eyes looked down with a sinister expression, as if they were evil little men closely monitoring the people below. Xiaolian whispered, "There's something strange about that fire." Hua Cheng said, "That's Qi Rong's ghost fire lock." After being stared at by the fire, If you dare to escape, they will scream loudly. As long as you activate the incantation, the hostage will be burned to death in an instant. Qi-Rong was gnawing on his hand with relish when he suddenly heard Xianji's voice from outside. Darren, I am back. He threw his hand away and wiped the blood from his mouth. Xiaolian was slightly surprised. What kind of action was this? Afraid of being seen? There was actually a day when Qi-Rong was embarrassed to let others see his table manners. Before Xianji came in, she put down the grains first. Guzi rushed in and ran to the front of Qi-Rong. He pointed at him and shouted, "Father is secretly eating something bad again." Qi-Rong said no. However, Guzi said, "I smelled it. If you eat it, your breath will stink." Qi-Rong blew on his hand a few times. He must have smelled the blood in his mouth. Unable to deny it, he became angry and said, "Damn it. Xianji, why did you suddenly bring him back? Didn't I tell you to bring him out to wander around a bit while I was eating?" Xianji quietly walked in and said, after he drank the water, he complained that his stomach wasn't feeling well, so I brought him back first. Darren, please don't let me take care of children anymore. I also don't know how to deal with him. Qi-Rong glared and criticized, "What? Aren't you a female ghost? How could a female ghost not like to take care of children? You are not qualified." Xianji said, "This isn't even my own child." Guzi grabbed the hem of Qi-Rong's clothes and said, "Father, don't eat those things anymore, it's not good." Qi-Rong was annoyed by him and scolded, "Get out, get out, get out. Don't be a nuisance here, a child is trying to control an adult. Go out and play by yourself." Guzi could only go out to play in the mud. Before he left, he looked at the person in the corner of the house. After he left, Xianji said, "Darren, I really don't understand. If you think this child is troublesome, why did you bring him along?" Along the way he ate, drank, cried and fell sick. If it wasn't for the mountain monsters that gave us a lift, I'm afraid he would still be burdened now. Qi-Rong chuckled and said, "Since my cheap son insists on calling me father, then let him." "Bah, nonsense, of course it's because I want to eat this little idiot. Such a young child's flesh is fresh and tender. It's delicious even without seasoning." Xianji said, "Then why hasn't Darren eaten yet?" Qi-Rong's eyes glowed green and said, "You don't understand. Fatten him up before killing him. The best is left for last. Besides, we still have so much food stored, there's no hurry." Speaking of food stored, Xianji stared at the jade and said, "I think this newly captured person is very suspicious, very suspicious. Darren, have you found out where he came from?" With Qi-Rong's hatred towards Hua Cheng, if he knew that the jade was Hua Cheng's subordinate, wouldn't he be the first to eat him? However, he heard Qi-Rong say, "I've asked clearly. This kid also came with Master Rain to help." Not having a prominent presence and personality was sometimes a good thing. Normal people wouldn't associate Yin Yu and Blood Rain Tanhua together. It seemed that Yin Yu had successfully fabricated a lie to cover up his identity. Xiaolian heaved a sigh of relief. Xianji's expression changed. "Master Rain has already chased him here?" Qi-Rong said, "No. This kid is the same as us, he accidentally found this underground city. Master Rain hasn't found us yet. Damn it." He suddenly cursed. "Why is this Master Rain so difficult to deal with? He chased us all the way here and forced us to hide underground. Didn't he just catch a few farmers from this broken village and eat them? Is there a need to be so petty? And he's even a heavenly judge. I knew that none of the heavenly judges in the heavenly court are good. Narrow-minded. He was always so self-righteous. First, he caught the farmers, then he blamed them for being narrow-minded and not giving him more to eat." Xiaolian couldn't help but feel his hands itch when he heard this. Xianji said, "Then should we let these people go?" Qi-Rong felt that this was very embarrassing. He glared at her and said, "No. I've already eaten half of it. It's useless even if we put the other half back. We've already formed a grudge. Either we don't snatch it from the start, or we eat it all. If you push me too far, I'll burn them all down. None of them will have an easy time." Xianji said, "I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Master Rain's personality wasn't like this in the past. It's not an exaggeration to say that everyone can be bullied. I thought that even if the people from Master Rain's village were robbed, they would swallow their anger and not dare to make a sound. Who knew that I would get into such big trouble that I can't even get rid of? Xianji actually knew Master Rain and didn't seem to think highly of him. It seemed that they had known each other since they were young. Thinking of all the legends, Xiaolian whispered, "Could it be that Xianji is a general of Master Rain's country?" Huacheng said, "Brother guessed correctly." "That's right." Xiaolian said doubtfully, "But that's not right? Master Rain is a descendant of Master Rain's royal family. His status is noble. Xianji is just a general, a lowly official. How could he dare to look down on someone from the royal family? And he even said that everyone can be bullied." At this time Qirong said, "Who cares if he's a Master Rain or a Master Dog? When this Ghost King enters the copper furnace and successfully cultivates, I'll be born in an earth-shattering manner. Everyone in the world will kneel at my feet and eat the mud at my feet. When that time comes, I'll tear down the ghost city and sink Blackwater Island. Even Junwu will have to give me face and be polite to me, ha." Listening to him boasting and imagining the limitless future, Xiaolian didn't feel anything but want to laugh. Huacheng didn't even have the interest to laugh. Qirong said to Xianji, "When that time comes, I'll cut off Pei Ming's penis for you to play with. He can only be your slave." Hearing that name, Xianji clenched his fingers. A trace of anger appeared on his pale face as he said, "No need. As long as you promise to hand him over to me, Xianji will be extremely grateful." When it didn't involve Pei Ming, Xianji looked like a normal female ghost. However, when it came to General Pei, Xiaolian saw the shadow of that crazy female ghost from Mount Yujun. She actually placed such an absurd hope on Qirong. Could only be explained with love making one dizzy. Xiaolian raised his head and said, "Sanlang, the Jade and these farmers are in Qirong's hands. What should we do?" Of course they could directly go in and violently beat up Qirong and Xianji. However, those farmers and the Jade were hostages. Qirong was a scoundrel. If they hit him and he burned someone to death with a punch, they would be the ones to be passive. If it really was as he said, he might burn them all. Huacheng calmly said, "Qirong's ghost fire lock has a password. First, think of a way to get the password to unlock it." Xiaolian said, "Who's going to do it? How? We definitely don't have a way." Just as he finished asking, the two people's gazes coincidentally fell on Guzi, who was playing in the mud outside the house. After pausing for a moment, Xiaolian said, "That won't do. It's too dangerous. Qirong originally wanted to eat Guzi. What if he sees some clues?" However, Huacheng said, "With that brain of his, it doesn't matter if he can see anything. If he wants to make a move on this child, we can just save the child first. Gij, why don't you worry? This child has been by Qirong's side for so long. Has he been assimilated by him? Has his mind become abnormal?" Xiaolian said, "Judging from Guzi's reaction just now, it shouldn't be. Then, why don't we give it a try?" Thus Huacheng spread open his 5 fingers. An exceptionally small silver butterfly flew out from his palm and leisurely flew downwards. Qirong and Xianji continued to talk inside the house while Guzi sat on the ground outside and drew a picture. He drew an adult who was holding on to a little person. Suddenly, he saw a butterfly whose entire body was emitting a faint silver light fly over. In an instant, he raised his head and widened his eyes. Just as he was about to cry out, he heard the silver butterfly let out a soft human voice. "Guzi, don't speak. If you speak, I'll disappear. It's me. Do you still remember me?" If Guzi continued to shout, Huacheng would have the silver butterfly use its light to confuse his mind. However, Guzi covered his mouth. Sure enough, he was obedient. In a small voice he said, "I remember. It's the voice of the rag and bone collector, Gij." Xiaolian said, "Haha, your memory is really good. Yes, that's right, it's me, the rag and bone collector. Quietly come over to the side. Don't let your father find out." Chapter 169. That silver butterfly flew to the side and hid. Guzi's eyes widened. He answered, I'm going to pee." Qirong sneered. "Kids just have a lot of shit and pee." Ignoring him, Guzi moved to the side. He whispered, brother tattered. On the roof, he said, "Just call me Daozhang. Brother tattered is a bit strange, haha." Guzi. The people your father caught were very pitiful. Moreover, they were subordinates of someone else's family. Other masters will chase after your father and beat him up. Can you help release them? Guzi nodded. I know. It's the people from the celestial family that rides the black bull. He scratched his head and said, I also want to release them. But my father is sick. He said he must eat human flesh to get better. Eating human flesh is a very normal thing. I'm still young and don't understand. When I grow up you can teach me how to eat. But I don't think it's very good. Oh. It's more than not very good. Xiaolian thought to himself, what a close shave. Guzi was already starting to get a little crooked. If he continued to be led astray, he might even get used to it and accept eating human flesh. He hurriedly said, it's very bad. Eating human flesh will cause a very serious illness. The ghosts of the people who were eaten will haunt you and your father. Your father isn't sick. He's just greedy and refuses to quit. You have to think of a way. You must not let him eat anymore, or else you'll become a fatherless child. Guzi said, then what should we do? Huacheng said to Xiaolian, brother, I'll do it. He said a few words to the silver butterfly. Guzi listened and tried his best to remember. After he finished speaking, Huacheng raised his head and said to Xiaolian, we have to lure Xianji away first. Inside the house, Xianji said to Qirong, I still think this person is very suspicious. He said he's a subordinate of the Rain Master, but he's covered in ghost energy. I think he's most likely not telling the truth. I'll ask him again. Seeing Guzi slip away, Qirong took the opportunity to turn around and continue gnawing on his hand. He vaguely said, up to you. Don't look at how Xianji went crazy when she met Pei Ming. At other times she was more careful and suspicious than Qirong. Moreover, Guzi was a little afraid of her. With her around it would be easier for them to be exposed. Xiaolian nodded and asked how. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, General Pei. Xiaolian clasped his hands together and said, there's no other way. Please sacrifice yourself for the time being, General Pei. After everyone is saved, they will all thank you. Huacheng laughed and said, you should thank Big Brother. As he spoke, a necromancy butterfly appeared on his silver wrist guard. It flew to Xiaolian's ear and a man's voice sounded. It was Pei Ming. It turned out that before Huacheng left, he had left a few silver butterflies behind to transmit his voiceover. Xiaolian listened attentively for a while, then said in a low voice, yes. Let's take a screenshot and choose these few lines. With her back to the window, Xianji stared at the jade as she questioned. Emu said with an honest face, I'm responsible for helping hungry ghosts who have nowhere to go in Wuxia village. When they wander to the door, I give them a handful of rice and send them on their way. That's why I'm stained with ghost energy. The rest of the captives were the real farmers of Wuxia village. Although Wuxia village did have such rescuers, they were definitely not Emu. They knew that this person was talking nonsense, but no one said anything. Qirong shouted, haha. I'm also a hungry ghost. Why don't you help me? I only ate a few people and you're chasing me to death. Why are you pretending to be generous? Xianji didn't think much of it and said, there are so many hungry ghosts in the world. How can you help all of them? You're just pretending. At this moment, a silver butterfly with its light dimmed silently flew behind her and disappeared in a flash. All the captives saw this scene, but they were still very calm. They all pretended not to see it. Xianji wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly, she heard a man's voice faintly. If that's the case, first, do you still have? The original sentence was, if that's the case, first roast this rat. Do you still have snakes? Give me a few. When Xiaolian heard what Pei Ming said, his heart was filled with shock and sympathy. There must have been a corpse-eating rat that crawled over there and was killed by Pei Ming. Pei Ming treated it as a normal rat and prepared it as an extra meal for Pei Su. Would it be okay to eat this rat? It seemed like he had to hurry back and stop it. However, after Huacheng blurted out a few words, the effect was very confusing. It seemed to be a little interesting, but it also seemed like he couldn't hear what it meant. Xianji's body trembled and she suddenly turned around. However, that silver butterfly was very cunning and nimble. It didn't shine in the first place. When she turned around, it had already flashed to the side and hid. Xianji was bewildered and turned around to question the captives. Did you guys hear something just now? Did you see anything? Inyu took the lead and shook her head. The captives all followed and shook their heads, looking very honest. Qi-Rong turned around with his mouth full of blood. What did you hear? Xianji was slightly confused and said, I heard Pei Ming's voice. Qi-Rong said, Are you hallucinating? I didn't hear it. The silver butterfly was very close to Xianji. The others couldn't hear the human voice coming from it. Xianji said doubtfully, Really? I keep feeling that he might be nearby. She stared blankly for a moment, then sighed and said, Perhaps this is the so-called telepathy. Darren, why don't I go out and take a look again? He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Xiaolian secretly clenched his fist and smiled at Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng also smiled at him. Unexpectedly, Qi-Rong poured a bucket of cold water on him and said, Hey, didn't you go out for a while just now? What telepathy? I think it's just an auditory hallucination. You think about him 800 times a day. Of course it's easy to have auditory hallucinations. It seemed like Xianji was a little convinced by him and gave up on the idea of going out. Although he failed, Xiaolian wasn't discouraged because he still had a few lines that he hadn't released. Xianji was about to continue questioning Inyu when she heard Pei Ming's voice again. You little idiot. Come here, I'll teach you. Immediately after, it was a young girl's voice. Forget it, General Pei. I've done it once and I have experience. Let me do it. Of course, it was Pei Ming who was teaching Half Moon how to roast the rats for little Pei. However, in Xianji's ears, it wasn't the case at all. Her original disgust and speechlessness turned into tenderness and helplessness, and her gloominess and rejection turned into bashfulness and timidity. Xianji screamed, her eyes instantly becoming bloodshot. The wisps on top of her head flared up like the flames of jealousy in her heart. She tore at her hair and said, It's him. That's right, it must be him. He's here, I can feel him, my heart can feel him. Pei Ming, you're doing this again. What kind of woman is it this time? I'm going to kill you. As she screamed, she dragged her broken legs and jumped out of the room. Qi-Rong cursed loudly, Hey, Xianji, damn it. How can you run so fast with a broken leg? Is it worth it for a stallion? Xiaolian looked at Xianji's disappearing figure and felt a little sad and pitiful. Hua Cheng probably thought that he was worried about the safety of the people from the Temple of Light and said, Don't worry. The necromancy butterfly will lead her in the opposite direction. Even if she goes with Ruoxi's protection, she won't be able to enter the circle. Let's finish this quickly. After Xianji retreated, it was Guzi's turn. He stood up and wiped his muddy hands on his buttocks. Xiaolian was still a little worried and asked, Will it really be okay? Hua Cheng said calmly, Big brother, trust me. This method won't work. Let's settle for the next best thing. If worst comes to worst, we'll make Qi-Rong unable to speak forever. Then we'll slowly think of a way to extinguish his ghost fire. When Guzi entered the house, Qi-Rong had already cleaned up the blood on his hands. When he saw him, he said, Son, come over and massage your father's legs. Thus, Guzi went over and massaged his legs. After obediently massaging for a while, he said, Father, these people in the corner, why are they not moving even though they're not tied up? This question made Qi-Rong excited. Of course they're afraid of you. I'm so afraid that my legs are so weak that I can't even walk. Guzi's eyes and mouth were wide open. So powerful. Qi-Rong's vanity was greatly satisfied. He said, Of course. Listen well, today I'll let you know how powerful your father is. Do you see that ball of fire? As long as I give the order, they'll all be burned to death. Of course they're afraid of me. Also, there are 2 brats, remember this. Guzi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Qi-Rong said, One of them is called Hua Cheng, and the other is nicknamed Blackwater. They're 2 playthings with no ability. They're villains who got lucky. In fact, they don't live up to their name. Do you understand what does it mean to live up to their name? Let me teach you, this is an idiom. It means that they look powerful on the surface, but in terms of strength, they're no match for me. Guzi seemed to understand. Oh. Qi-Rong continued, Aren't they just lucky? If I had their luck, I'd be 10 times richer than them. Just wait. This time your father, I must get through this hurdle. I'm going to slap their faces until they're swollen. No one can look down on me anymore. I'm the only one who looks down on others. He was in high spirits. Although Guzi didn't understand who he was talking about and what he meant, he still gave him face and said, "Father, you can do it." Xiaolian, who was on the roof, covered his face. Qirong's wise words really made people speechless. Thinking that no matter what, Qirong was still his cousin, he really felt embarrassed. He said to Huacheng Sanlang this. Huacheng faked a smile and said, "Don't worry, brother. He has too many golden words. This is just the tip of the iceberg." To be honest, since ancient times, there was no man in the world who didn't love to brag. A gust of wind blew the handkerchief of a girl from Piaoxiang courtyard into his hand. Later on, he would say that he was obsessed with a famous prostitute whose beauty could cause the downfall of a city, that he was carrying shoes and polishing stools for the concubine of the emperor's concubine's uncle's grandson's cousin's concubine. When he went out, he would inevitably become an important steward of the imperial family. Therefore, men who didn't love to brag were rare and valuable. And men who loved to brag first liked to brag to women and second liked to brag to their sons. He still remembered that when Xiaolian was young, his father often used all kinds of obscure or not obscure ways to tell him about his various achievements in government affairs. Because of this, he firmly believed that his father was an incomparably wise monarch who would be remembered for 100 generations. Later on, when he found out that he wasn't, he had a feeling of, "You're only SOSO." The difference was so great that it led to rebellious thoughts when he grew up. Thinking of this, Xiaolian shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. Why would I compare Qirong to my father? It was really inexplicable. Probably because they both liked to put themselves up in front of their sons. However, whether it was his father or others, at least they would brag within the normal range. Qirong had already reached the point of being shameless and self-confident. No wonder even He Xian, who had always been low-key, was so disgusted with him. Whenever he saw him, he would find an excuse to beat him up. Xiaolian felt a little strange. Why did he only hear him scold others but not himself? Could it be that he had changed? However, Xiaolian seemed to understand a little why Qirong hadn't finished eating millet yet. If he bragged to a normal person or someone with a bit of age and experience, the other person might not necessarily buy it. Even if he agreed on the surface, it would still make people feel that he wasn't sincere, or that he was flattering him too much. See the reactions of the kids under Qirong. However, Millet's praise was different. Every word came from the bottom of his heart. He truly felt that this father of his was the most powerful in the world. It had probably been a long time since Qirong bragged to his heart's content. He was finally satisfied and threatened, "You have to be obedient, understand? If you're not obedient, I'll put a ghost fire on you too." Sure enough, Millet was scared. He hurriedly covered his head and said, "No, I don't want to wear it." "That's right, father." He remembered what Huacheng and Xiaolian had taught him. Trembling with fear, he said, This green fire, if you put it on, you won't be able to take it off, right?" If he asked, "If you put it on, can you still take it off?" Qirong didn't necessarily speak the truth, but he asked, "You won't be able to take it off, right?" This sentence carried a questioning meaning. Of course, it was taught by Huacheng and Xiaolian. Qirong kicked the hollow head of a petrified man on the spot and said, "Bullshit. If I want to lock it, I'll lock it. If I want to undo it, I'll undo it. Watch. Father will undo one right now for you to see." After he finished speaking, he pointed at a farmer and shouted, "Xiaolian, you son of a bitch." Xiaolian. Huacheng. The wisp on the farmer's head was extinguished, and he leaped up. However, he had only taken a few steps when Qirong spat out a ball of green willow, the wisp from his mouth, covering the farmer's head. Qirong laughed out loud and patted Millet's head. "How is it? Your father is awesome, right?" Xiaolian wiped his sweat on the roof. Huacheng appeared indifferent, but his voice was awe-inspiring as he said, "This piece of trash wants to be even more thoroughly crippled." The joints in his fingers seemed to be cracking. Xiaolian said, "It's all right, it's all right. It's much easier than I thought." Originally, they had taught Millet a lot of words to deal with Xiaolian, but it seemed like they wouldn't be needed. No wonder Qi-Rong hadn't scolded Xiaolian earlier. It wasn't that he had changed his personality, but rather, he had set the words that he most often scolded Xiaolian as the unlocking password. His emotions were truly deep. At this point, the two of them no longer needed to hide. They immediately broke through the roof and jumped down. A loud noise rang out, and Qi-Rong fell down from his chair in fright. "Who is it? Who is it?" Focusing his eyes, he said, "Dog, dog." He probably wanted to scold, but when he remembered that it was an important password, he hurriedly covered his mouth. One after another, the farmers in the corner said, "He seemed to have shouted out the password just now. Why don't we try and see if we can unlock each other?" "That's right. Although it feels like we're letting this Xiaolian down, he isn't here, so it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hua Chong slightly raised an eyebrow and looked in their direction. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Enyu's forehead as she said, "This? Regardless of whether he is here or not, I suggest that everyone better not shout out this sentence. Otherwise, the consequences will definitely be more serious than now." On the other side, Qi-Rong grabbed Millet and used it as a shield in front of him. He corrected himself and said, "Dog, dog possessed Xiaolian. You're shameless. Eavesdropping. Despicable." Xiaolian said gloomily, "What the hell is dog possessed?" Qi-Rong became proud again. "But even if you know the password, it's useless. Do you know how to scold yourself?" "Hua Chang, you can't say it out loud either, right?" Hearing this, Hua Chang's face darkened, and his knuckles cracked twice. Xiaolian didn't notice it, and said inexplicably, "I do." "What's wrong with that?" After saying this, he did not hesitate to repeat the password 5 or 6 times. It was the first time for a person. The prisoners already knew that he was the one who was scolded in the password. Seeing this, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in their hearts. "You dare to humiliate yourself, a real man." However, the will-o'-the-wisp chains above their heads were not unlocked. Xiaolian's expression changed slightly. Qi-Rong laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha ha. You've been tricked. Let me tell you, if it's not me, it's useless to unlock it. You've scolded me for nothing. Ha 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 ha." A silver butterfly flew in front of Guzi. His eyelids blinked twice and he started fighting. Not long after, he fell asleep. Qi-Rong was still laughing maniacally when he was suddenly hit by a sleeve. He spun 18 rounds and embedded into the wall. He blurted out, "That bastard Xiaolian." After he finished scolding, the wisp above Enyu's head disappeared. Enyu jumped up and retreated a distance away. Qi-Rong knew that he had accidentally said something wrong, and immediately covered his mouth. Xiaolian said pleasantly, Come. It's all right. Don't suppress yourself. Release your nature and continue scolding." As he said this in such a friendly manner, he rolled up his sleeves and grabbed Qi-Rong. His posture made it hard to tell what he was going to do. Qi-Rong shouted himself hoarse, "Hit me. Even if you beat me to death, I won't scold you like that again." But he heard Hua Cheng's eerie voice say, "Just what I wanted." Qi-Rong turned around to look. Hua Cheng revealed a smile that couldn't be any more fake, but it disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, his head was smacked 3 inches into the ground. Hua Cheng pulled his head out from the ground. Qi-Rong roared, "You guys dare to treat me like this? I'm going to throw caution to the wind. I'm going to burn everyone down. Everyone will perish together. Dogflower City. Burn." It seemed that this Dogflower City was a matching command to burn and kill. However, after he shouted, he didn't hear anyone scream. Puzzled, he opened his eyes and saw that the group of farmers were all standing in front of him, watching him. Qi-Rong was stunned. "What's going on? Why haven't you guys died yet? Hurry up and die, go die for me. Who unlocked you guys?" Xiaolian replied, "You did it yourself." As he said this, he pointed at a silver butterfly at the side. That silver butterfly was letting out the exact same roar as him. "You cursed for nothing. Ha 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 ha." It turned out that this dead spirit butterfly had completely recorded and copied Qi-Rong's voice, including his command. As long as he cursed once, it could be unlocked indefinitely. Hua Cheng coldly said, "You can go on your way. I won't accompany anyone else." With another critical hit, Qi-Rong was smacked into the earth's core by his palm. After the smoke slowly dispersed, all the farmers gathered around. After looking for a while, they said, This? Can we still fish this up? Inu jumped into the deep pit that Hua Chang had created. Not long after, he jumped back up with a green roly-poly toy in his hand. He said, City Master, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Green Ghost Chi-Rong has retrieved it. That oily green roly-poly toy bared its teeth, rolled its eyes and stuck out its tongue as if it was mocking someone. It also looked like it was using its life to please the crowd. In short, its taste was so bad that even children would throw it to the side in disgust. It wasn't known if it was because of its own characteristics that it could only become like this, or if Hua Chang had deliberately made it like this. Hua Chang said, Don't give this kind of thing to us. Just take it far away yourself. Inu said yes. To be honest, Xiaolian didn't really want to take this thing, so he picked up the grains on the ground. Several dead spirit butterflies flew over from the other side and landed on the back of Hua Chang's hand. He looked down and said, We need to quickly return to the temple. Chapter 170. Hua Chang slightly raised his hand, holding up the silver butterfly, sending it to Xiaolian's ear. As the silver butterfly flashed, he heard Pei Ming's voice coming from the other side. Little idiot, did you hear a strange sound? Probably because Pei Ming had been playing with flowers for a long time. Even if he clearly knew that he didn't have that kind of feelings for Half Moon, it still gave people a subtle feeling. Half Moon gloomily said, I'm not an idiot. I heard it. This sound is so strange I think it shouldn't be General Hua and the others coming back. Of course not. Because that was clearly the sound of Xianji's broken leg, jumping on the ground. After a few thuds, he heard the two people on the other side become silent. Instead it was the sound of a woman laughing wildly, hee ha ha ha. The laughter reverberated in the empty underground city, and was transmitted through the silver butterfly. It was slightly noisy, but it was actually more terrifying than if it was right next to one's ear. Naturally, it was because she had finally seen Pei Ming. Xianji, who was ecstatic and hateful at the same time, was laughing. Xiaolian said, Didn't the silver butterfly lead her in the opposite direction? Hua Cheng said, She's smarter than I thought. It turned out that Xianji had been madly chasing after the dead spirit butterfly. Her speed was extremely fast as she rushed to the end of the street. She didn't see anything. After all, she was also a female general who had been on the battlefield. She immediately realized that she had been led away. Logically, she should have immediately returned to Chi-Rong's place after realizing it. However, she wholeheartedly wanted to find Pei Ming, so she directly ran in the opposite direction, throwing her superior Chi-Rong to the back of her mind. Xiaolian found it inexplicably funny. It was hard to explain in a few words. He hurriedly brought the few escaped captives to the Wuyong Temple in the center of the city. That female ghost Xianji had waited for Pei Ming for far too long. Just by listening to her laughter, one could imagine what kind of crazy and twisted face she had right now. Pei Ming was probably also shocked by her. After being shocked for a while, she said, You are? Xianji let out a cold laugh. Unexpectedly, after pausing for a moment, Pei Ming said, Who are you? Xianji was so angry that her voice was sharp and trembling. Are you deliberately angering me? You actually asked me who I am. Xiaolian wiped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead and said, It can't be, right? General Pei. Was he doing it on purpose or did he really not recognize me? Hua Chang said, I'm afraid it's the latter. After all, if the legend was true, then Pei Ming had befriended at least 1,000 beauties over the past few hundred years. How could he remember every single one of them? What's more, it was an old flame from hundreds of years ago. Moreover, he had also left the matter of the ghost bride of Mount June to Xiao Pei to handle. He had not appeared at all, nor had he looked at Xianji. Xianji muttered to herself, Yes, you're just pissing me off. I'm not falling for that. Heh, you want to lie to me that you don't remember me? You want to lie to me? Hee. After murmuring, her voice became sharp again as she questioned, Pei Ming, who is this little bitch? Don't you always have high standards? Why do you want to change your taste this time? Half Moon? Pei Ming. Even though both of them had voiced their doubts, the resentful tone seemed to have awakened Pei Ming's memory. He frowned slightly and said, Xianji? How did you become like this? Only then did Xiaolian remember that Xianji's hair must be disheveled right now. Her eyes were the crimson color of an evil spirit. She was wearing a bright red wedding dress with the hem unbearably dirty. She was crawling on the ground slowly and dangerously like a crocodile. What they saw just now was more or less the same. They really couldn't connect her to the valiant and heroic female general when she was alive. Hearing his question, Xianji became angry and said, "Why did I become like this? You actually asked me why I became like this. Isn't it all your fault? I did all this for you." Hua Chong had been listening attentively the whole time. Not even the slightest movement could escape his ears. He said, "She threw herself at the protective circle." Xiaolian was not worried and said, "Ruoxi can withstand it." As expected, a scream came from where the silver butterfly was. Xianji, who had thrown herself at Ruoxi, must have been bounced back by Ruoxi. Pei Ming's voice said, "Your Highness, this is really a good talisman. I'll refine one another day." Xiaolian thought to himself, if you knew how to refine it, you wouldn't say that. Before he could dispel the thought, he heard Pei Ming shout again, "What are you doing? Stop!" Xianji also shouted, "Don't even think about hiding inside." Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Xiaolian sped along, he asked in astonishment, "What was that sound? What collapsed? What did Xianji do?" Hua Chong continued to walk shoulder to shoulder with him. He said, "She pushed down the shrine. The stone ceiling collapsed." As it turned out, Xianji had been bounced back by Ruoxi's protective circle. Since she couldn't enter the circle, she threw a tantrum and caused the entire shrine to collapse. Xiaolian asked, "Are General Pei and the others all right?" Little Pei and Half Moon are also there. Especially Pei Su. Right now he had the body of a mortal, so he couldn't be squashed flat. Hua Cheng said, "They're fine. Pei Ming is protecting them." The moment the stone ceiling rumbled and collapsed, Pei Ming became a meat shield, protecting Pei Su, Half Moon and the others. Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. The protective circle still can't be broken." On the other side, Pei Ming punched the stone slab that was pressing down on him and angrily said, "Are you crazy? Even if the sky collapses, you still won't be able to enter." Xianji, on the other hand, started giggling. Half Moon was startled and said, "General Pei, be careful." Pei Ming said, "What?" This series of reactions seemed to happen in an instant. In this chaos, Xiaolian heard the sound of a sword piercing through his chest. Without a doubt, it was Pei Ming who had been stabbed. He said, "What happened? Who stabbed General Pei? The protective circle was broken? Impossible. Wait, a sword?" In that instant he finally understood Xianji's goal. So that's how it was. Xianji laughed enough and coldly said, "Who said I wanted to come in?" Another voice suddenly came out and laughed. "Hey Pei Ming, look who this is. Your old lover Xianji is here." Rongguang. Originally, Xianji didn't destroy the shrine because she was angry or crazy. She also didn't want to enter the protective circle. Her goal was to use the collapsed stone roof to smash the 2 jars that Half Moon had placed in the protective circle. That way, the ghosts sealed inside would be released, and they would break out from the inside of the protective circle. After Rongguang escaped from the jars, he impatiently broke through the protective circle that Wuxia had formed and conveniently stabbed Pei Ming with his sword. Pei Ming seemed to want to pull him out, but Rongguang refused no matter what. He firmly stuck Pei Ming's body and said, "Don't even think about it. Die." Pei Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Half Moon State Preceptor. Is the other jar okay?" Xianji and Rongguang were attacking from both inside and outside. If there was another carving mill, then it would be completely over. Half Moon said no. The carving mill is still inside. The situation was critical. Xiaolian felt a little anxious and was about to speed up his pace when Hua Chong suddenly stopped. Xiaolian froze and turned his head to ask, "San Lang?" Another dead spirit butterfly perched on the back of Hua Cheng's hand. It seemed to be quietly telling him about some new changes. After listening, he raised his head and said, "Brother, don't worry. I think it's fine if we don't hurry over." On the other side, Rongguang's Mingguang sword had pierced through Pei Ming's chest. Xianji was like a red gecko as she grabbed onto his boots and climbed up his thighs. Her clothes, makeup, and the will-o'-the-wisp on top of her head made her look like a crazy female ghost. Pei Ming said, "You..." Xianji muttered, "Pei Lang. Pei Lang." Oh. Her two broken legs and entire body were completely twisted as she wrapped around Pei Ming's body. In this position, it really wasn't known whether she wanted to ruthlessly strangle him to death or tightly hug him. Suddenly, from the corner of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of Pei Su, who was behind Pei Ming. She recalled that last time it was Pei Ming, this cold and indifferent descendant, who had suppressed her under a tall mountain. She clenched her teeth and said, "This little bastard." Just as her claw was about to descend, another hand suddenly appeared and intercepted her. These two wrists were also pale white. Looking closely, it was Half Moon. When Xianji saw that there was another woman beside Pei Ming, she felt her heart and liver burn. She said, "I haven't taken your life yet, you little slut, and you're delivering yourself to me." After cursing, she used her other hand to grab Half Moon's head. However, Half Moon was not one of those little brides who would obediently wait for her to scratch them to death. Xianji's other hand was accurately intercepted by Half Moon. Xianji was a female general when she was alive. She knew that she was inferior to many men in terms of strength. Ordinary female ghosts could only be beaten up by her. She did not expect that this little girl, who looked so thin and weak that a gust of wind could blow her away, had such terrifying strength that it seemed to be even stronger than her. Not only did she lock her wrists, she could not move at all. When their eyes met, Xianji was even more shocked. This little girl's eyes were actually filled with killing intent and ruthlessness. It was like a sandstorm, reminding her of the battlefield. Her heart palpitated and she flung her hand away. Half Moon grabbed Pei Su and used her strength to flip several feet away. She landed lightly and said, "Let go of General Pei." Rongguang said in the bright ray sword, "Pei Ming, you are still so lucky. Did you see that? Two female ghosts are fighting for your affections." Haha. Xianji's whole body was like a scarlet python twisting around Pei Ming's body. Her 10 fingers locked onto Pei Ming's throat. She said coldly, "This little lover of yours has some ability." Pei Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood and said, "I did not. She is not my lover." Xianji said, "You still want to deny it? If she is not your lover, why did she ask me to let go of you?" Pei Ming said, "If my mother was here, she would also ask you to let go of me. According to you, does my mother count as my lover?" He could only blame himself for being frivolous and calling her little idiot. How could Xianji believe him now? She was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. "What? You don't dare to admit it? Didn't you call her so intimately? Didn't you admit it when you have a new lover? You don't care about my heart at all. Confessing to me, do you know how painful it is? Why don't you dare to admit it now? Is it that you, General Pei, are afraid of death? Or do you really like her so much that you can't bear to let me touch even a finger of hers?" Far away from the shrine, Xiaolian watched this scene from afar. He felt that he couldn't just stand there and watch anymore. Turning his head, he said, "Sanlang, how about we go up and save her first?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Gidge, don't worry. Someone will step up for us. Moreover, even if we go up now, Xianji will still not let go of Pei Ming." That was true. With a hostage in their hands, it would be inconvenient no matter what. Yin Yu and the other farmers were also very nervous as they watched. One after another, they said, "That's right, I feel like that female ghost's love has turned into hate, and she's going crazy. I don't think so, she definitely can't do it. Do you want to eat some melon seeds?" "Give me another handful, thank you." Xiaolian said, "Why is everyone still in the mood to eat melon seeds?" Everyone said, "Your Highness, didn't you also eat a lot?" Only now did Xiaolian realize that while he was watching, he had unintentionally taken a handful of melon seeds from the person next to him. He had already finished eating them. Holding his forehead, he said, This is really rude." On the other side, Pei Ming couldn't take it anymore and said, "Xianji, can you not think in that direction for everything? It's already been so many years, can't we just part ways? Why are you doing this?" Xianji's hands that were strangling his neck tightened. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she said, "No. You were the one who made me want to part ways. No way." Pei Ming sighed and said, "You really haven't changed at all. It's precisely because of this that we can't have a good ending. Xianji suddenly forced her face in front of his and angrily said, "Me like this? Me like what? Am I not beautiful enough? You said I'm beautiful. Am I not willing to give you the map and secrets of the Rainmaster country? You're the one who refused. Do I not love you enough? If you say you don't like me being strong, I can even give up my legs. Who can love you more than me? But you? You haven't even been willing to look at me in these hundreds of years. When have you ever come to see me?" Pei Ming pushed her face away and said, "It's because I know you'll go crazy if I see you. That's why I didn't come." Xianji grabbed the bright ray sword that was stabbed into his chest and pulled it out a few inches. Pei Ming vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. Xianji's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Speak! Quickly swear in the name of your heavenly official that you'll only have me in the future. Swear that you'll never look at another woman again. If you do, one of your eyeballs will rot." Rongguang also gloated and said, "Hurry up and speak, Pei Ming. If you speak, you can get your little life back." Pei Ming scolded, "Shut up, motherfucker. I didn't think that I wouldn't die on the battlefield or under the ultimate sword of the present age, but would die in the hands of a crazy woman." Not getting the answer she wanted, Xianji was completely enraged by him and grabbed the top of his head. Xiaolian really couldn't wait any longer. He put his hand on the hilt of the heart sword on his back and said, "Sanlang, I feel that the situation is a bit urgent. Can the person you mention make it in time? If not, I'll go first." Hua Cheng said, "He can make it. Brother, look, isn't he here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xianji, who was about to go crazy with anger, froze. It was as if someone had cast a body-freezing spell on her. From her expression to her movements, everything was frozen. Pei Ming had already been stabbed back and forth 5 or 6 times by her. Blood was spitting out all over the ground. In the darkness, there suddenly came the crisp sound of cow hooves. Neither fast nor slow, they walked forward. Not long after, a person riding a black cow appeared in front of everyone. The person riding the black cow was a girl dressed in green. Her eyes were clear and her expression was calm. She slowly approached and slightly raised her head, as if she was looking far away. Pei Ming's lips were full of blood. He was startled and said, "King of Rain Master?" The girl slightly lowered her head and looked at him. Her expression didn't change. She smiled slightly and bowed her head to return the greeting. Xiaolian was also shocked and said, "King of Rain Master?" Chapter 171. Xiaolian replied, "I've never had the fortune to meet the Rainmaster. I didn't know the Rainmaster was a princess. Over there." Xianji gritted her teeth and said, "What did you do? I can't move." The Rainmaster looked away from Pei Ming and answered, "I brought the Rain Dragon Sword." Xiaolian asked, "Rain Dragon Sword?" Hua Cheng said, "The national treasure sword of the Rainmaster country has been owned by the previous kings. Being refined by the Rainmaster into a magical treasure would naturally intimidate the people of the Rainmaster's country. Moreover, Xianji was a traitor, so she was afraid. With a guilty conscience, naturally, I could only kneel and do as you say." The Rainmaster told Xianji not to move. She really couldn't move anymore. Rongguang said, "You can't move, I'll do it myself." As he spoke, he was about to stab Pei Ming again. He had only pierced half an inch in. A burst of red smoke exploded, followed by a clang. The sword that had pierced through Pei Ming's chest disappeared. A small sword the length of an index finger fell to the ground. Rongguang said angrily, "What's going on? Why can't I move?" Xiaolian and the others finally stopped watching from afar and walked out. Hua Cheng glanced at the bright ray sword on the ground that was so small that it looked like a toy. He smiled and said, "This is much more pleasing to the eye." The Rainmaster said gently, "Let go, Xianji." Xianji's hand uncontrollably moved away from Pei Ming's throat. But she was still unwilling. Her hand spasmed as she said, "I won't let go. I've got it. I won't let go." The Rainmaster said, "If you have to catch something before you are satisfied, then I will not let you go. Why don't you pick it up from the ground and hold it in your hands again?" After all, the power of the nation-guarding sword was too strong. Xianji was forcefully pulled down. He fell to the ground. She was in a sorry state and her hair was disheveled. What qualifications do you have to lecture me? Do you really think you're the king? I think you have forgotten how your king came to be. I won't admit it, I won't admit you. The Rainmaster closed his eyes and shook his head. Half Moon, who was at the side, saw the opportunity and threw out a jar, directly sucking Xianjian and quickly sealing it. At this point, the source of the mess was finally subdued. Xiaolian walked to Pei Ming's side and helped him up. Is General Pei all right? Pei Ming said, I won't die. But, Your Highness, he said suspiciously, I say, did you guys arrive a long time ago? Xiaolian. Ha ha ha, how could that be? He picked up the radiant sword that had shrunk to a few inches. Pei Ming looked at the thing in his hand and said, Blood rain probing flower? Is this seal of yours secure? Don't tell me it's going to break again. Hua Cheng replied, of course. Unless you hold the hilt of the sword in your hand, input your mana, and at the same time make up your mind to release it, otherwise no matter what, you won't be able to release it unintentionally or be tricked into releasing it. Pei Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The farmers who had escaped from Qi Rong's place all rushed forward as if they had seen their parents. Lord Rainmaster. They turned around. Xiaolian bowed slightly and said, Rainmaster Country Lord. Rainmaster had already dismounted from the black bull. With one hand holding the rope, she bowed in return. Your Highness. With this bow, Xiaolian's gaze inadvertently swept over her neck. He was slightly startled and then said, That year, during the drought of Xianlu, I was indebted to Your Highness for lending me a rain hat. You provided me with charcoal in the snow, but I never thanked you in person. Today my wish has finally been fulfilled. As he said this, he bowed even more deeply. Rainmaster didn't move. She waited for him to finish before slowly saying, I think that if Your Highness didn't bow, you wouldn't be satisfied. Since you've done it, then forget about it. Her voice was clear and calm, and she spoke slowly with a slight smile. She seemed especially calm. Suddenly a voice said, Hey Pei Ming, are you embarrassed? You want a woman to save you and it's Rainmaster Huang. He he ha ha ha. Rainmaster's expression didn't change. She was still calm, but Pei Ming wasn't. The black bull suddenly breathed heavily at Pei Ming, shaking its head and swinging its tail. Although it wasn't aiming at Hua Cheng, Xiaolian knew that bulls would get angry when they saw red. He remembered the painful experience of being pushed and chased by bulls. He quickly stood in front of Hua Cheng, afraid that the bull would become even more excited when it saw Hua Cheng's red clothes. At the same time, he quickly stuck a talisman on the small sword and sealed Rongguang's mouth. If Pei Ming didn't speak, it would be inappropriate. Thus, he rubbed his nose and said politely, Many thanks to Country Lord Rainmaster for saving little Pei. Rainmaster was also very polite. He cupped his hands and said, It's nothing. Half Moon came over and pulled on Rainmaster's sleeve. Lord Rainmaster, Brother Pei Su has fainted from hunger. Hua Cheng looked up and said, Let's return to the surface first. Finding the people of Rainmaster Village to solve the problem of food and clothing was the most useful. Because Rainmaster was in charge of farming, they often carried food with them. When they returned to the surface, the night had already passed and the sun had risen. Rainmaster took out some seeds from the black bull's pouch and found a piece of land. He sowed them on the spot. Not long after, a small field of crops grew. The few who had been hungry for a long time cheered. Xiaolian remembered that Guzi probably hadn't been eating well these past few days, so he woke him up. However, the first thing Guzi did when he woke up was ask where his father was. He thought that his father had abandoned him again and cried for a while. Inu had no choice but to let him play with the ugly green tumbler. When Guzi heard that this was his father, it was as if he had obtained a treasure. He no longer cried and hugged the tumbler while eating the sweet potato. Xiaolian, Hua Cheng, Rainmaster and Pei Ming sat on the other side to discuss business. In front of them, they could already see the copper furnace. When they looked closer, they discovered that the mountain below them was actually scarlet in color. It was as if the entire mountain was dyed in blood. Above them there was a thick layer of snow. Xiaolian said, If necessary, I'm afraid we'll have to climb the snowy mountain. Not only little General Pei but Half Moon Guzi, and the others will also have to stay here. We can't go any further. Pei Ming used a medicine bottle to block his wound as he shook his head. He sighed and said, "We've had a bad start. We've suffered setbacks one after another." These 8 characters were really a portrayal of his journey. He was really unlucky to death. It was very depressing. Rainmaster sat by Xielian's side. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your Highness, this time, you came to capture all the demons and ghosts that might die in one fell swoop. In that case, I'm afraid you need to pay attention to one person." Xielian became spirited and said, "Did Rainmaster encounter anything on the road?" Rainmaster nodded slightly and said, "On the road, I saw a white-clothed youth." Xielian let out a soft ah and said, "We've also heard about the person you're talking about on the road. Many demons and ghosts are extremely afraid of him. We also almost encountered him. Did you see him with your own eyes? How did he escape?" Rainmaster said, "I'm ashamed. It was all thanks to the astonishing leg strength of the Protector's mount. That youth also had no interest in tangling with us. Otherwise it would be hard to say what the result would have been." Xielian asked again, "What did he look like?" Rainmaster said, "I couldn't see his appearance clearly because his face was covered in bandages." His face was covered in bandages. Xielian was stunned. "Is it Lang Ying?" Pei Ming frowned and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince knows him?" Xielian said, "I'm also not sure." He immediately turned to Hua Cheng and asked, "Sanlang, Lang Ying is indeed in the Ghost City, right?" Hua Cheng's expression was also serious. He paused for a moment before saying, "She was before, but whether or not she is now is hard to say. Brother, why don't you ask again?" Xielian continued to confirm, "Rainmaster, this white-clothed youth with a face covered in bandages, is he a little over 10 years old? Or maybe he can be considered a little older. In short, he's a very thin and weak youth." Unexpectedly, Rainmaster said, "No, that youth is about 16 or 17. That young man is about 16 or 17 years old, and his stature is close to that of your Highness." Ah! This was beyond Xielian's expectations. He said, 16 or 17 years old. Lang Ying isn't that old. Was it him or not? He couldn't guess anything based on the current information. Pei Ming threw away the finished medicine bottle and said, "In any case, it will enter the copper furnace in the end. We just have to wait." After all, he was a martial god. His recovery ability was extremely fast. After finishing the bottle of medicine, his serious wounds had already healed by 60 to 70%. At this time, Rainmaster slightly tilted his head and said, "Why doesn't General Pei have a sword?" Pei Ming didn't seem to expect Rainmaster to take the initiative to ask him a question. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. At the side, Pei Su, who had finally woken up, said while eating a roasted sweet potato, "Pei General's sword was broken." Pei Ming said, "Eat your sweet potato." Thus, Pei Su didn't say anything. When Rainmaster heard this, he thought for a moment before taking off his own sword and handing it to Pei Ming with both hands. She didn't have any strange expression on her face. Her words and actions were extremely appropriate. However, Pei Ming's expression changed slightly. It was as if she saw a poisonous snake being handed over. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Many thanks. However, this is Rainmaster Country's national treasure sword. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to hand it over to me." Rainmaster gently said, "Rainmaster Country has long been destroyed for 100 years. General Pei is a martial god and an expert swordsman. Since we are here to stop the Spirit King from coming into being, this sword will be more useful in your hands than in mine." Pei Ming hesitated for a moment before politely rejecting it. He said, "I thank the King of Rainmaster. There's no need." Seeing this, Rainmaster didn't insist anymore. The few of them chatted for a while. Rainmaster even asked them if they had news of Windmaster. Only then did Xielian know that Windmaster and Rainmaster had a good relationship. Shi Qingxian often went to Rainmaster's village to eat, drink and play. After the Black Water incident, he hadn't gone there for a long time. Rainmaster also sent people to search for him, but to no avail. He couldn't help but sigh. Everyone agreed to rest for another 2 hours before continuing their journey. Xielian walked for a while. He originally wanted to find a tree to lean against and lie down. However, Hua Chong found a pile of rope and cloth from somewhere and made 2 swing beds between 2 trees. The 2 of them jumped on it and lay down comfortably. After lying down for a while, Xiao Yan used his hands as a pillow. He asked curiously, Sanlang, why do you think General Pei didn't accept Rainmaster's sword? If a martial god didn't have a weapon, why didn't he hurry up and find one? Was he waiting to be beaten? Hua Chong also used his hands as a pillow. He leisurely said, people like Pei Ming, although he likes women, he doesn't think highly of them. As for being saved by someone, and a woman at that, a woman he knew before, he would definitely be very angry and feel ashamed. Moreover, Rainmaster had taken his descendant before. He probably felt that Rainmaster was purposely making fun of him this time. Why would he take the sword? Their swings creaked as they rocked back and forth. Xiao Yan said, what an inexplicable pride. Oh right, Sanlang, I don't know if you noticed, but there's an old wound on Rainmaster's neck. Hua Chong said, I didn't need to pay attention to guess. The princess committed suicide. Xiao Yan slightly stood up and said, as expected. Hua Chong said, brother, did you notice that Rainmaster speaks slowly? It's also because of the old wound on his neck. Xiao Yan said, I thought it was because of his personality. Speaking of which, since she's a princess, why did she commit suicide? Xianji's words, have you forgotten how you became the monarch? Also made me wonder how she became the monarch. How could she have become the monarch? Hua Chong also stood up and said, it's a long story, let's make it short. As it turned out, although Rainmaster Huang was a descendant of the Rainmaster country's royal family, she was firstly a daughter, and secondly a daughter of a palace maid. Her status wasn't high, and she had a shy personality and wasn't good with words. The 15 older brothers and sisters above her, and the younger brothers and sisters below her, were all more favored than her. The Rainmaster country's imperial training grounds was the Rain Dragon Temple. According to tradition, every generation's king would choose a descendant of the imperial family and send them there to cultivate. They would pray for good weather and peace for the country to show their sincerity. It sounded generous, but in reality it was a hard job. Because the Rain Dragon Temple was a place of asceticism, they weren't allowed to bring any servants, and they still had to work. In the past they would push it around. If they were really unlucky, they would spend a lot of money to buy a substitute to go in their place. When it came to this generation, they didn't even need to choose and directly decided on Rainmaster Huang. Hearing up to this point, Xiao Yan shook his head. Although they were both members of the imperial training grounds, Rainmaster's experience was very different from his. He said, no wonder Xianji didn't think much of Rainmaster. Hua Chong said, of course, although Xianji isn't a princess, her background is illustrious, and she has many suitors. Among the nobles, she is much more valued than Rainmaster Huang. However, now Xianji had made herself like this. No wonder she couldn't stand Rainmaster, who could still peacefully farm. Rainmaster advised her to let go, but in her eyes it was most likely a high and mighty sarcastic remark. In short, from then on Rainmaster passed his days in the imperial training grounds. Until one day, a few esteemed guests came to the Rain Dragon Temple. Su Li and Rainmaster country didn't immediately shed all pretense of cordiality. Previously, they had been hypocritical and polite. In order to maintain the false peace, Su Li sent a few members of the imperial family, generals and civil officials to attend the Rainmaster country's state banquet and visit the Rainmaster country's imperial training grounds. On this day, Rainmaster Huang went to clean the roof tiles of the Taoist temple. When she was about to come down, she discovered that the ladder had been moved by someone. When the people below saw a person unable to come down, they all felt that it was very funny. Even the princesses and princes of Rainmaster country covered their mouths and laughed. Only a general from Suli country laughed a few times before flying up and bringing her down. This general was naturally Pei Ming. Xiao Yan was thinking that General Pei was really quite a person when a voice suddenly said, Pei Ming is like this no matter where he goes. He's like a dog that wants to pee everywhere. Xiao Yan was instantly pulled back by his vulgar metaphor that was full of malice. He turned around and picked up the small bright light sword that had shrunk countless times. He said, General Rong, when did you break through the ceiling talisman? Seems like you really want to talk. Rongguang said, "Don't seal me. Let me talk. I know all the dirty things Pei Ming has done like the back of my hand. Even if I talked for 3 days and 3 nights, I wouldn't be able to finish it." He clearly knew that Suli country was about to attack Rainmaster country, yet he still made the 7 or 8 beloved princesses of Rainmaster country fall head over heels for him. Don't you guys think that he's not virtuous? Indeed, it was quite unkind. Who would have thought that yesterday you were still talking and laughing with me? Today, you would lead the blood cavalry to flatten my home. Xiaolian felt a bit of pity and said, "So, the king of Rainmaster country also had a good relationship with General Pei?" However, Rongguang said, "It doesn't matter. Pei Ming has only seen Rainmaster Huang twice. There are too many beautiful women in Rainmaster country." The next day he forgot about them. In this world it wasn't just women who turned hostile quickly. Men turned hostile even faster. It was just that the consequences were different. When a woman turned hostile, it could end with a few slaps and a few scratches. But when a man turned hostile, he might end up dying without a whole corpse. He wouldn't even have the chance to complain. After Suli country was no longer willing to maintain a false peace, they made up an excuse and Pei Ming directly led the army to the front of the imperial palace. At that time the king of Rainmaster country was forced to hide in the depths of the imperial palace, stubbornly guarding the last line of defense. However, as long as Pei Ming exerted a bit of force, he could crush the fragile protective shell of the imperial palace like a snail. However, he didn't crush it so easily. Instead, he had more considerations. Under Rongguang's suggestion, he did one thing. Su Li's soldiers captured several hundred prisoners on death row and disguised them as commoners. They escorted them to the front of the imperial palace and demanded that the king of Rainmaster country come out and kowtow 3 times. He would repent for preying on the commoners and commit suicide to atone for his crimes. In this way, he would let these commoners go and not touch the other members of the royal family. Otherwise, he would chop off these people's heads. He only gave the members of the royal family hiding inside 3 days. Within these 3 days, he would kill a group every day. After 3 days, he would first rush in and kill all the members of the royal family before killing the rest of the commoners. Xiaolian said, "General Rong, this move of yours is truly vicious and beautiful." Rongguang wasn't angry. Instead, he was pleased with himself. "I'll take that as a compliment." The reason why Suli country attacked the Rainmaster country could be summed up as, the king of Rainmaster country is tyrannical and oppressive to the people. The heavens cannot tolerate this. Out of benevolence and righteousness, my Suli country decided to take the initiative to save the people of Rainmaster country who were trapped in the abyss of suffering. It was awe-inspiring righteousness and beautiful. If the king of Rainmaster country wasn't willing to come out, then it would mean that the king was selfish, muddle-headed, and didn't care for his own people at all. The awkward thing was that this king of Rainmaster country had always declared that he treated his people like his own children. The ruthless contrast between his words and actions would definitely cause the commoners of Rainmaster country to feel resentment. They would feel that they had been deceived. Didn't you say that you treat your people like your own children? Why do you want all the commoners to sacrifice themselves for your royal family? Thus, their support for the royal family of Rainmaster country would dissipate. After killing this group of commoners, when the commoners of Rainmaster country were afraid that they would slaughter the entire city, they would then announce that these people were actually prisoners on death row in disguise and deserved to die. The purpose was only to expose the true selfishness and lies of the royal family of Rainmaster country. Such a huge contrast would instantly appease the terrified commoners of Rainmaster country and make them extremely docile. Following this, the process of Rainmaster country becoming part of Suli country's territory would be much smoother. This was because the people's hearts had already turned cold. And if the king of Rainmaster country really came out to commit suicide, it didn't matter. They didn't have to kill him themselves and it would save them trouble. Moreover, Pei Ming and Rongguang both believed that the king of Rainmaster country definitely wouldn't come out to apologize for his crimes. It should be said that no noble would be willing to end their lives after suffering such humiliation. Kneel to the commoners and the enemy, admit that they were wrong, and then die? Dream on. Who knew that after just 1 day, Just as Pei Ming was about to give the order to kill the first batch of commoners, the king of Rainmaster Country really came out. The palace doors opened, and the king walked out with the national treasure sword. He knelt down to the commoners and kowtowed 3 times. Then he pulled out the sword and committed suicide. Blood splashed on the palace doors. Xiaolian had already guessed what was going on and said, "Is the one who came out Lord Rainmaster?" Huaqing said yes. Later on, after carefully interrogating the palace servants and other descendants of the royal family who were hiding in the palace, he found out that this was the case. That day, Pei Ming, Rongguang, and the other soldiers were shouting outside the palace. They walked back and forth, laughing nonstop and extremely arrogant. Inside the palace it was a mess. People were crying and wailing. The king of Rainmaster Country naturally couldn't go out and commit suicide. He sat on the throne with an ashen face. A large group of brothers and sisters who usually fought for favor with each other until their heads bled were covered in tears. When they saw that he didn't move, they started to carefully persuade him one by one. There were all kinds of reasons, such as this is for the country and the people. Even if he dies, his name will be passed down through the ages. If this continues, the commoners will suffer. All of them came out. However, the persuasion didn't work. Seeing that the day was about to pass, a few of the sons became anxious and shouted at their fathers in agitation. The king wasn't dead yet, so he immediately became furious and waved his staff to hit back. Normally, the sons and grandsons wouldn't fight back or scold them. However, at this critical juncture, who cared about that? Thus, one of the princes couldn't hold it in and fought back. He didn't expect that he would hit back so hard that the king of Rainmaster Country, who was already over 60 years old, was beaten until his head was bleeding and he couldn't get up. The group of princes and princesses were scared silly at first. Then they realized that he was still breathing and relaxed. They started to discuss how to drag the king of Rainmaster Country out, how to complete the difficult kowtowing and apology, and even the ridiculous method of hanging him like a puppet was discussed in full swing. The old king of Rainmaster Country was so angry that he almost had a stroke on the spot. Later on, they decided to find 2 people to carry the old king of Rainmaster Country to apologize. However, there was a new problem. Who should these 2 people find? This was too dangerous. Pei Ming might be unhappy and shoot him to death with an arrow. "You're not willing, I'm not willing, none of us are willing." Incessant noise, incessant noise. At this moment, the 16th princess, who had been silent all this while and no one had been paying attention to her, suddenly said something to the old king who was lying on the ground. Yushi Huang said, "Please pass the position to me." The ruler of the Rainmaster Country looked at his daughter, whom he had never looked at more than a few times, and a turbid tear finally fell from the corner of his eye. However, there was only one drop. Normally, everyone would fight for the position of king, but now no one was fighting for it. Whoever stepped forward would die. Thus, less than an hour later, the most crude and hurried succession ceremony in the history of Rainmaster Country, as well as the most unlikely monarch, was born. The new ruler of the Rainmaster Country slit his throat with a single slash. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and it seemed like he would not survive. Pei Ming didn't expect things to take such a turn. She took the time to take a look while she was drinking, and she was stunned. Was that even possible? Rongguang cursed his bad luck. How could it be like this? The king had indeed apologized, but he was not the original king. An unimportant person had died. There was no way to disperse the people's hearts, and there was no way to kill the old thief. Until now, Rongguang still felt that it was inconceivable. I didn't think that there would be such a thing as a temporary succession. He found a scapegoat, how preposterous. Although the soldiers of Suli country couldn't bear to watch this ridiculous succession and took the initiative to save the people, the injuries were too severe, and the medical officer said that they couldn't save her. Pei Ming could only abide by her previous promise. She didn't touch the people outside the palace, and temporarily didn't kill the royal family. She wrapped the throat of this king, and sent it to the Rain Dragon Temple. She would wait for her to die there, and then choose a better place to bury her in the Rain Dragon Temple's imperial mausoleum. That night, just as Yushi Huang was about to die, the statue of the Rainmaster above her head let out a sigh. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The new Rainmaster had ascended. Chapter 172. This was the national treasure sword that Rainmaster Huang used to commit suicide. It was a divine weapon, but it was also a weapon. Rongguang said. Rainmaster Huang was really bold. Either that, or he was purposely trying to scare him and remind him to actually give him the rain dragon to use. Would he dare? Ha ha ha. Xiaolian couldn't help it and said, "Why think so darkly?" He raised his hand and sealed his mouth with another talisman. Coincidentally, at this time Pei Ming said from afar, "Your Highness Blood Rain Tanhua, have you two rested well? The bed should be put away. Let's hurry." They didn't rest for long. They chatted for a while. The rest of them stayed here. Xiaolian, Huacheng and Pei Ming set off. Rainmaster brought his mount. He offered to give them a ride. Xiaolian happily thanked him when he arrived at the foot of the copper furnace. Thus the black bull transformed into 2 or 3 times its original size. It could accommodate 6 people. Its front hooves landed first and it crouched down. Rainmaster went up. He sat at the front. Pei Ming sat a distance away from them. Xiaolian and Huacheng were the last. Xiaolian sat on it. The black bull got up and left the ground. He touched the glossy black fur and said curiously, "Lord Rainmaster's mount is really magical. San Lang seemed to have mentioned it before. How did he transform?" The black bull spread its hooves and started running. The scenery on both sides quickly retreated. It was fast and steady. Huacheng sat behind him and gently hugged his waist as if he was afraid he would fall. He said, "It was transformed from a side door knocker of the Rain Dragon Temple." It turned out that the Rain Dragon Temple had a small custom. If they saw a golden beast on the door knocker, they would go up and touch it. It could increase their popularity and accumulate good karma. Believers came one after another. Most of them touched the heads of dragons, tigers, cranes, and other immortal beasts. No one touched the bull head. It was very lonely. Thus, when Rainmaster Huang cultivated in the Rain Dragon Temple, every time she passed by that door while carrying water, she would touch the golden bull head. The bull head on the door knocker was stained with her popularity. After Rainmaster Huang ascended, the bull flew with her. As for the others, no one was named. The black yak sped forward. Xiaolian's body leaned back slightly as if he was leaning into the black yak's embrace. He laughed as he listened. San Lang is indeed omniscient. It's as if nothing can stump you. Huacheng also smiled and said, "What else do you want to know, brother? Don't you know what to say?" Pei Ming sat in front. The Rainmaster didn't speak, so he didn't speak either. He listened to the movements behind him and said casually, "Your Excellency Ghost King is right. Your Highness, why don't you ask Blood Rain Tanhua about his past and see if he will answer you?" Xiaolian's smile immediately faded. It wasn't very polite to ask about a Ghost King's past. In Xiaolian's mind, it was almost the same as asking about another man's size. He was afraid that Huacheng would be unhappy, so he immediately changed the topic and said lightly, "General Pei?" Pei Ming asked, "What?" Xiaolian. "The road ahead is bumpy, be careful." Pei Ming asked, "What?" Just as he finished speaking, the black bull that the 4 of them were sitting on let out a long moo like a bell, and Pei Ming was thrown off. He said in astonishment, "How could this be?" He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. It was fine if he was thrown off, but why didn't he throw off the one sitting in front or the one sitting behind? Why did he throw off the one sitting in the middle? How could this happen under normal circumstances? The bull didn't stop. Xiaolian turned around and shouted from afar, "I said the road ahead is bumpy, General Pei, be careful." After throwing Pei Ming off 7 or 8 times, the 4 of them finally rode the Rainmaster's guardian mount and arrived at the foot of the Bronze Cauldron. The Bronze Cauldron was originally a lush green mountain in the center of the capital. The scenery was beautiful, similar to Mount Taizong. Below them was the majestic capital, the most prosperous imperial city. This imperial city was originally buried deep underground, but after a few earthquakes, it was shaken out and saw the light of day again. Xiaolian sat on the black bull and observed for a while. Just as he was about to get off, he saw Huacheng standing below and extending his hand to him. His heart skipped a beat and he gave his hand to him. He flipped down and said, "There should be a temple in the imperial city, right?" Huacheng said, "That's for sure." Although Pei Ming had been thrown off 7 or 8 times along the way, He was still worthy of being a martial god. He was extremely tenacious and didn't even limp when he walked. He even reached out and patted the bull's neck, not noticing that the bull was dangerously baring its teeth at him. Pei Ming said, "If the tallest building in the city isn't the imperial palace, then it's the temple." Hua Cheng said, "No. The Wuyong temple in the imperial city is on the mountain." He pointed. Sure enough, a corner of the eaves could be seen halfway up the Crimson Mountain. Most of the eaves were hidden in the red shadows. Xiaolian said, "Why is the mountain scarlet red?" Before he could finish his sentence, the black bull, who had returned to its original form, suddenly roared. The few of them were already walking forward. When they turned around, they were startled. That bull fiercely shook its head and started rolling on the ground. The Rainmaster didn't let go of its leash and asked, "What's wrong?" That black bull actually let out a human scream, "Ah!" When the Rainmaster heard this scream, he pulled out his rain dragon and slashed it down at the black bull. The sword light streaked across and a black object was sent flying. With a bang, it landed on the wall on the side of the street and splattered a large scarlet flower of blood. A corpse rat. The one that had shouted just now wasn't that black bull, but rather the corpse rat that had jumped onto the bull's body when no one was paying attention and ruthlessly bit it. Although it was about to die, it was still screaming, "Your Highness the Crown Prince! Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness! Save me, save me, save me!" Bang! Xiaolian's scalp went numb from its screams and his brain started to hurt. Hua Cheng quickly moved behind him and slightly raised his hand. That corpse rat immediately exploded into a bloody mist. However, there was still a pair of small eyeballs stuck to the wall, emitting a scarlet and ominous glint. Hua Cheng said, "Your Highness, Rainmaster, I suggest you examine your mount." The Rainmaster was already flipping the black bull's fur. He said, "It's a small injury." However, more and more voices began to gather from all directions, rising and falling one after another. Cough, cough, cough. "Take me away, who's going to take me away? It would have been better if I had escaped earlier. I really can't accept this. Don't believe his nonsense, I died unjustly. Brother, Your Highness." This sentence was exceptionally clear. It was Hua Cheng's voice. Only then did Xiaolian regain his senses and say, "I'm sorry." Hua Cheng's expression was solemn as he said, "Did you understand what they were saying?" Xiaolian nodded. Hua Cheng reached out to cover his ears and said, "Don't listen anymore. They're not talking to you." Xiaolian's scalp was still numb, but he still managed to say, "I know." Tens of thousands of corpse rats were like a black tide as they spread towards the bull and the other three people in the center. This was the capital, so the population here was much denser than the previous underground city. There were also more dead people here, so the food reserves of the rats were also more abundant. As a result, their numbers and sizes were also more impressive. They were about to be surrounded by layers upon layers of rats. Pei Ming's expression became serious as a layer of faint protective spiritual light enveloped his body. He said, "You guys go first, I'll lure them away." Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, he saw a sea of corpse rats shriek as they charged towards him. They bypassed him and galloped backwards. When he turned his head to look, they were actually chasing after Rainsure. At some unknown time, Rainsure had already mounted the black bull again, and was galloping in the opposite direction. That bull had already galloped several meters away. It wasn't too fast, so fast that the corpse rats couldn't keep up, but it wasn't too slow, so slow that the rats would surround and gnaw at it. Instead, it maintained a speed that was just enough to lure them away and allow them to catch up. Rainsure said from afar, "Everyone, please go first. I'll just lure them away." As Rainsure rode the bull forward, he scattered large amounts of snow-white rice along the way. After all, rats naturally love to eat rice. Who knew how many years it had been since they'd seen such snow-white and plump grains? They swarmed over. This was originally what Pei Ming wanted to do, but Rainsure snatched it away first, leaving him with nothing to do. His expression was extremely subtle. Hua Cheng let go and said, "Brother, let's go." As soon as Xiaolian heard the sound of those corpse rats, his head started to hurt. When he couldn't hear them, he let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Pei Ming turned his head and said, "Wait, you're going to leave just like that?" Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "What else?" Pei Ming frowned. "What about Rainshire? She can't handle it, right? Isn't she messing around by running away just like that?" Xiaolian asked curiously, "Why does General Pei think that Rainshire can't handle it?" Looking at the situation, Rainshire is clearly doing it with ease. Pei Ming seemed unhappy. In the end he still said, "That won't do, right? It's not like there aren't martial gods here. There's no reason for a female official to go up. Your Highness, leave first. If you catch up later, we'll meet up at the Divine Hall." With that he chased after them. Xiaolian shouted a few times from behind. Hua Cheng said, "Let's go, brother. There's no need to care. I just can't stand being protected by a woman. I have to get back at her." Taking advantage of the time, the two of them passed through King City and the countless empty shells of the petrified people and ran towards the large mountain. An hour later, they finally stepped onto the copper furnace. The reason this mountain looked like it was dyed with blood from afar was because the forest on the mountain was red. It was clearly not maple, but it was scarlet like maple, the color of fresh blood. Xiaolian also faintly smelled the scent of blood. It was likely that the soil that nourished them had a lot of resentment and human blood. The fourth Wuyong Divine Temple was built on a slightly protruding rock halfway up the copper cauldron. As a result, it had escaped the misfortune of being swallowed by the magma. It was the largest of the 4 divine temples, and it was also the one that had been preserved the best. There were also many petrified people in different postures in the hall. They were probably the hall's attendants. The two of them went straight to the main hall. As soon as they entered, there were indeed murals on the walls. However, Hua Cheng took a look and said, "It seems that someone rushed ahead of us." Inside the main hall there was only one mural. The other 2 walls were intact, but the surface of the walls had already been smashed into pieces. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Slightly stunned, Xiaolian asked, "Who did this?" They hadn't even figured out who painted the mural. Now there was another unsolved mystery of who smashed the mural. But since they had already smashed it, it was better to look at the mural first. With just a glance, Xiaolian hadn't even looked carefully when all the hairs on his back instantly stood up. What was this thing? The difference between this mural and the previous 3 Divine Halls murals was like heaven and earth. There was only one person on the mural. However, the color was dark, and the lines and face were incomparably distorted. It was impossible to see what this person looked like. He could only see that it was a commoner in ragged clothes. But this was still nothing. What made Xiaolian's hair stand on end was that this person's expression seemed to be in extreme pain. In his madness, he tore off his own clothes, revealing his body. And on his body, there were actually 3 faces, each one as distorted as his own. The human face plague. Under the huge impact, Xiaolian's eyes were completely occupied by the blackness of the mural. He muttered, "It's practically exactly the same." The citizens of Wuyong country had also encountered the human face plague. Why did Prince Wuyong, a person who had existed for more than 2,000 years, have such a terrifying degree of similarity to his? Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Hua Cheng stabilized him and said, "Your Highness, don't look at it for now." However, the impact of that distorted image was too great. The shadow left in Xiaolian's heart by the human face plague was too heavy. He stared at the mural as if he was possessed. Thus Hua Cheng simply pulled Xiaolian over and pressed him into his embrace. With a strong yet gentle tone he said, "All right. Your Highness, listen to me. Listen to me." Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice and said, "Look, the previous few murals all developed in chronological order. There is a cause and effect. The last one was when Prince Wuyong built a heavenly bridge. The next one must be immediately after that. However, this mural can't be connected to the previous one, right?" Xiaolian reacted very quickly and said, "Yes, there must be something missing in the middle. Someone came here before us and destroyed the other 2 murals." Hua Cheng said, "Since this person destroyed the other 2 murals, why didn't he also destroy this one? Why did he leave it behind?" Xiaolian said, "There are 2 possibilities. First, he felt that leaving behind this mural wasn't important. He could leave it behind or not, and he wasn't afraid of me seeing it." Hua Cheng said, "What's the second possibility?" Xiaolian slowly said, "Second, this person destroyed all 3 murals. The one he left behind is actually a fake. He painted it later on." Huacheng said, "That's right. There's no harm in thinking a bit more boldly. Perhaps all the murals along the way were lies. We're already very close to the answer. Before that, don't think too much about it, alright?" After being buried in Huacheng's embrace for a long time, Xiaolian finally dug out that terrifying image from his mind. Only then did he notice the position of the 2 of them. He hurriedly prepared to pull himself out of Huacheng's embrace and said, "I'm sorry, Sanlang." However, Huacheng didn't let him escape. Instead, he hugged him even tighter and said with a smile, "There's nothing to be sorry about. However," he lowered his head and said, "Actually, there's a third possibility." The lower half of Xiaolian's face was buried in Huacheng's shoulder. Huacheng's voice was right next to his ear, but it was suppressed to an extremely low level. Other than him, no one else could hear it clearly. Chapter 173. Huacheng's breath was warm, but his words made people feel a chill in their hearts. Hiding in the main hall? A thought flashed past in a flash. Xiaolian immediately hugged Huacheng. Of course, he didn't hug him because he was afraid. Instead, if someone was really hiding here and they hadn't discovered him, then he must be a powerful character. If he sensed that they had already discovered some clues, he might fall into a passive position. If only Huacheng hugged him being so close to him, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. The 2 of them hugged each other, looking more normal. Xiaolian scanned his surroundings without leaving a trace. He whispered, "Where do you think it is?" There was only one door in the entire hall. It was the one they came in through. The hall was empty and could be seen at a glance. There was not a single table or box that could hide a person other than them. There were only the shrine attendants who had turned into stone men. The 2 of them whispered at the same time, "Shell?" The insides of these petrified men were hollow. In other words, they could hide things inside. They couldn't hide people, but they could hide ghosts. After confirming this point, they thought of the same thing. Xiaolian was about to speak. He inadvertently raised his eyes and saw a stone man 20 feet behind Huacheng. His pupils suddenly shrank. It seemed to be a young man with a high status. Because the stone man recorded the death of the Wu Yong people, therefore, most of their postures were holding their heads and crying, or curling up into a ball. This one was one of the few standing statues. However, what caught Xiaolian's attention was not his figure, but his face. Although the face was blurry, he could still see clearly that this stone man's face. The left side was half a smiling face, while the right side was half a crying face. Xiaolian blurted out, "It's this." He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. Huacheng said, "Brother." The stone man was smashed into pieces by him, leaving only an empty shell on the ground. However, there was nothing inside at all. Xiaolian didn't dare to let it go and rummaged through the fragments on the ground. Huacheng grabbed his hand and said, "Brother, what did you see just now?" Xiaolian raised a few fragments and said, "This stone man, his face, is by Wuxiang's mask." Huacheng's expression changed slightly, but he still said, "Wait." He pieced the fragments together and formed a complete face. When the 2 of them saw this, they fell silent. Just now, Xiaolian clearly saw a ghost face that was half crying and half laughing. But now, the face that Huacheng put together was incomparably blurry, no different from the other petrified people. Was it an illusion? Or was he under an illusion? They wouldn't get an answer even if they just sat there. The 2 of them searched the hall and smashed all the petrified men to check, but they didn't find any more clues. They pondered for a moment and felt that someone might have gone up the mountain before them. They decided not to wait for Pei Ming and went straight to the top of the mountain. The body of the copper furnace seemed to have a strange attraction force. The 2 of them tried to climb it, but the silver butterfly could not carry a person here. Perhaps it would not work even on a sword. Thus they could only climb on foot. As they climbed higher and higher, the mountain path became steeper and colder. First, he stepped on a thin layer of snow. The higher he went, the thicker the snow became. It could even cover half of his boots. For hours later, the snow was knee-deep, making climbing more and more difficult. Because of the large amount of walking, Xiaolian didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, a thin layer of sweat had formed on his body. His face was pinkish-white with a slight blush. He raised the back of his hand to wipe his sweat. Just as he was about to turn around and speak to Hua Cheng, he suddenly felt the soles of his feet hit nothing. His entire body was shorter by 2 feet. Fortunately, Hua Cheng had been following behind him the whole time. As if he had been prepared, he pulled him up and said, "Brother, be careful." Xiaolian stood at his side and turned around to look at the place where he had fallen. Unexpectedly, there was a large depression there, revealing a pitch-black hole. He didn't know where it led to. If Xiaolian hadn't grabbed the edge in time, or if Hua Cheng's movements had been slightly slower, he would have definitely fallen down. Hua Cheng then said, "This mountain is full of holes. Just follow me slowly and you'll be fine. Brother walked too fast just now." It turned out that the mountain under the snow was actually very fragile. There were holes of all sizes everywhere, and no one knew how many there were or how deep they were. Yet, Hua Cheng actually remembered the distribution of these holes. Xiaolian exhaled and suggested, "Okay, then let's get closer. We can't shout on the snowy mountain. If we're not careful and encounter something, it won't be good to call for help." Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, he heard an angry roar from above. "Are you done?" Which dear friend dared to shout on this kind of steep and dangerous snowy mountain? Xiaolian looked up with a dumbfounded expression, only to see that in the snow that covered the mountains and plains, there were 2 small black dots that were engaged in a chaotic battle. One of them held a longbow and shot out a string of arrows. The other person held a horse-slaying long sword and brandished it vigorously, blocking all of the arrows. The wind generated by the sword and the arrows were all wrapped in a layer of spiritual light. The 2 people were shouting and cursing at each other. The person holding the sword cursed, "I told you that brat was killed by someone else. I'm also looking for them." It was actually Nanfeng and Fu Yao. Before he could think about why they were here, Xiaolian blurted out, "Shut up." However, his reaction was very timely, and he swallowed his words before he could shout them out. If he roared as boldly and unrestrainedly as the 2 of them, with the 3 of them shouting at each other, would this snowy mountain still be able to hold on? Hua Cheng crossed his arms and raised one of his eyebrows. "Do they not know that roaring on a snowy mountain might cause an avalanche?" Xiaolian replied, They shouldn't be that stupid. They should know, but that's just how they are. When their anger reaches their heads, they don't care about anything else." Nanfeng and Fu Yao were extremely angry. They cursed and fought at the same time. Because they were too far away, they couldn't clearly hear what they were arguing about. They also didn't notice that new people had arrived below them. Xiaolian wanted to rush up and pull the 2 away, but the accumulated snow had sealed off the mountain. The snow was also full of deep pits, so there was no way for him to rush over immediately. After running 2 steps, he almost fell into a pit. He could only stop and say, "We can't let them continue fighting like this. We have to stop them." Just as he finished speaking, a silver butterfly leapt out from behind him and flew up like a sharp arrow. Xiaolian stared blankly for a moment before his heart relaxed. He inwardly thought that this was a good idea. They couldn't go up immediately by themselves, so wouldn't it be fine if they let the dead spirit butterfly fly up and send a message first? Sure enough, that silver butterfly was extremely fast. In just 3 sounds it had already rushed over. However, before Xiaolian could send a message, he saw Hua Cheng's expression turn cold. He sensed that something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong?" The smile on Hua Cheng's lips completely disappeared. His expression was as cold as the snowy mountain. Xiaolian continued to ask, "Sanlang, what's wrong?" Hua Cheng's lips slightly moved, but before he could answer, Xiaolian suddenly felt his heart palpitate for no reason. He abruptly raised his head and looked up, his eyes widening. On the towering snowy wall, a large piece of the white mountain trembled and collapsed. On the other side, Nanfeng and Fu Yao, who were fiercely fighting, also felt this silent pressure. Both of them raised their heads and finally realized what was about to happen. In the next moment, that mountain was like a 1,000-kilometer-long dike collapsing. Carrying with it a monstrous wave of snow and a whistling sound, it tumbled down towards them. It really was an avalanche. Xiaolian grabbed Hua Cheng's hand, turned around and ran. After running 2 steps, he remembered that the 2 people above were closer to the peak of the avalanche. He suddenly stopped and turned around to look. Sure enough, both of them stopped fighting and ran away together. Fu Yao hadn't run 2 steps when he stepped into a pit. Half of his body sunk in, and the white snow buried his chest. Nan Feng ran faster than him, so he also turned around. He hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to go back and save Fu Yao. However, during this moment of hesitation, the huge wave of snow had already arrived. Just as they were about to be swallowed up, Xiaolian threw Wuxia out. That long white silk flew out and in an instant, it accurately wrapped around Fu Yao and Nan Feng, dragging them out of the sea of snow. Hua Cheng glanced at them, his eyes filled with anger. He said, "Gidge, leave them behind. Don't worry about them." Xiaolian tightly grabbed onto Wuxia and dragged the 2 of them. As he ran he said, "We can't. If we don't handle it well, we'll be buried for 100 years. Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "It's too late." Xiaolian was shocked. "What?" When he turned around, he saw an overwhelming snow-white shadow falling down from above. In the end, Xiaolian was still held back by Nan Feng and Fu Yao. That ice-cold and heavy wave of snow surged endlessly, separating him and Hua Cheng. Xiaolian was swayed left and right by the wave. Mixed with the white wave, he tumbled a few times, but he was still able to tenaciously struggle. However, the amount of accumulated snow was too great, and the impact was too fierce. From time to time it would pass over Xiaolian's head, causing him to suddenly feel suffocated. Xiaolian shouted one last time, "San Lang." In the end he couldn't hold on any longer and was swallowed by the huge wave of snow. After an unknown amount of time, the snow-capped mountain finally calmed down once again. After a long time on a flat snowy ground, the accumulated snow moved twice. Suddenly a hand rushed out. This hand randomly searched the snowy ground for a while. Then an arm drilled out, then a shoulder, and finally a head. With a face full of snow, the person took a deep breath and coughed repeatedly. Not long after, this person finally crawled out with great difficulty. Shaking his head, he sat down on the snowy ground to the side. It was Xiaolian. The feeling of digging himself out from a thick layer of snow was similar to digging himself out from a grave. Xiaolian's face and hands were frozen red. They were practically numb. He casually rubbed his hands a few times and took a few breaths of hot air. Then he raised his head and looked around in a daze. In the boundless white snow he couldn't find that dazzling red. However, if he couldn't find Xiaolian, he couldn't just randomly shout where he was. If another avalanche happened, then he would be done for. He could only stand up and walk alone in the world of ice and snow. As he walked, he quietly shouted, "San Lang? San Lang? Nan Feng? Fu Yao?" Speaking of which, it was strange. They were clearly on the same mountain, but now that he was walking alone, it seemed much colder than when he was walking with Hua Cheng. He didn't know when Wuxia had let go of him. Xiaolian was very puzzled. Wuxia shouldn't have let go. Even if he let go, Wuxia would still entangle him. How could this be? In his heart he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He continued to walk in a daze. After walking for an unknown amount of time, in the wind and snow ahead, a person suddenly walked towards him. White clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. He lowered his head and slowly walked over. Seeing this person, Xiaolian's heart was slightly happy. He went up to him and said, "Friend." As soon as he said these words, that person raised his head. On his face there was shockingly a white mask. Half of it was smiling, the other half was crying. Xiaolian felt as if he had been stabbed in the face. He loudly shouted. As soon as he shouted, he opened his eyes and suddenly sat up. After gasping for breath, he discovered in shock that at this moment, he wasn't walking alone in the snowy mountains. Instead, he was lying in a pitch-black space. So it was a dream. No wonder he always felt that something was wrong in his dream. Xiaolian let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. After feeling around for a while, he discovered that there seemed to be grass and stones under his body. Her maiden heart was hanging by his waist, and Wuxia was also clearly wrapped around his hand. Xiaolian calmed his mind and raised a palm flame to illuminate his location. Immediately he said, Sanlang? Are you there? Unexpectedly, when the flame lit up, he immediately discovered that in the darkness next to him, there was unexpectedly a person standing there without a sound. This shock wasn't small. Xiaolian immediately broke out in a cold sweat and instantly grasped his maiden heart. There was a person standing right in front of him. No matter what, it was impossible for him to not notice. However, when he looked carefully, the cold sweat on his body disappeared. It turned out that this wasn't a living person, but rather a stone statue. Moreover, this wasn't a petrified human statue formed from the corpses of the victims of the volcanic eruption. It was clearly a statue made by a human hand. Holding up the palm flame to illuminate his surroundings, Xiaolian became more and more convinced. The place he was lying in was a grotto used for cultivation. He had once secluded himself from the world and cultivated in peace in this kind of place, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. Then the statue inside the grotto wasn't an ordinary statue, but a statue of a god. The statue of a god stood in an arched doorway. It had a slender figure, graceful bearing and graceful posture. Its right hand was placed on the hilt of the long sword at its waist. Even the flowing lines of its clothes were carved very exquisitely. However, there was one very strange thing. The face of this statue of a god was covered by a layer of fine gauze. That gauze flowed like mist. Although it covered the statue's face, making it look very strange, it didn't make it look ugly. Instead, it added a mysterious sense of beauty. However, Xiaolian had never seen a statue of a god with its face covered. Subconsciously, he reached out his hand to remove the gauze. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, brother. Xiaolian quickly turned his head and saw that at some point, a figure dressed in red had appeared at the grotto entrance. It was Hua Cheng. He immediately threw the statue's face to the back of his head and went to greet him. Sanlang. That's great. I was just wondering where you were. Are you all right? Are you hurt? That avalanche just now was too sudden. Hua Cheng walked in and said, I'm fine. Where's brother? Xiaolian replied, I've always been fine. What is this place? Only after he went out did he discover that this place wasn't just as big as a small grotto. There was also a long corridor outside. It didn't look short, but he didn't know where it led to. Xiaolian had long since gotten used to Hua Cheng being able to answer all of his questions. However, this time Hua Cheng said, I don't know. It's most likely under a snowy mountain. Xiaolian was surprised. I thought this was a refuge Sanlang found. Unexpectedly, even you don't know what this place is? This was truly the first time he had encountered such a place. Hua Cheng even clearly remembered how many holes there were on the mountain road and how to get there. However, he didn't know where this place was. This grotto wasn't small either. Could it be that he had never discovered it before? Xiaolian couldn't help but feel that it was strange, but he didn't ask much. He raised the flames in his palm a little higher and asked, How did we get here? Hua Cheng also summoned a few silver butterflies. They glowed faintly as they fluttered in the air. In a calm voice he said, The avalanche missed its mark and we probably fell into a hole. He could only think of it this way. Otherwise, it could only be that someone had specially brought them here. At this point, Xiaolian couldn't help but think of the dream he had just had. A chill ran down his spine. Then, he thought of something else and asked, We're here, but what about Nanfeng and Fu Yao? Hearing him mention those two people, a ruthless expression flashed across Hua Cheng's face. Then, he said indifferently, They were probably buried by the snow. Don't worry about it. In any case, they're heavenly officials. They won't die. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, although they won't die, if no one dug them out, being buried for dozens of years wouldn't feel good. Maybe they also fell in? Let's first look around here. That's right, Sanlang, when your silver butterflies went up, did they hear what they said? Hua Cheng sneered. It's nothing more than a quarrel. What good words could they have heard? However, Xiaolian still felt that it wasn't that simple. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why Hua Cheng's expression suddenly changed after the dead spirit butterfly flew over. Even now, when Hua Cheng sneered at them, his gaze was still extremely unfriendly. However, since he didn't say anything, Xiaolian didn't ask. The two walked along the long corridor of the cave. After walking for a while, they realized that the terrain of the snow grotto was far more complicated than they had imagined. It wasn't a single path that led to the end. Instead, there were many forks that led to different grottos of different sizes. In every grotto there was a statue of a god. These god statues were made by youths and young adults. Their postures were all different. Some were lazily reclining, some were drunkenly leaning, some were sitting upright and still, some were dancing with their swords. Their clothing was also ever-changing. There were luxurious clothes, plain clothes, ragged clothes, half-naked clothes. Furthermore, they were of different standards. Some were clumsy and extremely crude, while others were abnormally exquisite. They were so detailed that it made one's hair stand on end. They probably weren't made by the same craftsman. However, there were so many of them and the variety was spectacular. Along the way, Xiaolian couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a myriad gods grotto. I wonder who chose to build a grotto here? It must be an extremely devout believer." However, all the god statues had a strange similarity. All of them had a layer of veil covering their faces. Some had veils covering their entire bodies, revealing only the hem of their skirts or feet. Xiaolian was really curious. He wanted to remove the veil from one of the god statues to see what was on its face. However, Huacheng said from behind him, "Big brother, I suggest we don't." Xiaolian turned around and asked curiously, "Why? Sanlang, don't you think these god statues are strange?" Huacheng walked over with his hands behind his back and said, "It's precisely because they're strange that it's best not to. Since the face is covered, there must be a reason why it's covered. The head is where the spiritual energy of the human body gathers. If it's removed and these strange god statues gather spiritual energy, I wonder what will happen." After a pause he said again, "Big brother, aren't you looking for your two servants? Since you haven't found them yet, it's best not to touch them for now to prevent more complications." Although these words sounded strange, they weren't without reason. If removing the veil awakened these god statues, it wouldn't be fun at all. Xiaolian wasn't an ungrateful person. After thinking about it, he put down his hand and said, "I'm just a little curious about what kind of god these are." He also found it strange that with Huacheng's personality, he wouldn't be afraid of more complications. If he wanted to see, then let him see. He didn't expect that he would actually use this reason to persuade him. Huacheng said lightly, "This is the Wuyong country. Maybe it's the Wuyong prince's god statue. It's not unusual." However, Xiaolian said, "I'm afraid not." Huacheng said, "Oh? Why do you think so?" Xiaolian looked at him and said, "From the murals we followed along the way, the Wuyong prince and the Wuyong people's clothing style is distinctive. After all, it's a country from 2,000 years ago. It's ancient and rough and also a little wild. It's different from the exquisite clothing style of these god statues. So, I think these god statues probably have nothing to do with the Wuyong prince. It's even possible that they didn't come from the Wuyong people." Huacheng said with a smile, "Really? Big brother is really careful." Xiaolian also faintly smiled and said, No. It's just that the style of these god statues, whether it's the carving, the clothing, or the way they handle the details, are more similar to the style of the later generations. Moreover, it's the style that I'm more familiar with, the style of the Xianlu country." Huacheng raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that Big Brother's attainments in this area are also quite profound." Xiaolian said, "Not at all, not at all. After seeing too many god statues, you'll inevitably have some experience." Although he didn't know why, his intuition told him that from just now, Huacheng seemed to be a little off. And speaking up to hear, he finally realized what was wrong. Chapter 174. However, he still didn't ask. "Since Sanlang thinks it's better not to look, then we should be cautious." Huacheng nodded slightly and the two continued forward. At this time they encountered another fork in the road. Huacheng directly went left. Xiaolian stopped. He didn't follow. Huacheng turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaolian asked, "Sanlang has never been to this grotto before, right?" Huacheng replied, "Naturally." Xiaolian asked, Then why is San Lang so sure to choose the left? Hua Cheng replied, I'm not sure. I'm just walking around blindly. Xiao Yan asked, since I've never been here before, how can I walk around blindly? How can you walk around blindly? Shouldn't you carefully consider which side to choose? Hua Cheng smiled. It's precisely because I've never been here before. That's why I'm walking around blindly. In any case, I don't know anything about the situation here. It's better to boldly try my luck. And my luck has always been better. Although this was indeed the case in the past, every time the two of them went out together, they would always look at Xiao Yan. It was rare for Hua Cheng to take the initiative to lead the way. Xiao Yan nodded. The two of them were about to step into the tunnel on the left. Suddenly Xiao Yan said, wait. San Lang, did you hear that? Hua Cheng asked what? Xiao Yan said, on the right. There's a voice. Hua Cheng's expression slightly changed. After listening attentively for a while he said, brother, I'm afraid you heard wrong. There's no voice. Xiao Yan said, there really is. Listen carefully, it's a man's voice. Hua Cheng listened for a while more before frowning. I really didn't hear it. Xiao Yan was startled. He thought, could it be another illusion? Hua Cheng said, Your Highness, this is strange. I'm afraid it's a trap. I suggest we leave first. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan said, no. It might be Nanfeng and Fuyao. I'd better go take a look. After he finished speaking, he dashed forward. Hua Cheng shouted behind him, brother. Don't walk around randomly. However, listening to the faint shouts, the other party must have fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Xiao Yan didn't dare be careless and quickly ran into the right path. The deeper they went, the clearer the man's roar became. Xiao Yan was delighted. It really is Nanfeng and Fuyao. After walking around for a long time, he finally found the source of the sound. It was a large stone cave. There was no statue of a deity in this cave, but there was a deep pit. Nanfeng and Fuyao's voices came from the bottom of the pit. It seemed that both of them were trapped at the bottom of the pit and couldn't climb up. However, they were still cursing each other down there in high spirits. Their lives shouldn't be in danger for the time being. It was too dark to see clearly. Xiao Yan was on top, his hands cupped around his mouth as he shouted down, Hey! What's wrong with you guys? When the two people at the bottom of the pit heard that someone had come, they immediately stopped quarreling. Fu Yao's voice said, Your Highness the Crown Prince? Is that you? Pull us up. Nanfeng didn't say anything. Xiao Yan asked curiously, You guys can't climb up? This pit isn't deep? What's going on down there? Perhaps it was because of the quarrel along the way. Fu Yao's anger was burning. He said, Nonsense. If they could climb up, they would have done so long ago. Your Highness, can't you see for yourself? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and said, I can't see clearly. Do you guys still have mana? Can you use a palm flame to see what's going on down there? If you guys can't do it, I'll throw a flame down. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, the two people below shouted in unison, No! Their cries to stop him were simply horrifying. Fu Yao said again, Don't light a fire. If they couldn't light a fire, then they could only use other methods of illumination. Xiao Yan's first reaction was to turn around. San Lang, however, Hua Cheng didn't follow. There was no one behind him. Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He first felt a little uneasy, then he found it strange. There was no way they would lose him, right? Ever since they entered Myriad God's cave, Hua Cheng had become completely strange. Xiao Yan couldn't tell what was wrong. He looked left and right and suddenly realized that there was a small silver butterfly perched on his shoulder. He tentatively touched it and said, How are you? The dead spirit butterfly flapped its wings after being touched by his fingertips, but it didn't fly away. It was as if it was just flapping for him to see. Along the way, Xiao Yan had heard from Hua Cheng that his silver butterflies were divided into several types. He didn't know what type this one was or what it was responsible for, but no matter what type it was always possible to illuminate it. Thus he asked, Can you help me go down and take a look? Sure enough, that silver butterfly flapped its wings and flew down. Xiao Yan said, Thank you. When it flew to the bottom of the pit, a faint silver light illuminated the situation below. Xiao Yan couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes. The bottom of the pitch-black pit was covered with a thick layer of silk. It was a vast expanse of white. Nanfeng and Fu Yao were practically wrapped in two cocoons of silk. They looked like two flying insects stuck in a spider's web. Furthermore, their noses were swollen and their heads were bleeding. He didn't know if it was caused by the fight just now. Xiaolian couldn't help but think that it was fortunate that he wasn't impulsive. Otherwise, if he threw a flame down, the entire bottom of the pit would probably burn in an instant. He said, "What's going on? Is that spider silk? Could this be the spider spirit's nest?" Fu Yao said, "I don't know. In any case, I can't break free." He was in a hurry to get away. Nanfeng's expression was a bit subtle. It seemed like he wanted to open his mouth to ask for help, but when he saw that the person who came was Xiaolian, he sullenly swallowed his words and said, "You shouldn't come down for now. This silk is very tough. Once it touches your body, it'll be very hard to shake it off." Xiaolian said, "I'm not coming down." After pondering for a moment, he tied one end of Wuxia to the hilt of his Feng Xian sword and prepared to try hanging the sword down. Who knew that when Wuxia was stealthily exploring, it would be detected by the spider silk. The spider silk would quickly come up to meet it, as if it wanted to teach it a lesson. Wuxia was so scared that it immediately shrunk back. However, it was still a step too late. It was entangled by the spider silk, tied into a knot and suddenly pulled down. Even Xiaolian, who was holding onto it, was pulled down. He absolutely didn't expect this. This spider silk was actually this strong and sensitive. The moment Xiaolian fell into the pit, the white silk quickly pounced over and tied him up. The rest of the spider silk slowly flowed and crawled, reinforcing the cocoons on Nanfeng and Fu Yao's bodies. Fu Yao was furious and said, "Why did you also fall down? This is great." The three of them are all dumbfounded. "Let's all die here together." Nanfeng said, "What do you have to complain about? Wasn't it all for the sake of saving us?" Xiaolian rolled on the ground and said, "Ha ha 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 ha." The other two looked at him in astonishment. Fu Yao said, "Did you injure your head when you fell down? Did you go crazy?" Tears spilled out from the corners of Xiaolian's eyes as he reluctantly said, "No." "Oh ha ha. What's going on with these spider silk? What are you doing? It's so itchy I can't take it anymore." Ha 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 ha. The moment he fell down, the silk bed below him very softly caught him. The spider silk that wrapped around him was also very gentle and lingering. Although it was tying him up, it scratched and scratched him, making it seem as if it was tickling him. Xiaolian curled up into a ball and tenaciously resisted. He said, Don't wait. Stop. Stop. I'm scared. Stop." Only then did the white silk tie his hands behind his back, making him unable to move. Nanfeng and Fu Yao both looked at him. After a while, Fu Yao said, "Why are these spider silk tying us so tightly, but tying him so casually? His face isn't even covered." Xiaolian finally managed to catch his breath with great difficulty. He said, "You guys, aren't your faces also not covered?" Fu Yao rolled his eyes and said, "Before we covered our faces. After we woke up, we used our teeth to tear it open. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to shout." Xiaolian tried to struggle, but the spider silk was indeed incomparably tough. In addition, he had laughed too hard just now, causing his ribs to ache faintly. He temporarily couldn't exert any strength, so he decided to rest for a while. Lying flat on the ground, he said, "How did you two get here?" Fu Yao said, "I don't know. Just now there was an avalanche. When the snow fell, it was as if the sky had collapsed. When we woke up, we were already here." Xiaolian said, No. What I'm asking is, why did you two come to Mount Bronze Furnace?" As soon as he mentioned this, Fu Yao became angry. "I came here to chase after the female ghost, Lan Chong. That mother and son fetus spirit. Who knows why he came here?" Nanfeng said, "Me. I also came here to track down that mother and son fetus spirit." Fu Yao roared, "Then you go chase after them. Why did you hit me?" My family's general already said that the fetus spirit had nothing to do with him. He didn't kill it. You really treat kindness as malice. You can't be a good person." Xiaolian was used to this. He said, All right, stop arguing. I understand the situation. You two should stop fighting and stop arguing. Just now, the snowy mountain collapsed because of your argument. Can't you two stop for a while? Let's think of a solution together. Nanfeng was also angry. Don't you know what kind of conduct our family's general usually has? He can't blame others for suspecting him at this time. Fu Yao glared at him. What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again. Nanfeng glared even more fiercely than him. I have more guts than you. I'll say it again. You don't have any good intentions at all. It's just that you thought of giving kindness to people you don't like, so you're secretly proud. You just want to satisfy yourself and wait to see others become a joke. Stop saying kindness is treated as malice. Don't pretend to be a good person either. A true good person isn't like you. You've never been one. Blue veins appeared on Fu Yao's forehead. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, You're simply imagining things and talking nonsense. Nanfeng said, Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know it in your heart. Do you think I don't know you? Fu Yao's blue veins climbed all the way to his neck. What qualifications do you have to say that to me? Standing so high up and looking down on others, aren't you afraid of accidentally breaking your legs? Nanfeng said, I'm stronger than you no matter what. Do you think no one knows about the lousy things you did? When he mentioned this, Fu Yao seemed to become angry out of humiliation. Yes, fine, I admit it. But how much stronger are you than me? Flaunting your loyalty, isn't it just because you have a wife that you forgot your boss? Wife and son are the most important. Everyone is doing it for themselves, and they are the most important. You're always harping on my lousy matters, aren't you ashamed? Hearing him mention wife and son, Nanfeng flew into a rage. Motherfucker. You. Me. You. Although the two of them couldn't move, they had already gone crazy from arguing. Unknowingly, the way they addressed each other had already changed from your family's general and my family's general to you and me. Because they were too agitated, they didn't realize they had exposed something. However, Xiaolian had long since stopped talking. Nanfeng and Fu Yao simultaneously turned their heads to look at Xiaolian. They only saw Xiaolian silently roll over on the silk bed. Turning his body over, he gave them the view of his back. That? I didn't see anything. No, I didn't hear anything. Xiaolian faced the stone wall and warmly said, Do you guys still want to continue? About that, regarding what you just said, I won't comment on anything else. However, I feel that my wife and son are the most important. That's human nature. Let's not talk about old matters anymore. Let's think of a way to get out of here first. Fu Yao interrupted him. Did you already know? Seeing that he really couldn't brush it off, Xiaolian could only say, Yeah. Fu Yao asked in disbelief, When did you discover? How did you discover? Xiaolian couldn't bear to tell the truth and only said, I forgot. The real answer was a long time ago. Ever since that time at Mount Yujun, he had a faint suspicion. And when he arrived at Banyu Pass, he had already confirmed this matter. What little military official from the Middle Heaven? He didn't exist. Nanfeng and Fu Yao were nothing more than two small clones created by Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Fu Yao seemed to be unable to believe that his true identity had been exposed like this. He unrelentingly said, When did you discover it? How did you find out? There has to be a turning point. Just where is the flaw? Xiaolian really couldn't bear to tell the truth. There simply wasn't a need for a turning point. These two people were full of flaws. After all, the three of them could be considered to have grown up together. How could Xiaolian not be familiar with their words and actions? From those unintentional aliases to the identical personalities, it was really too easy to guess. If he couldn't guess who was under these two skins, wouldn't he have lived all these years in vain? However, there were some things that he couldn't say and some things that he couldn't do. For example, he had to take care of his image as a heavenly official, so he couldn't casually roll his eyes or curse people. But if he changed his identity, he would be much more relaxed and unrestrained. Therefore, Xiaolian felt that there was no need to expose them. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.